radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see.
everybody, and welcome to the America's Regional Finals for Space Gods. My name is Necker, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm so stoked to be here alongside Celie and Makes. Makes, what are you doing here?
So you see, I'm here to espionage. Oh no, I mean I'm here to join you guys for some cross-regional interference. That's how I'm supposed to say that. I'm sorry.
You're not beating the spy allegations for sure. You're definitely here to steal some tech.
I don't even know what spy is. You silly goose.
I love it. Oh my gosh. Well, how are you both doing? Excited for today?
Extremely excited. Yeah.
This is the best day of competition in my opinion. I love this day. A lot of dreams get made. People making tier 1 is so incredibly fun. We've already seen it throughout the other regions today, and so I'm excited to see how the Americas wraps up and what 16 players will be joining. 16 already in the TPC for next set.
Yeah, exactly. This is promotion and relegation day for the TFT Pro Circuit for set 18. I can't believe I'm saying 18. That's so feels so close yet so far away. But with the third day of the Americas Regional Finals, it's also where it gets really, really tough because 7 games is going to dictate everything. And so as we take a look at the final day of the battle stage, we have our points carrying over from yesterday and only 32 players left. And so we'll get a chance to see how that all shakes out at the end of the day. Oh, it's only 6. Is it only 6 games? It's only 6 games. Wait, that's even
6
less.
games. Yep.
And it's crazy because there's 4 games or 2 games, and then we lose 8 players. Well, we lose 4. 4 get promoted already. Then we have another 2 games. We lose 4, and 4 get promoted, and then we have cuts every game after that. It is madness today.
Also very exciting to see what's going to happen for the pro circuit. As we take a look at our overall standings, though, we'll get a chance to show you where our players are after those 6 games that they played yesterday. Unfortunately, the players on this stage, these are the ones that we're saying goodbye to, and it's actually super heartbreaking. Michael and Prestivant are 2 players that I think were very big favorites coming into the weekend and wanting to work their way back into the pro circuit, and they're out very early.
Yeah, I think it's a familiar picture across both of our regions, right? You mentioned Michael and Prestivant. On the EMEA side of things, we did have the elimination of Reven, as well as Double, of course, in that very first cutoff, which was a huge surprise to many.
Crazy.
And not to spoiler much, but EMEA just ended, and we had a lot of crazy clutch-up results. I mean, a waitlist player averaging a 2nd place, CLE. I think the guys on this slide here, they need to do something of similar caliber.
They absolutely do, because they have at least a 3-point gap to get back into a spot where they only in 2 games need to make that up to avoid getting cut in the very next cut where the bot 8 will get cut. So somebody like Bobster, someone like Shoma, they need to play for those top 2s.
The rest of these competitors, they can breathe a little bit easier knowing that they do have a little bit of more point deficit in between 17th and even 32nd place, but you really want to be towards the top of the standings here. 30-point bomb from the 6 games yesterday is going to feel fairly comfortable to at least make sure that you're getting to the end of today. But what about our competitors towards the top? I mean, this is where you have to give the most credit to VCLF. 41 points in 6 games is insane.
It absolutely is. And I mean, that's great news too, right? Because it doesn't need much to get to that first promotion spot, the first 4 players that are just going to be sent into week 2 immediately. So great position. However, still needs to play 2 games to hold that position.
I think that was
the 40 bomb is nuts.
It is, but I was going to say, like, even more interesting, I think, than just the points is the fact that there are a myriad of different ways that our players actually qualified to be here this weekend. And I think when you look at that, I think there's some interesting takeaways here, CLE.
There's a lot of them, because we already had 5 of our TPC Pro Circuit, TFC Pro Circuit players eliminated. That means there are so many more slots up for grabs, and it won't be at least retained by those guys who are fighting their way back. A lot of the people that are in the Pro Circuit from the previous set are fighting hard to get back to them, but spoiler alert, when we look at the standings later, none of those guys that are on that part of the screen in week 1 qualifying through the TPC are really running the tables right now.
I mean, Somebody that is running tables is our ranked ladder players, right? There's often talk of different ranked ladder being unequal in strength. I think this kind of puts that down. VCLF, Black Sheep, Arctics, and Dank Memes all still in the competition doing really well here. Speaks to that ranked level pedigree for sure.
It really does, because maybe you're just getting a little bit of a faster read on what's happening at that highest level of competition, and it's clearly translating very well into our tournament this weekend. But in case you missed the action yesterday, we have prepared a highlight package for you so you can get caught back up to speed and get hyped for what we're going to see today. Welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals for Space Gods.
And now will be the Hull ult here from the Aurelius Sol. Leona still ramping up, but Leona is on the other side. Aurelius Sol starts attacking the backline, cleans up, but against Aurelius Sol, and it's not enough.
Ooh, the Ascension comes in, so that's going to be more damage coming out from Bobster's board. And if you can't break through this Ornn, it's just going to be that final blitz left. And
yeah, Cold Eye Dom does cash out into the A-Soul, does have the Annihilator, which is a 400 cash, so definitely a contender to win the game. Not too far back though. But this Aurelius Soul is just doing so much damage with the Anime cash out item. The Annihilator.
Holding up. Oh, but it's too much.
Damage coming through is immense. The Bard trying to get through this Morgana will do so now, but now trying to get through all of the main damage dealers for Tori. Not able to quite get it done, but not wrapping onto the backline will be the difference. VCLF standing strong here. The Blitzcrank looking to take out the rest of the team.
Nunu dying so quickly here. I think Critical Mass might have been hit for VCLF. Is going to chew through the Nunu as well. Blitzcrank doing his best to pop off here, but the Graves with all these upgrades, just every single unit on the board going down. Looks like the Jin got the Dark Star buff here.
It didn't pull it in.
It's not sure if it's intentional here. The Blitz, oh no, yes, it's absolutely stuck on the side here. The Fiora's on backline. Oh, Ivy, and I think that is a 12 win streak to end out the game for Phoenix.
I want to know, what is the big differences that you have seen between EMEA and their play styles versus what we just saw in the highlight package for the Americas?
I mean, let's take a look together, right? Because we put together the stats from EMEA. These are the top comps that we have been seeing over there. And I feel like it's a lot more niche stuff. We're seeing a lot of like weird comps, but we're also seeing just in general a lot more rerolls. So the boards that people default to often are Yi or Primordian reroll, whereas I feel like that Primordian reroll is a little less popular here in the Americas. And I feel like in the Americas, people are a little bit more keen to go to that like level 9 board.
I mean, that's definitely the case, but looking at this, I think those 4 cost lines, the Yi, the Xayah, the Asol, the Nami, that is really what the bread and butter is in EMEA. And if we actually take a look at our America's top comps, we'll start to see a little bit of the difference here, because we like to maybe flip games a little bit more. Play for some more of that Fast 9 where we can get to the higher caps quicker. You see Vex, you see even Darkstar Flex capping around Jin, and Legendary Flex really being some of the top and best performing comps that we have. Alongside, you know, we still see the Jinx reroll and the Xayah, but Samira being that as well. We've seen a lot of 2 tanky come through for many of our players to varying success.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we actually have 3 cost reroll appearing on this page. Something maybe that is missing here is also how many attempts we have seen for Lulu reroll to very varying degrees of success. I think most of them have gone bot 4 on the lobbies that we have seen on that broadcast. But it has been super interesting to see just the big difference there between those legendary units. So, but why, right? Why is it 15% more for the Americas? Is it just like a play style difference, or is it we just really like the legendary units?
So I have a theory. This comes, of course, from an expert analyst on EMEA. Kenobi says America just sleeps at the wheel till level 9. So what do you say to that?
I have nothing to say other than we have a lot of tacticians crowns. We'll take that. We'll take that to the bank. I think there's a lot of good differences in play styles, and I think this is even more different across regions. Like if you look at APAC, you'll see that they are even more keen to go for the Fast 9 and flip games. So it is yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good time. We love our Fast 9. I think it makes for some higher cap boards and ultimately wins checkmate lobbies.
But what about kind of like the big winners for today? Because I think that's where we got to start talking about what are our competitors going to do today that might be able to get them out of that point hole that they might be in towards that 32nd or 31st place versus like kind of what EMEA has decided to pick up on. I think that's where we have to look at Jin and Jinx as the two differences here. I saw Jinx reroll as the top comp in EMEA, but the Darkstar Flex line has been super popular for the Americas.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to take a little bit of a closer look at how you guys pilot this one. I was listening in to your broadcast yesterday and I kept hearing about this Darkstar, but I'm not really sure what the difference maker is in America players kind of identifying it as, oh, this is the comp I'm going to go down, where Mia players say, oh, I'm actually doing something else. So that is one of the things I will take good notes on to not share with everybody else back home, of course.
I think one of the big things that comes with Darkstar is the emblem, really enabling getting to 6 Darkstar without the Jin. And so we've had a lot of our players go into trait tree. Spreading roots is very popular, branching out being very popular. And I think that does enable this composition that's a little bit more niche. You really do need that emblem where, you know, the default of Jinx reroll, it seems to be a common thing for many of our players across regions.
Well, I know Jin didn't win our poll when we polled chat yesterday about their favorite 5 cost, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing more Jin today. And we also want to know from you, chat, which lobby do you want to watch for our first game? Make sure that you get your votes in, and we will be going to that lobby for our start of day. And so if you both had to pick a lobby, which would you want to see?
So all you need to do is just write the number in chat and it'll count. And here's my pitch for making you write 1, because this lobby is stacketer this lobby. This is so many insane players in there that are just generally considered to be absolute beasts. I mean, Ardix, we talked about him already as a ladder beast. Dank Memes, well known as one of the best in the Americas. And then, of course, there's some really interesting players like VCLF, who's currently that top point leader. So we could take a look at whether or not he's going to be able to lock in that immediate promotion spot. So I think lobby 1 is a really good argument here.
I mean, you can already see on screen, chat knows ball, I think. Lobby 3 is just full of this Brazilian storm. We're seeing so many of the players that have been fantastic throughout the days so far, as well as some of the best underdog stories. I think of Cool Guy Dom, who's really playing from being a winner back in Tactician's trials, and now, joined by Upset Max, who's trying to get to the tier 1 for so long, and Cheng Shen Li, who's trying to prove that they deserve it. I think this is the obvious choice for the lobby to watch.
Well, I think both of you make very compelling arguments, and I think they're all great, but Gangly is not here right now to be able to speak his mind and try to push some propaganda, so I'm going to do it for him. And if you pick Lobby 2, you will hear him talk about Tri-State so much, which you know would make Gangly so happy. You have actually 3 Tri-State players in this lobby, Jukyu, Pakigam, and I think he's also going to be letting Cottontail into the Tri-State Brigade. So if you want to do Gangly a solid, then vote for Lobby 2. If you don't want to hear Gangly yap about Tri-State, then you can vote for any of the other 3 lobbies.
I mean, Lobby 4 looks good too, right? We don't have anybody on desk that would just champion this lobby, but just to add in a little bit of chaos, Lobby 4 also exists and is a fair option to choose here.
It definitely exists.
That is the best argument. It exists. All right, well,
just trying to be fair.
No, I love it. I mean, everybody keep voting. You have all of your compelling points here. Maybe the Tri-State propaganda is working.
Wait, so close.
2 has actually gotten very, very close. But we're going to be closing the vote momentarily, so make sure you get your final votes in, and then we'll be going to that lobby for our first game of the day. But let's actually talk about the biggest winners out of yesterday. I think we really should start to turn our attention to those competitors. Makes you bringing up such a great point about VCLF being the top points leader on the day yesterday, but also followed very closely behind Black Sheep and Toddy. And I think what's really fascinating to follow for these 3 players in particular is that since the merging of the regions, North America has been on top. But it just isn't the case after yesterday, and that's really exciting to see.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this as well because back before regions were merged, once again, a lot of the Southern Americas were disregarded by North America to be considered the worst region. Players from Latam and Brazil that were considered good players would go over and play on NA ladder just to really get that high elo competition. And I feel we finally have arrived at a point where that is no longer the case, at least not as much. And this is just a really a reflection of that. So I'm super excited to see these guys on top.
The previous regional finals was a little bit rough for specifically LATAM and Brazil, really not retaining their TPC spots the way that we had expected, because specifically Brazil was on the rise and really was starting to prove that they had some players that were absolutely to be reckoned with, that should be at the top. And now I really do think that maybe that previous regional finals has kind of motivated them for this time around.
And Toddy, I'm just so happy for you because I remember getting a chance to see him celebrate making it into the final lobby at the TFT Paris Open. You had the entire community cheering behind him. People were crying and you know, laughing and just all of the emotions. And so I think just to have new champions to see the community rally behind is just going to be very exciting. Let's talk about VCLF a little bit more because I feel like this is a competitor that, you know, I just love seeing from Brazil, another name in the hat of who is actually championing the region for them. But VCLF proving 41 points on the day that this is the player to beat right now.
For sure. And he's by no means a new player, right? Everybody that has been playing TFT competitively in the past couple of sets has at some point run into VCLF. His first appearance at the global stage was in set 6. So the first time augments actually made their way into the game at all. And he got a 12th place there, has made it to the crown 2 more times since. And I mean, is looking in prime position to maybe do it again. Definitely something that the Tropa dos Leones are rallying behind.
And his scores yesterday were insane, right? He finished the day 1-1-1-2. And so that is why he's at 41 points at the top of the table, sitting pretty, and a lot of that on the back of being able to execute Fast 9.
On the flip side of things, though, Bobster has a lot of work to cut out for himself, but I do believe that he can do it. He's been to the Tactician's crown twice. I think the fact that he's been able to prove himself on that global stage is just so important to also know that, like, you know what it feels like to be under pressure. And so I'm definitely looking at Bobster as one of the competitors to make that run back, even if it does look a little bit hard for these first 2 games.
He's a player that does happen to flip games a lot, and not necessarily because of, you know, his play style or even like his stats, but more of just what his read is. He's somebody that is vibes based, really loves to see what the game gives him, and then play from there. Sometimes the game doesn't give him what he's looking for.
That can make it really hard.
You need to be
but
so careful of. Yeah, same thought there. You need to be very, very careful with just waiting for something. I feel like in this set in particular, you really need to lock in your route very quickly.
Well, I feel like someone that has been able to do that quite well actually is Tactic Torn. Ciel, you got to tell us a little bit more about this player because I could not believe it when I was like, this is Brosif's brother? But like, he's kind of done all of this by himself.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating story. Obviously, Brosif, who was on our broadcast on the play-ins, is somebody that is well known in the community, has been competing at the top for a while, has retained his spot in the TPC, but he's got a younger brother who has been playing TFT himself. He's been challenger on and off for a while, but he's young and hasn't really been able to compete too much. But Tacticians Trials 2 came around. He won the whole thing and now is on the regional stage. And it's fun because Brosif gets to like talk about his brother and do some VOD review and all these things. And all of his friends are kind of impressed with the way that this guy is playing. And he's fast. He's got a good execution. His meta read for this tournament is good. So I expect Tactic Torn to continue to be in the top 8 and hopefully maybe even make it out of this first cut.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
gonna be so fun.
All I'm learning from this is I should have a brother that's challenger in TFT to look up to
Yeah.
that teaches me the game. So
Well, that's why we have adoption. I know it's so fun to be able to see like the family tie there, but also just the fact that Tactic Torn really is kind of like this rising up rookie upstart. I really hope that Tactic Torn can make it. It would truly be the ultimate couch to crown story, and hopefully one that can inspire all of you. You know where I'm going with this. scan the QR code, do your own compete TFT journey, get your card, compete in the sub-regionals, meet some new friends, maybe even adopt your own brother, and just have a great time. The tournaments are so much fun, and I hope this is something that you can all look forward to. We are getting very close to starting our game, though. So last thing I want to say is that we do have other co-streamers that are also going to be broadcasting the other lobbies. So while your votes are going to have us going to lobby 1 first and then lobby 2 second for our day, you can also check out these other amazing co-streamers in alternative languages and alternative lobbies to make sure you got all your bases covered. But are you both ready? Are you excited? You ready to do
Sure
this?
am.
So ready.
Okay. Well, then yes.
My big takeaway is I need to get my little brother to get his Compete TFT card. So we'll make sure that happens.
How old is your brother?
24. He's got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Totally got it. I was like.
He's played like 2 games TFT. He'll be great. Yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Everyone starts somewhere, so maybe it's those 2 games that could be that difference maker. I don't know. But here you go. Take a look at your lobby, the competitors that will be playing in it, and we, for our casters, will be throwing it over to Hupe-san and Gangly to talk us through it.
Thank you, Necrandesk. I'm here with Gangly, self-proclaimed Tri-State Overlord for TFT and Risbon. How have you been, bro?
I've been good. It's so good to be back, Hupe. And let me just say, try as they might, they will never get us away from a Tri-State lobby because Tri-State takes over. We have Reddy. You might know him from his great run almost all the way to top 8 at the Tactician's Crown last set. Just barely fell short. Had a rough time in TPC, but he's making the run back, right? Starting the play-ins yesterday and sitting at 30 points. Listen, it's not 41. We're not quite catching up to VCLF at 41. That's a big number to try and beat. But I think a lot of these players, you got to be pretty happy with 30 points. Artix RX, Dank Memes, also sitting at that upper half of the threshold. Overall, though, Hope, the thing that stands out to me about this lobby is the like historical prevalence that we're seeing, right? These are not like your random players coming up through tier 2. Pretty much everybody in this lobby is a heavy hitter that we've seen for a very long time.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe one of the new faces could be Tej, that we saw him recently there. He's a big content creator, like maybe the second biggest content creator in Brazil, together with Toji. Very educational, and now giving a more of an interest or a pump here on the competitive scene. And as you mentioned, even the one with the least points, that is Bobster, he has been 2 times to Tactician Crown. He has won regional finals. So as you mentioned, a fully stacked lobby.
Worth it to call out, we are going to be playing this game in the Component Anvil Galaxy, right? So everybody is going to be starting off the game with at least a handful of choices. Whether that means that you're going to be starting with guaranteed bis for your carry, it's not necessarily true, but it does mean that you'll always have the option to go in a direction you want to end up.
Yeah, normally reroll is the name of the game when you have anvils, because reroll normally gives you a more close frame of what exact items you want for that carry 3-star. Normally, if you play flex, if you try to go fast 8, you have a little more leeway in what you can itemize. So it will be interesting to see what is the direction here. We saw Stargazer is Serpent, so I don't think we will see many people going onto that route.
Yeah, Serpent definitely one of the weaker options. Ripple did take Caretaker's Ally, though. Exactly what you're talking about, though, right? Opening up a potential high roll for a variety of 2 costs that would give you a very, very strong reroll out. Did hit the Mordekaiser, which I don't know. I don't think that necessarily speaks anything specific in terms of reroll to me, but it does guarantee a front line. On the other side, though, Reddy taking Branching Out and finding the Meeple emblem is a pretty big hit. I think this has to be one of the strongest potential emblems that you could get off of 2-1, not only because of the direction it gives, but it also just opens up an early 7 Meeple, which can do so much for your late game.
Are you a printer? Do you like to print NAR, Vegas? Do you like that?
I am. I'm a believer in the printer. I mean, if you looked at the stats, the Lissandra stats, the Veigar stats were not great over the last couple of days of competition, but I do think that it's extremely powerful. One of the great things about it in general is that you have the flexibility to print pretty much anything. you can print Vhagar, you could print Lissandra, you could print Gnar, and you can do it based off of the items that you have, right? So finding the early Gnar with a Rage Blade as the option already is, I'm imagining maybe taking the glove here unless he wants to start to prioritize frontline items, but he could play for an Infinity Edge and Rage Blade on this Gnar right off the bat. Looks like that's exactly where he's gonna go.
Yeah, great angle here. Reti has been playing a lot of fast 9 and has been playing with a lot of confidence. But as you're speaking, I mean, this Gnar is a great spot. You need the Gnar to start to stabilize. Then on level 8 or on level 7, if he will, because he has the Meeple emblem, he can start printing Gnar and getting to the 3-star. And then you're even more powerful on level 9. You get the Bard, you get additional spots. So a very good spot here for him. Grea, another one that came through planes. So him and Reddy has got the long route to get here, Gangly, already with a lot of Zoes. So very interesting because Zoe is a unit that hasn't been played much, but in a good spot, it could be very beneficial.
Yeah, I would love to get an Arbiter check at some point from Grea to see which of the Arbiters he did take. But like you're calling out, the Leona 2 and Zoe pair, I feel like gives you some sort of option to maybe just fast 9 out of it. Risky moves in particular, I think, is a pretty interesting augment. Obviously, you get so many resources that if you want to be able to play for fast 8, it's very easy. Fast 9 can be a little scary if you're not winning a lot on stage 2. So I think it's worth it to keep a distant eye on Grea's end of stage 2 to see how healthy he is when he gets that cash out at the beginning of stage 3.
Going up against Tex, who already has a Samira, has the IE. So going for that angle, we know Samira is pretty strong. She's not unbalanced. It's like she's very good to tanky, obviously, what he will be looking for on 3-2. But even if he doesn't have it, Samira could be a secondary carry into the Namicom. We have seen Space Group Vertical doing very, very well. And of course, you can go level 8. And then if you get maybe an additional angle, you can re-roll the Samira on level 8. That is normally not the moment you want to, but you can get to there as a win more.
Our gods presented here are the Thresh and Kale. Hoope, are you a Thresh taker? I've been a Thresh believer
100%.
from day one. I've always loved this guy. Oh,
never
from day one.
No. You're the OG Thresh. You're the reason.
Random boon and 2 gold is too good to me. I'll take 2 gold any day of the week. Give me Silver Destiny on a stick. Okay. I'm happy. I'll take it.
Yeah, the reason why Thresh is so good, people Challenger in Jet Chat already know this, is that there's very little miss. As you mentioned, it gives you a little goal and you have a chance to get significant amount of gold. So it's always good to get that goal in the early stages of the game. And even if you miss, if Thresh gives you something bad, normally it's not that bad. So it's always worth the risk for everyone to take it. And we see most of them, I think all of them, taking the Thresh.
Yeah. I would be surprised if we saw anything but the Thresh. Yeah, these days, like you're saying, Thresh is a pretty hot commodity. Also, I do want to just note that we did get confirmation that Grea's Arbiter is going to be Leona print. So this is great setup. Is that 4 Zoes? I see there's a Zoe on the bench there as well, right? Is there a world where he's actually considering using risky moves to cash and play like a Zoe 3, Leona 3 game? I don't know if that's too hot, but I could see it.
No, I like it. Even Daisy was saying it was good. We've heard some people saying that that's the dark tech that no one's playing and it's pretty good. Of course, you need the spot. You need the perfect spot for play, and I think it's this one. As you mentioned, normally you should play for the fast 9 AP flex with the Leona 3-star ensured with your printing. But I feel so is good, and now is the time that we're going to see her shine.
Dank Memes opting to take the Latent Forge. Where did this duplicator? Oh, the duplicator came from Thresh. This is from the mystery loot, which is pretty interesting. Nice. Normally, when you're taking Latent Forge, you're opting in general to spike your board at the end of stage 3, whereas reroll normally wants to spike on 3-2. So I will have to see what Dank Memes decides to do with that. Also, want to call out VCLF takes a very free 5 streak, right? With the Lulu 2, and then up against Ardix, who's not even trying to contest any sort of win streak. So VCLF looking like he's in a very, very good spot here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a late stage 3 board right now on stage 6 is so strong for BCLF having
gosh.
this already, and also having the advantage in components, getting the Thief Gloves, getting the 3 items there on the Lulu. Great spot for him. We're saying that Serpent is not priority, but I mean, in this spot, you take it.
Yeah, I'm going to do a quick check here on how bad is Serpent on... Oh, Serpent is quite bad. It's quite bad if you're trying to play Lulu. So, I mean, I'm saying quite bad. It looked like between 0.3 or between 0.4 and 0.6 additional delta. So, pretty bad if you are trying to actually play that in the Lulu reroll. I imagine that this is going to be something where we're just playing this to Fast 9 or play into AP or something instead, right? Like win streak with Thieves Gloves on a body that will carry you through stage 4. To me, as long as you can get money, if you're actually rich enough to go 9 off this board, I think that's the way you do it. Because you also have time breakers in, right? So if you go to stage 4 and start losing, you're going to be getting the free rerolls. I think it's really just a question of whether VCLF can get enough money to try and go 9 off this.
Yeah, for Bobster here, looking for balance. We know he can pick the Veigar, but he needs to be strong to actually get to level 8. So he decides to roll a little, getting closer to the Poppy, getting additional Veigars. I'm not sure if this is strong enough. It should be, at least to maintain stage 3. So let's see if he managed to roll a little, because you can, normally everyone's playing the Veigar as a printing Veigar, but you can play it also as a normal reroll comp, looking for the Lysandra, looking for the Poppy. So that's what he's thinking. What do I do? Do I maintain 40, maybe go down to 30, wait for what the game gives me, and of course, open to possibilities here.
Keep in mind, he's one of the few players that really needs to play for a strong finish here right now. As we go into Augment, another silver, starting off a little bit slow. The tower's presented. Nothing else here seems super good for Bobster. Yeah, ends up taking the tower, gets a little bit more damage, could also use it as frontline in a pinch. Kind of our pseudo frontline. You want it to get hit after the rest of our frontline dies. Ripple, who's on the Caretaker's ally, is thinking a lot about this option.
Yeah. Thinking if he has an option to go level 9, I think that's the spot. Has group hop for the out of Master G. I don't know if he has the spot right now. We see a Mordekaiser 2-star there on the board.
Yeah, he's got the 3 items on a Gwen 2 right now. So I think he's just trying to figure out, can Gwen 2 actually get me to 9? Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we do learn a little bit about his spot based on what he's holding, right? He's holding some of the other Vanguard stuff, holding the Teemo. So there are other things you can play out of this. These aren't really LeBlanc items, but maybe this like item economy is telling us some sort of like 4 Vanguard frontline around Mordekaiser 3, playing things like Aurelian Soul or Nami or Karma. I think he doesn't want to go 9 though. Like it kind of looks to me like a setup where he wanted to roll on 8, which is maybe why he was thinking so long about whether or not he could take late game specialist.
Yeah, we have confirmation that he has Mordekaiser as the caretaker, so he will for sure have the Morde 3 that will ensure him the front line, and now he can flex a little more, as you mentioned. He has the Aurelion Sword now, finds the early Karma, and he can use this for a while, but he needs now to get to that level 9 and try to find the pivotal spot. A difficult placement for sure, because he will need to roll on 8, but it doesn't make sense because he wants to go to 9 because of the augment. So yeah, very uncomfortable spot.
There's a world where Mordekaiser 3, and then because he high rolled the Aurelion Soul and the Karma on stage 3, that your 1-star backline will be enough to get you to 9. What it does mean is that he's going to be sacrificing some HP. Also, we talked about it in stage 2. Let's just follow up. It is not going to be the Zoe reroll going out of Greya. Instead, just playing the more normal, take your Zoe. You're
funny, Angli. Come on, man.
I know. We wanted to believe, but unfortunately not today. We are going to be seeing a Leona 3 coming in relatively soon. We're just 2 Leonas off now. And we have a strong board around it. We've got all the supporting pieces to get there. So it really does look like Greya is going to be trying to play some sort of level 9 AP board.
Everyone going 1 second for the trash. Mr. Loot, only Ripple, the one who wants components there for the Kyle. So everyone, or most of the table, 7 players already confirmed to have the Super Boom here from the trash, and looking for that immediate call to chaos, if you will, on the later stages of the game.
I actually missed what the Kale offering was on this for this one. What was it? Wasn't a component? Or
I
like
think
the
it was just a
glove?
component.
Yeah.
Okay, Grea has the also he doesn't have the good Leona arbiter. He has the printing one, but it's the one that prints by attack. Normally you want per second because if you don't have the Ginsu, takes a little more. But he's good. He's 2 away. So looking strong right now. BCLF stronger right now. More items there. Put the full crit itemization there on the Lulu. The Emilio 2-star looking good. Doesn't have good front line. I know it looks decent because of the Pantheon and Cho'Gath 2-star, but in the later stage of the game, this is not the tanks that you want to have. So he will need to maintain win streak here because he will start bleeding later. Would be interesting to see if he directly opts to go a fast 8 here maybe and not stay on the Lulu.
Yeah, my guess, if I were VCLF in this spot, is because you have the time breakers in, assuming you win streak through stage 3, I think you're pretty happy to lose most of stage 4 and just get your free rerolls and try and go level 9. But like we talked about before, the one thing you really need to go 9 is money. So the one way he can get money right now is by continuing to win. Even then, though, he's going to be, not as rich as if he were streaking with an econ augment. He does have 2 combat-based augments, so that will be the one detriment to his game. Whether or not he can get enough money through stage 4 to go level 9, or like you're saying, maybe he realizes he's too poor and he needs to just send it on 8.
Yeah. No, I like your plan. Yeah, he has so many win streak that he can stack full stage 4. Makes total sense. And then he can go for the win. Also, BSLF, yesterday, he hit the triple first place bomb. He's right now first in points. And this is a streaker, not only within each game, like within a tournament. When this guy is hot, he just keeps winning. And now, with a good pedal on the metal, he's just trying to sign directly to go to week 2 and go into TPC.
What a statement it would be for VCLF too, right? I mean, when I think, and I say this respectfully, I think of VCLF as one of the greatest losers of the merging of the regions. When I think of how dominant he was in Brazil prior to the merge and how much he has struggled since set 11. And this to me feels like the first time we're seeing VCLF back on the map where it's like, whoa, wait. This guy's a beast. We all know how good he was, but we haven't really seen that fire out of him until today. So I'm happy to see VCLF back as one of the Titans of Brazil.
Yep. We saw there Dan Mims also rolling for the Jinx, so he's still level 6 tech. Going for the Samira, already finds a 2-star orange. Pretty good to have the front line ensured right now. And of course, trying to find the Samira. Level 7 for him, 7 additional rerolls because of the augment. So let's see. He probably will roll here, being so close for the honor. Makes sense to ensure your 3-star now.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Samira reroll composition without 2 tanky? What's like an expectation you would have for like if he hits everything here?
I think it's okay. You have a vertical space roof still good. The Nami is a great secondary carry and you get earlier to her. But he decides to reroll again. And I mean, it's better with 2 tanky, but 2 tanky was hit so many times that it's actually now,
sure was.
Even though it's the best comp, I mean, on paper, it's not very unbalanced versus the rest. So I feel this is good. The thing is, he will really need to hit the urn early to make it happen.
You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing him manifesting right now. He's got two Samiras on board because he knows what's coming next. Next augment's coming up, and you see it saying one time, Mort Dog.
Yeah,
BCLF will lose his streak though. This is his first loss.
To his teammate, to his comrade in Brazil here, Tech. And we see also Dan Mims, they're close to getting the Velvet, close to getting the Rek'Sai, doing that reroll from Jinx. And Ripple 1 off the Mordekaiser 3.
Prismatic Augment coming in, a lot of snap picks. Bobster taking Invested, Ardix, looks like Bronze for Life. We have the Rods coming in for Greya. Baron's Lair coming in for VCLF. So triple combat coming in from VCLF, which tells me, I mean, in addition to the fact that he has 6 Lulus, he might be just saying, who cares about Serpent? I'm just going to be playing Lulu reroll with the spot, right? If that's what you got, that's what you got. Somebody's got to win playing Lulu on Serpent. So VCLF saying it might as well be me.
And Ripple did decide to go into the IP flex line. He has the Mordekaiser 3. He decided not to roll deep here on level 8, staying on 20. He doesn't have any pair. Maybe he knows he's not heavily contested, so just trying to wait for other forecasts to get out of the pool and then roll a little deeper to get Aurelius Sol and Karma 2-star.
And also with Hold the Line, you have so many stats on those 1-star carries that there's a world where he says maybe this is just enough for now, right? And he's just not feeling pressured to roll. Although we say that, and he's loading up into Ornn 3, Samira 3, so maybe not. Maybe not enough right now. Also, it looks like Tech's Call to Chaos was rerolls, right? Is that confirmed? That's what I imagine it is.
Yeah, he has
I don't know how else he has 14.
From the second element, so yeah, should be. The percent comes in a perfect spot here for him, stabilized, finds everything 3-star. Like it's like he chose it by finger, and now he can go level 8, finds the Rami 2, ensure he has an additional tank only to help a little the Ornn. Very, very good spot for him. Dank Memes go to 2-0 here, Gangly. Only finding the Velvet 3-star. There's the front line. So now the switch of items should come in, and also the Jinx. Great moment for him to ramp up with 0 gold left for him to roll.
Yeah, I mean, not a moment too soon. It feels like if you don't find it exactly now, you are maybe in a spot where you're just going to slowly bleed out and not be able to keep up, especially sitting at 41 HP, right? This is not enough health that you can afford that many losses. And so, yeah, fights VCLF at the perfect time as well, right? VCLF has not hit his cap. He's really leveraging all the health that he had earned earlier in the game. So Dank Memes finding it exactly when he needs to. I think it's the right time to send it to 0.
Yeah, for VCLF, he's an interesting. He said, okay, I have a lot. I can go level 9, but I need to switch my whole board. No, I prefer to stay here. I don't need a first place. I will just try to roll the Lulu. And because of the HP I have, I will eventually hit. I just need to preserve my economy. I'm good with a 3rd place or something in between. So he's just going for the points. He knows he's very good right now on the leaderboard on 1st place.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think the statement he's kind of making is, yes, Serpent is weaker, but that's why I took 3 combat augments, right? Like if I have 3 augments and 3 combat augments and I hit, surely it makes up for the Stargazer being a little bit weaker. And we can follow back up with Bobster, who we talked about. Again, 23 points. This was the game that he needed to have a very strong finish. And right now, sitting at 12 HP, still on Veigar. Oh, Veigar 3 is found, but still Rammus 1. So the question is this frontline going to be enough to hold up against the rest of the board? Mighty Mech 2 is a good hit as well.
Yeah, helping a lot there, not finding still the Ramos you mentioned. And goes up against the Boogeyman here. Tech, very strong. He hasn't spent the gold. So even though Tech is strong right now, using every resources, that's 50 gold from Tech that is not being used. But still, this is so strong. Is the Veigar strong enough here to take out the Super Ornn? Ornn still with half life here, Gangly, and it just doesn't look like enough damage.
Yeah, it feels a little unfair to say that Tex has 50 gold when it's because he hit his entire board already. But you're right, he is sitting there and he hasn't spent it all. The Veigar barely is enough. And Bobster will live on to see at least one more day and finds the Rammus too. Okay, maybe, I don't want to say it, but maybe he's turned a corner.
Yeah, I mean, great to find the Ramos. 0 goal, finding the Ramos without rolling is exactly what you needed here. RTRX finds the Serpent Saya also without Stargazer, or 3 Stargazer in. Finds the Tamken's 2-star, so it's a good spot. Also finding the Nunu, that is very important because normally everyone wants to play it and take it out of the lobby to ensure no one else pop-ups is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if I was not at 5 HP, I'd feel really good about this spot. All the things you outlined, everything is upgraded. We have a lot of strong pieces on the board. We have the ability to go 9. We could add things like Mordekaiser and Jin to get 2 Vanguard and Darkstar, or a Blitzcrank as well. The question is, do you have what it takes to get to 9? Because as other people get stronger, we have a handful of other boards that are sitting at 50 gold. Ripple Overdrive sitting at 59, Greya sitting at 50. You have to be able to get over those people on your way to 9. But for now, he's got a great board.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He needs to have good matchmaking. His board is good, but there's easily someone can be stronger. Ripple, a little gold here, trying to roll level 9. Finds the Azul 2, thinking about it a little. Okay, for now, before he transitions, finds the Sona. So now the decision for him to see what's the best board, and it will be triple AP carry on the bottom and full Voyager on the front together with 2 Conduit for now.
I mean, this is a very powerful board. I do wonder, item-wise, it looks like, yeah, he has a lot of things to think about. Do we want to get items onto the Sona 2? Karma is a very, very strong carry, but yeah, I mean, it seems like it just makes way more sense. Play what's upgraded, get items on them. Very standard, classic TFT.
For Ripple, can you tell us about the story of Ripple here, Gangly? Someone we hear so much, being on regionals with good pedigree, but it's not normally, we normally don't talk about Ripple when we talk about the best of the best in NA or Americas.
Yeah, you're right. I think of Ripple as someone who's kind of always narrowly on the cusp of greatness, right? Has barely missed Worlds multiple times, made it to the top 8 of the Paris Open, of course. But has never really been able to reach absolute greatness in the game. But I do want to turn our attention for a moment here to Arctics versus Bobster, 2 players that are on death's door. Bobster, this might be his tournament life going out before him right now as he takes his 8th place finish. Arctics' board was just a little bit too strong. And even though Bobster got there, it was just maybe a minute too late.
Yeah, Bobster in the last in standings in points, as you mentioned, and now with an 8th place, mathematically almost impossible. We'll have to check, but of course he needed 2 good placement, and now it's a goodbye for the regional champion before for previous set, and of course 2 times Tactician Crown participant, great competitor that I'm sure we will see again in the next set.
Of course, absolutely agree. Tex is the player that we talked about earlier as finding the Orin 3 and the Samira 3 extremely early. There's a world where maybe the rolling for days and the Call to Chaos giving us rerolls was just a little bit too much economy, because it does feel like he's falling off a little bit. 4-game loss streak, but up against Dank Memes right now. Has another chance to live on. We'll see. The Jinx is going to cast one more time, but nope. That will not do it. Tex will continue to live on. Arctics is going to fall, though. And so our bottom 2, both Bobster and Arctics, who were playing for that big swing, were not able to get over the hump and make it to level 9.
Yeah, tough spot here. Stex is just so good, looking to ramp on. Brady, on the other hand, trying to print Denar. He was strong enough to get to this spot with a lot of HP, so pretty good for him to have it, showing the importance of that emblem that you mentioned on the early game, the meeple giving him the power and the possibilities to be here, but regretfully didn't have the time to get the Denar 3-star, even though still healthy at 3rd place, but should probably start to go down now.
Oof. And up against Ripple, and you could see this board is just absolutely menacing. 2-star Aurelian Soul, 2-star Sona. I mean, he is correct side, right? He's not going to be getting the Gnar or the Corki sniped from the Sona. The question is, can you break the Mordekaiser? If the Mord falls, then you can win the fight, but no, it's just a little too much. He's not going to go down here, but I think he still has one more round until the second Gnar, or the second turn of Gnar print. So without Gnar 3, I don't know how many fights are left in the lobby that he can still win.
Yeah, 1 off. So he didn't have the option there. The Morgana meeple is the one holding up the composition for him. That means, on the other hand, with everything already hit, trying to find the Kindred, but only has 1 copy. So also in a difficult position here. 1 life probably here, Gangly, with 12 HP.
Yeah, a lot of the lobby too, right? Ripple at 18, Ready at 6, and everyone else somewhere in between there. We're gonna have a very large swing in the standings based on this round.
The true full AP LeBlanc, no speed, only full Rabadons thanks to the 3rd augment he got there. Is it enough here? But also getting full utility and a little damage, but of course all the eyes on that LeBlanc. Great position here from BCLF. The tank is soaking all the damage from Leona, from the LeBlanc, and giving a little time for him to assemble, but Grea looks just too strong right now, and BCLF, the Serpent, we knew it, just starting to bleed right now, and lower. We lose Dank Memes.
Yeah, Is it only going to be him? Oh, Ready as well is going to fall. And so, yeah, the Gnar just one turn away is not printed in time. And so Ready will find 6th. Dank Meme's out in 5th. And this is our top 4. Tex, Ripple Overdrive, Greya, and VCLF. And let me just say, VCLF has been chilling all game. You got to be feeling good if you're at 41 points going in, and all of a sudden you're coming out of this guaranteed a top 4, and most likely at least a top 2 or 3.
Didn't even hit the tank. He didn't even hit the Jax, just with the pure
Right.
raw power from that Lulu. And Tech now in a dire spot here. Is it enough to go up against the Lulu from VCLF? Tech already won a few rounds ago. VCLF has found some additional upgrades here, but is it enough to take Tech down?
Does VCLF have Shred on his? Oh no, I think he has the Aatrox. Yeah, okay, so he has the Aatrox. I was gonna say, I don't know how you're ever killing this Ornn without Shred there. But even with it, oh wait, it's gonna be super close. One more cast? No, wow, VCLF barely loses there. We're seeing the power of the Baron's Lair come through for VCLF though, right? Even without the Jax 3, the Maokai 3's stalling long enough that even the 2-star units are so tanky by the end of the fight.
Also interesting from Greya that LeBlanc was used to be a attack speed AP carry, and now with the changes, her AP is a little better. So actually now the fact that you put AP, like the percentage is better for him to ramp up. I don't know if this is Beast, probably not, but it's working out for him, and it's beautiful to see.
You also have to remember that this augment makes your AP convert to attack speed as well. When you have a rod on a unit, it gives it attack speed. Yeah. So I don't know how much of this is that, because the amount isn't quite comparable to like a Rage Blade, right? Even with the additional attack speed, it's not like we have 3 forms of raw attack speed on our board, but obviously it seems to be doing well enough for Greya right now.
Yeah, makes total sense. He will be going up against Tech, so probably one of the two will fall down. Full positioning on the right, trying to get the weak side. There's no weak side because there's only one Ornn there on the front here for Greya. Going up against Tech, the boogeyman so far from the lobby. Is it enough for him to catch up here with the full LeBlanc AP?
The Nunu ult did miss the LeBlanc, and on the other side, the Nunu ult did hit the Samira. So there's a world where that's actually the difference maker, because Tex's front line is all down. Tex will go out here, and it looks like there's another player on the right that fell. VCLF goes down to just 10 HP as Ripple Overdrive, playing around that Mordekaiser 3, takes another win to put him at a 6 win streak.
Yeah, for VCLF, that was the game plan, right? I mean, he didn't want to risk going to level 9 and maybe not hitting and getting a 7th. So he said, okay, I'm strong enough to take a 3rd, maybe a 2nd place. So I know he's okay with this. Didn't find the premium carry, the premium tank there on the Jax. Only 6 copy, but I know he's okay with the result. I mean, he played with a plan, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's playing Serpent Lulu reroll if their plan is not to get the 3rd, right? If you're not happy with the 3rd, you're not playing it here. I think you're exactly right. This is the result he knew was possible, and to get your 3rd, get out, get your guaranteed points, put yourself in prime position to get one of the top 4 slots that will guarantee you into TPC. Yeah, that's what you do. You play for your points here. And even despite that, I mean, it's still pretty close, but no, Greya's board will take him out. It's going to come down to Greya and Ripple Overdrive on the other side.
Yeah, Ripple took a hit probably against the Ghost too. So Greya looking very, very tough here, very strong. Let's see if it's enough. Trying to find the Blitzcrank 2-star here to make a switch. Doesn't find it, so now final fight here. It's 2-0 for both players, Gangly. And now, no. Making a switch there for Leona, just for the viewers. He's just trying to give us a heart attack
Demons are whispering in his ear right now, yeah. He's got the devil on his shoulder. All right, it's going to come down here. Last fight, Greya and Ripple. The 3-star Mord up against a 3-star Leona. We've got the upgraded front and upgraded 4 costs and 5 costs on the back of each board. The Nunu ult is going to be pretty big for the Greya here, doing a lot. A lot of disruption from the Blitzcrank, and the front line is just melting now.
Access to the back line for Aurelion Sol. Is it enough? No, it's not casting. There's the cast.
Oh, it's
Aurelion Sol
close.
takes it away. Ripple taking a laugh here. Knows the position was better for him and takes the win here on the first game of Elimination Stake against Greya.
Wow, I mean, what a great game. We saw a lot of things that were super interesting there. We talked from the very beginning about the opportunities that both Greya and Ripple had to be able to go fast 9. Greya playing from the risky moves, and we're saying, hey, listen, if you can stay healthy enough, there's a world where he can just get there. Ripple, on the other hand, it felt like he wanted to go 8. And then on 3-2 was offered late game specialist. And this is where you get to see some really great skill expression from these players. He says, listen, I have an opportunity here to maybe not play as safe, but play for a higher cap. And he adjusted the game plan around it. He high rolled a little bit, finding the Karma and the Aurelian Soul, but that's what it takes. And I think Ripple played it extremely well to find his top 1.
Yeah, that's it for us. We will directly to desk and they will give us a little more information about what we just saw.
Thank you so much, Gingli and Hupe-san. I am back with CLE and Makes to break down the action of this first game and get us set up for the next one. And I feel like the standings kind of tells us everything we need to know. CLE, you brought up a great point, just taking a look at how there were layers of the different types of comps that we saw and how they placed.
Yeah, if we could look at the endgame screen a little bit and take a look at what these comps look like, it really shows the story. Our bot 3, all this 4 cost to 80 lines, you see the Corkis, you see the Zaya. Then you look at the middle, you see all these 3 stars, the 3 cost and Dank Memes playing the Jinx reroll. And then the top is all of this AP flex for Ripple, more of Fast 9 style, for Greya stabilizing on 8 around the Leona and the LeBlanc, and then really pushing it towards the end. So it was a fascinating game to watch.
It was. I was making a point of, all it needed was one EMEA caster to come on over and suddenly everybody's playing reroll for the Americas. It kind of felt a little bit like that. But there was, of course, more behind it, right? Especially that Lulu from VCLF. I know you guys were kind of doubting the Lulu tech because it hadn't really shown up big on broadcast for y'all. But I feel like this game was really a game to show that off. You had the Caretakers chosen, taking out the Mordekaisers. You had the Samira Ornn being played by Tex. And so it kind of made sense to just be like, well, if everything's going out of the pool anyway, Primordian's also being run in there, I might as well, play a little Lulu reroll. And that's exactly what VCLF did. Very, very strong early game on the back of that Serpent. Did streak on 100 HP to 4-1. You know how much money that is. And of course, eventually it starts bleeding out towards the very late game. But I think he did a really good job here.
I think I would be happy to see this comp get a top 3, but this is one that I've certainly been hate watching just because it has looked bad every time we have seen it on the broadcast. So please, for our players' sake, don't play this line. You can play literally anything else, like Victor reroll if you want to actually end up playing some sort of AP carry. But yeah, great points all around. I think it's going to be interesting to see if this dichotomy of different play styles continues throughout the rest of our games. Like, what is really going to come out at the end of the day? Because this is just a 1-game sample size. But is it going to be the AD 4 costs? The AP 4 costs, or is it really about those rerolls? I know the conditions were kind of weird for this one too, because we got double silver augments, which is unusual. We don't usually start out with such low power level off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry though, there were prismatics at the end, but all I know is I want to copy whatever VCLF is doing. This guy just continues to pop off. And I know it was the Lulu reroll this time, which, maybe it's inconsistent for what we've seen on broadcast, but he's got another top 3. He has put himself in the driver's seat in this competition, and it's cool to see this level of dominance from a player that has had so much success, probably like in the ancient age of TFT at this point.
The ancient age?
Yeah.
Do not recite history.
That's 6, 7, and 8.
I mean,
come on now.
When it was written, come on. That's not that long ago. But speaking of players and wanting to do what they have done, did you see that late game cash out from Ripple? I mean, that Sona 2 just appearing out of thin air. I want what he's having, I would say, because that really, really helped in bringing this together. Also, an interesting point in regards to the sets mechanic, the gods, of course, is that basically every single player in this lobby ended up picking Thresh, and the only player that didn't was actually Ripple, who ended up winning the lobby. So maybe there's a point there.
I'm picking Thresh every time I see it. I don't know what it is, but like, you gotta have fun with the game.
Fun.
And sometimes there's just random boons. It gets me every time. Yeah, I know, CLE, you're like, I'm not rolling the bones. I don't ever want to roll the bones, but like, I'm rolling the bones.
I want to see the dice roll. I want to see how much gold it will give me, because what if it does give me 18 and I missed out because I didn't click it? That's the gambler's fallacy right there.
It always happens when you're right there. You know the meme. You gotta keep digging because the diamonds are on the other side. And if you just keep rolling, then one day you are going to get that 18 gold drop and feel really, really good about it.
And this is why we fast 9, because we always roll the bones.
Exactly.
You can roll the bones and play a reroll. We just saw that. Hex, BCLF, both of them did it. They got a top 4.
That's
Oh,
a good
man.
point. I mean, consistent. To go back to the thematic of the day, though, it is for some of our competitors about consistency. So for VCLF, when you know the name of the game, being in the highest position possible is to just not go 8th. Then maybe it really
Right.
is just pick a reroll line, guarantee yourself a middle placement, bare minimum, as long as you're able to hit your upgrades. And just keep on rolling, keep on trucking, like you got this. You just can't fumble the bag right now with one game left. But unfortunately for like a competitor like Bobster, who ended up in 8th place, I think that's mathematical elimination. You have one game left to try to get yourself out of that bottom 4. And it's just looking really hard. And I think that's the dichotomy of it too, is that was a player that really couldn't afford to go 8th. It was a 1st or 8th bust.
I mean, when you're flipping games for 1st or 8th, there is 2 sides to that equation, and he found one of them. But I did think the line selection was a solid one, especially in a lobby where it's silver. You're starting with low caps, and so getting a 3-star Vigar, especially if you're able to either get it early or print it later using the free resources, it's something that is a winning formula. Just didn't quite work out because we hit that Vigar so incredibly late. We weren't able to streak stage 3, and so it just didn't work out.
I mean, it also depends on just everyone else's placement. I mean, I know Bobster was on 23 points, so it's kind of rough to get back out of there, but there are some other players that are also towards the bottom of the standings, and I think at least one more game is still ongoing, so it will depend on all of those placements for us to see who really is on the bottom and who maybe can still make that clutch up play to really make a miracle run. We've seen crazier things.
Yeah, unfortunately that game is Lobby 2, so we're going to be jumping into Lobby 3 instead. And so for that, we throw it back over to Gangly and Hoopison.
Thank you,
They
Des.
will
Lobby
do
3 now. Yeah, go.
Anything in their power to keep us out of lobby 2. The viewers voted for it. We fairly earned it, and yet here we are. That's all
Starting
right.
off
Lobby
here.
3 is going to be a good one.
We take those. Two Brazilians, CMB and Toshi, both with a highly recognition elite play. CMB 2 times on Tactician Crown. Toshi just missing Tactician Crown a few sets ago, being on that cutoff. So huge, so difficult for him, right? Making a big run also on Paris Open. So now, I think for Toshi, it would be a great breakthrough for him to actually get, firstly, to TPC next week, Gangly, and of course, to maintain the dream of Tac Crown.
Right, I mean, how close has Toddy been? And when I think to set 11, where it was, if he makes it to 7th place, he makes it to Tac Crown, and he goes 8th. You think way back in time to the last chance qualifier in set 7, top 2 make it to Tac Crown, he goes 3rd. He has been narrowly on the brink of making it to the Tactician's Crown multiple times, and has just barely fallen short both of those instances. So yeah, I think this would be a great story to find Toddy back on top.
We have confirmation of cheaper levels, so easier to go to Fast 9 on this encounter. Very interesting for reroll uncontested, we could see. Obviously, it's a possibility, but normally you want to go Fast 8, Fast 9, have some possibilities to ensure that you get much value out of it.
Yeah, immediately Upset Max presented with an interesting choice. Earlier learnings is one of the most powerful augments when you're trying to play one cost reroll. But like what you're saying, do you want to play a reroll line when everyone has the opportunity to go for a Fast 8 or Fast 9 and have a little bit more money? To me, it looks like Upset Max is probably scouting around a little bit to see what the option is, and instead does opt to re-roll it and take Birthday Reunion. So we will be seeing him play for that Fast 9.
Okay, makes sense. Also, the Stargazer is Mountain, So Lulu, a great possibilities here. The stun has been nerfed, but Lulu is still great on that Stargazer. Little information here. Toshi with a meeple start here. Poppy 2 just trying to find the Veigar. And has the 2 tanky. That's the most important. Yeah. Or already committing to that line. Normally you play whatever you can. If you lose streak, even better. To make sure you get economy. But for now, looking decently strong.
There are 3 augments that stand out to me on the right-hand side here. The first is Toddy, also Phoenix. These are 2 players that are kind of instantly posturing. They'll be playing around reroll with the 2 tanky and then the treasure hunt. But the third of which is Chengshin Lee, who opted to take Warpath. And we don't have to look that far back in time. I'm sure you remember Game 6 from yesterday, right? Precedent on the verge of elimination takes Warpath, goes to, 6 damage before the cash out, and isn't able to cash it out. It is a story that anyone who plays TFT and has taken this augment is familiar with. We've all been there. It's extremely powerful if you can get to the cash out, but it is so hard to get over that last hump.
Yeah, makes total sense. It's difficult. I mean, he has the Milio 2-star, he has the 2-star Cho'Gath, has a Winsus that is probably one of the best items you have on the early game, together with the Warmogs. So his starts is looking amazing. Not making, obviously, that he needs to tempo it, not having that mistake, or maybe it wasn't a mistake. It was maybe too optimistic to try to go for that line. And of course, you first need the cash out, and then you can propose what you want. I think Prestiven, his spot was yesterday was good to take, but I feel was maybe too risky for the moment.
Also worth calling out, we called out 2 Brazilians in the lobby before. There's actually 4 of them, though. In addition to Toddy and CMB, we also have Shaco and Ego, 2 of which have had some incredible highs in the merging of the regions. Ego coming out in sets 11, 12, and 13 to just put on a clinic and cement himself at that time as one of the top 5 best players in the Americas. And Shaco coming out in set 15 alongside CMB to be the 2 players from Brazil that basically held the Americas together when it came to the Tactician's crown. When the rest of our region had bombed out, we had Shaco and CMB sitting there at the end, narrowly missing the top 8. So you cannot underwrite these players. They may not be the huge names and streamers that a lot of people do give credit to, but they have proven themselves as very strong contenders of our region.
Yeah, 100% agree. Ego, also a player that prefers to go fast 9 in this low XP encounter, should be in comfy zone here for Ego. So that would be interesting also to watch. Shaco, we saw him with Darkstar +1. So that would be very good for him. We already saw that in the Americas. Darkstar is outperforming other compositions versus the EMEA. So great spot for him, already having and going for that angle that we know goes on the Aurelion Sol. And yesterday we saw it on Bar, that is like the absolute Exodia with the Darkstar emblem. So a clear path for the win there.
I want to call out CMB, Ego, and I believe Dom was the other one to take the Echo blessing, or boon rather, while the rest of the lobby opted to take Yasuo. We can see as we scout around exactly who took what, but those 3 players at the very least are saying, hey, I'm not going to get the full power of this boon until later on, but I think that means that I'm going to be in a position where I can cap out a lot higher than some of the other players who are taking that immediate board power from Yasuo.
Yeah. Yeah, also Yasuo, normally you want it for reroll. When you already have an hyper carry or an hyper tank, you give it even more stronger. And we know that's maybe not the possibilities for some of the players, but yeah, totally agree. Immediate power versus scaling. We saw on the other hand, Ego using the Samira for now, just as tempo play, obviously trying to play around his augment. And Cool Guy that we haven't watched so far, trying to get the 3-player Moirian in, but he hasn't found it yet. So losing a little economy there. Also 2 time breaker.
Yeah, he's like so close, right? He's got 2 Primordian, 2 time breaker, and doesn't quite have any of the pieces there. And we should acknowledge that Cool Guy Dom is not in a great position in the tournament. 29 points.
Yep.
We don't have the full leaderboard here, but you can tell just by the point values of everybody else in this lobby that 28 from Chengchen Li, 29 from Dom are two of the lowest. That does mean that these are the players that are in the most danger for our next cut, because after this game, the 4 lowest scoring players remaining in the tournament will be eliminated, and the top 4 scoring players will automatically qualify into the TPC. So the stakes of this game most heavily rely on the players with the most points as they try to seek out auto qualification like Toddy, and the players with the lowest who are just trying to stay alive in the event like Chengchen Li and Cool Guy Dom.
Yeah, the famous sandwich cut, right? 4 players eliminated after every 2 games, and 4 players would advance directly to week 2. And of course, the cutoff, I made some calculation, mathematical. Of course, it can fail. The Excel gets everything, but normally could fail. It's 33 or 34, Gangly. That should be the threshold. If not any shenanigans or weird things happen, that should be the points that you want to go. But of course, every 2 games you're eliminated, so you need to get as much points as possible every time.
Well, you know, I obviously Cool Guy Dom, being from Tri-State, I sent him a couple encouraging words earlier before the tournament started. And the one thing I was telling him is, hey, right now you're not in a great position in the tournament, but you don't need to feel any pressure to play differently than you normally would. I said that before game 1. Now that we're on game 2, I can say with certainty that that's not true anymore. These players like Dom and Chengchen Li that are sitting at the bottom, they do kind of have to flip the game a bit. And the thing with TFT is sometimes you have to flip a coin, but when you're sitting at the bottom of the standings, you're flipping a coin that is 75% weighted against you. And that feels terrible, but that's just the nature of these events. You have to be willing to take some risks because the payoff is the only way to stay alive in the tournament.
Did he answer?
Yeah, he gave me a thumbs up.
Okay, at least it's focused. That's what I love to see.
That's right.
Chancellor, on the other hand, gets the Cosmic Heck Death on the front, so full scaling on the Cho'Gath, I believe. And of course, good items here on the Nar, trying to go for a printing path. And of course, has the Warpath. And I feel if you're playing Warpath, Nar 2 is maybe the best thing that can happen. This is a unit that totally can take you to stage 4 with a win streak. So only lacking maybe a little frontline, has the stone play to assemble. So I think this is a great spot for Warpath for him.
Yeah, sitting at 86 HP implies what? We lost 2 rounds or 3 rounds maybe last stage.
Only 10 out of 80 Warpath for now, yeah.
10 out of 8, yeah. I mean, that's pretty brutal. I agree with what you're saying, though. Having the R2 is what you need. But when you think about the implications for the cash out, I think this means you're looking at winning 2 rounds on stage 2, on stage 4, which can be tough.
Correct.
But the 3-2 augment is going to be another silver augment, so nothing too crazy here. Chengchen Li definitely wants to find something that's going to win him fights right now, though. Certainly not taking Dumbify. Unless I'm manifesting.
Twin Guardians have been getting a lot of traction here, getting that additional stacks on your tanks. Pretty huge. Last game we saw like 2 people playing, but no, got for an additional spot here. And we see Phoenixia now going for the Lulu Mountain. We were mentioning it, pretty good. You get the stuns, you get additional stats here, so it makes sense.
Oh, wait, is this restart mission? This is restart mission, right? Coming through for Cool Guy Dom. Actually, I get all the dice augments confused. They all look the same to me. But his board looks very different, so I'm going to assume this is definitely restart mission, right?
Okay.
Either way, clearly looking to play for some sort of win streak at this point. Getting out of the angle he was playing before, playing around the time breakers and the Primordians, realizing he just didn't have enough tempo to play that game. And so I think this is kind of pressing the emergency button, right? We're like hitting the eject and just saying like, let's get out of there and see if we can figure something else out. And all of a sudden, I mean, this board looks very strong. Whether or not we have all the correct items to continue this tempo into later part of stage 3 is still to be seen. Relying on Thieves' Gloves for your backline carry is always a really scary way to play stage 3.
Okay. Makes sense. Just confirmation for you, Gangly, and everyone. Yes, is restart mission. We have confirmation there from producer. CMB now trying to hold up deep here and holding the win streak. Talon being a new, he was nerfed, the Talon, and still gives you the win streak so good of a unit, access to backline, getting the bleed, and you can get this type of very low gold board, if you will, here, Gangly, and still with the win streak.
Yeah, Talon is, like you said, he is nerfed. Certainly doesn't look it, though. On the other side, though, Max hitting the Thieves Gloves with pretty nasty items on an early Karma as well, though. Does look like that's going to be enough to snap the win streak of CMB. And so Max, while not 100 streaking, is on a 6 win streak for himself. I believe that's going to be a 7 win streak now. And is also printing Leonas. From what it seems like, 7 Leonas on the bench and level 7 implies this is almost certainly going to be a Leona print. Yeah, we actually just saw one come through at the end of combat there as well. So he's going to be at 8 Leonas now, and Upset Max is looking like he's going to be in a very strong position to go for that fast 9 that we saw even in the last game with Leona 3.
We see Cryogenic here for Yasuo. Full priority for Cryogenic, one of the hexes that was buff. So now you get like that additional shield. You get like it's too huge. It's like you get a tank that just doesn't die. So great to see. 100%. Well, I think one person got the no one got the echo. Everyone going for Cryogenic.
We're approaching the part of the game, not quite there yet, but we are approaching the part of the game where we will start to get the cash out from the first Echo too, right? The additional artifact coming through. I believe that's at the beginning of stage 4 for our players. So that would be Cool Guy Dom, CMB, and I believe Ego might have been the other one. So something to think about. We are seeing Phoenix start to cash out on the treasure hunt, like you talked about, playing around the...
Yeah, but low rolling the roll
mountain.
down. He rolled a lot
nothing
here just to cash out. Terrible. It's like a significant low roll here.
Yeah, wow. And one of the players that we didn't really talk about as being in danger, 33 points, but I have to imagine that if this just sends you into an instant 8th place, that there is a world where you could be eliminated on 34 points. Maybe not likely, but certainly possible.
Yeah, for Phoenix, he needed to win here. So if he wins, he still have a leeway, but you need to roll on 3-5, you need to win these 2 rounds, you need to win early stage 4, and it's not happening. And now your moment your threshold to be strong, to pressure the lobby is lost. And this is exactly what you don't want to happen. You want to have a plan, execute, and of course, the variance has to help you. This time, difficult that the low roll was so huge, so tough placement here for Phoenix.
I think they call that an econ loss.
Okay. that's a way to
anyway. Yeah, just trying to... Someone's got to be glass half full around these parts, you know? It can't all be doom and gloom. Upset
for
Max
Upset
continuing
here,
that win streak, though.
Yeah, he had the better arbiter. This is the 4-second probability to print a Leona. This is the best possible arbiter, and now he's totally open to go for AP flex with the Vanguard in the front. So great spot for Upset Max. Great, a lot of HP, a great plan, decent items also. So looking great to get as many points as possible.
Toddy on the other side is one of the other players that we flagged as clearly looking to play into reroll around the Samira Ornn, taking 2 tanky on 2-1. And you can already just kind of see the difference between Toddy's spot and Phoenix. Toddy was able to leverage the combat power of 2 tanky to play a very slow stage 2 and 3, getting econ where available, not feeling pressure to send it quite yet. And I'm sure we'll see him send it very, very deep on 4-1 to make sure he gets an Ornn 2 and an additional copy, and the same for the Samira. But Phoenix took another loss, 10 loss streaks all the way through stage 3, and just sitting at 20 gold right now. If you are Phoenix, you need to be able to find everything right now. And we did find some stuff. We started to get our honor roll procs. That was the big problem, right? We rolled so much on 3-5 and we didn't upgrade anything, which meant nothing was getting upgraded and no additional rerolls were found from honor roll either. But we'll have an opportunity to find another treasure hunt stack as well. And so we are getting stronger if we're Phoenix. This is not over by any stretch, But the scary thing here is the HP. You take one more bad fight, you're wrong side against someone who can wrap against you, and then the game looks very, very hard to play. Treasure Hunt comes through. It's going to be the pan and a component, though.
Difficult here for Phoenix. 2 lives, and very far away from having a premium tank and from having the Lulu 3 stars. He decides to go directly to level 7. He could have stayed on level 6. That's the normal play. But of course, he wanted to go for the full cap possibilities, rolling on level 7 and going for the Lulu because he had better items. Going up against Ego, on the other hand, looking strong there with the double sniper setup with the Nara and the Samira.
Yeah, it doesn't look like is he printing? It looks like it might be 7 or 6 meeple on the board right now because I saw both the Samira and then also the Pantheon. So I don't know if that means that Ego was missing something because he definitely had the Rammus and the Corki. So not sure. It could be that he's opting to play for strongest board this round and will go into printing next. Or it could have just meant that he misclicked and didn't quite get it in. But last augment will come through. This is Phoenix's last chance to turn it around. 6 HP. He cannot afford to lose any other rounds for the rest of the game.
Yeah, trying to find something that gives him a little leeway here. He needs gold, but no option here, so we'll have to decide for combat. He could get the spatula just to get a tactician crown here, but it just doesn't look like a +1 will be enough. That's the decision. So he will be able to get an additional unit in. Ras could be the possibility.
Ras is really good. Yep, that's a great +1 here, but I mean, yeah, like you're saying, we're going to need a whole lot more than just a +1. We don't even have enough to get our last treasure hunt procs. We're gonna have to start selling stuff off.
Oh,
and we sell a bunch of our bench to roll for gold. Oh, Maokai 3 in the nick of time. That's a Bard 2 on the other side, though, for Cool Guy Dom.
Wow. Just so huge. Having that Rabadon, that is the Eternal pack, so much raw AP. Is this Maokai enough to hold the line? Not many tanks on the other side, just the Leona 2. For CMB, and just trying to hold on deep here. Good damage. So a breather
exploding.
Here for Phoenix. Or the abduction almost coming in here, Yangli.
Yeah, CMB narrowly losing that fight, and Phoenix will be able to live on for one more day. Also, Chengshin Lee continuing to fall in the standings. I don't know exactly where we're at with Warpath, but I cannot imagine that it is remotely close to where the cash out would be.
He was 28 2 rounds ago. So if he's losing, I believe it shouldn't be increasing that much. 36.
Okay.
So not even halfway through. So tough position here for Chancellor. He will just keep bleeding.
There was a really great opportunity for the bit to be, he was 28 2 rounds ago, and then they hover it and it just says 28. But good for Chengshin Lee, was able to find one more win, so 36 slowly making his way. But yeah, this feels like a really hard spot to play out from Chengshin Lee. No Kindred 2. I will say, Tahm Kench 2 is very powerful, very tanky, but I don't know if you're going to be able to win this front-to-back battle against Phoenix. This Maokai 3 is just so tanky, and the Lulu 2 is just going to do more damage than your Kindred 1 right now.
She accesses the backline. That's exactly what Lulu likes to do, be on the same side of the carry as the enemy carry and takes out the Kindred 1. So Chancellor lacking damage, not having even the pair of Kindred, is looking very, very tough from now on.
Oh, Dom going down to 23 HP. We talked earlier about how Dom was one of those players that is at the bottom of the standings and really needs a strong performance to stay alive here, and is clearly trying to play for a fast 9. He's going to be probably 1 life when he gets there, though. So I think it's going to be important to stay on top of Cool Guy Dom to see if he can stabilize his board.
Yeah, for Chancellor Lee, a player that
so far
maintained his spot on TPC, he wasn't the favorite, and now once again going for week 1 directly. Hasn't been the flashy player, but has also taken his terrain against the best of the best. So a player that for sure has been experiencing a lot of TFT and improving throughout these last 2 sets.
Dom making his roll down, but just has no money. I don't know how he's going to make this happen, but doesn't find a Graves, doesn't find a Fiora or anything to really hold these 80 items at all. And instead, it's just going to have a bunch of 80 items on a Vex 1 and a bunch of 1-star units in the front line as well. This is looking like it's over for Dom here.
Yeah, maybe 23 HP, low life, but yeah, even though he loses here, he doesn't have the goal to find. Maybe finding a great store here and finds Vex 2, Nunu 2, that he's one away each. That could be something good, but yeah, too low right now, 1 life, and Phoenixia stays alive here, 6 HP, and trying to find that additional Lulu that he's lacking.
See, maybe Graves would do something here. Vex 2 is found. Just don't know exactly how much this is doing here is the problem, right? I mean, you can take items off, slam Giant Slayer, I guess, as well, just to get a 3rd item.
Yeah, now he's in give me a 7th mode right now.
Problem is he can't. He's 29 points, right? And you were saying before 33.
Oh, 33. Yeah, you're right.
So he's really looking for a 4th or a 5th just to stay alive in the tournament. This might be the end of the road for Cool Guy Dom. Up against Chengxin Li, one of the other players who was struggling, but this time Chengxin Li has the Master Yi too. So that might actually be enough to get him over the hump over Dom.
Yeah, the Master Yi going for the weak side now, going against the strong tank. But it's just not, there's no front line here for Cool Guy. Good damage coming in from the Vex, but is it enough?
Oh.
The Blitzcrank is still alive, holding there. Sterax proc.
Oh,
and let's see this cast from the Vex. No, being pulled.
Oh wait, can it kill the Kindred though? There's a world. Oh, it's so close, but no. Dom is gonna fall and stay alive though, 3 HP. Can he find gold? Really, that's what he needs right now. He's gonna take the first thing that offers him gold and see if he can get anything on this board.
Blitzcrank pair, Nunu pair. Okay, that's a Blitzcrank.
Okay, finds the Akali as well, so he's gonna have Nova in. So there's a lot of pieces here, but again, we just don't have a strong holder for the 80 items that we'd already made. We can put things on Fiora 1. I don't know how much it's really doing here. The good news is, like you were saying, Blitzcrank 2 will stabilize the board at least a little bit, and pretty good Thieves Gloves items, gonna make it a little bit tankier. But man, we just need like 20 or 30 more gold to make this board a real board.
Yeah. The problem is with the Solar Hex, he cannot move, so it's very easy to position against Cool Guy, going for the strong side here on the right. So it's tough. It's tough for sure. We see Toshi also 2 off. Ornn and Samira trying to pop off that way.
If you're Dom, you are praying to fight one of those rerollers who has not hit their whole board yet. And instead, you're up against Upset Max, who has been streaking his way all the way to level 9, now has Leona 3 and a Graves 2 in the back line.
The Graves trying to hold weak side on the right. Okay, moves the Leona to the back, so now the Vex is hitting some priority targets, but the Leona will once again try to suck up the damage. Blitzcrank is holding strong here.
Oh, but the
Blitzcrank in the back line, but Leona is just too strong. Oh, Zoe almost out. Zoe out.
And just in time, the Vex is able to actually kill the backline right before the self-repair from the Blitzcrank comes through, meaning that the repair does not grief Dom's entire game there, and the Vex is able to clutch it out, and Phoenix will fall in 8th place. If Dom can just win a couple more fights, maybe he can get to a 5th place finish, get himself 33 points, and that might be enough to get him in.
Yeah, for Phoenix, 34 is exactly the cutoff that we mentioned, but if everyone is at 34, the tiebreaker would be also important. Shansen Lee, on the other hand, finds the Master G2 star, finds the Kindred 2, and having that double tank menace on the front means that the Ginso will stack for sure fully.
Oh, Ego on the other side is looking quite strong. Has the R3 with the Yasuo artifact, giving him the double attack. Not as much frontline, but the Rammus 2 should be able to hold it down long enough for the Master Yi to die. And yeah, there's just so much damage on the side of Ego. See, Chengxin Li is going to fall in 7th place, and it looks like Cool Guy Dom actually might have held on for another fight. So Dom goes to 6th place here, and if Shaco takes 2 bad losses, there's a world where Dom can overtake him as well.
Yeah, for Changchen Li is the end of the past, a player that went in TPC on 26th place, so gained the spot here on wing 1, but will be one of the eliminated. Relegation from him from TPC. I hope we see him again.
Absolutely, and a great rookie season. Maybe not the ending you wanted to see, but a respectable performance from Changchen Li as he exits TPC for this set. On the other side, Shaco on a 5-loss streak up against Upset Max. This is not the board you want to see when you're starting to lose a lot.
Yeah.
You can see what's going wrong here, right? The front line is pretty decent, but the back line has nothing upgraded. Aurelion Soul 1, Karma 1. I just don't know if there's enough damage there to get through Upset Max's board.
Yeah, the Vex with the static doing so much damage. Leona soaking up access to the backline, and Shaco barely keeps alive here. 1 life off, and Cool Guy keeps winning. The dream
stayed
still
alive
for Cool Dumb Guy.
And now Toddy is another player that is sitting at death's door at just 10 HP. Dom's going to be getting some items for a board that looks a little bit better now. Found the Shen as well. Still would have really loved to see either a Morgana 2 or a Nunu 2 coming through here, but can't quite find them. He's going to be rearranging all of his items. Really heads up play. When you have so little to work with, you need to make sure everything you are doing is completely optimized. Gets the Edge of Night off of the Vex. A little bit risky, but way more damage. And he's playing Toddy, who still has not found the Samira 3 and the Ornn 3.
Okay, good damage there. Fiora trying to access the backline there, holding strong. Hitting fully there on the Ornn. Stamina going deep, and Cool Guy knows he needs this chance, and this is exactly the spot he was looking for, Gangly.
Wow, you can see the front line for Toddy is falling. Everything is dead. Toddy's going to go out here, and Dom will stay alive. That's going to be at least a 5th place finish, and if Shaco falls as well, that could be a top 4 for Dom. Look at the smile on his face. He's saying, what's going on here? I don't know how I made it this far, but here we are. I'll take it. He finds himself the top 4, and that is almost certainly going to be barely keeping him alive in the tournament. We never know till the scores shape up, but if you are Dom, you have to feel relieved right now.
Yeah, for Shaco also, that's 3 points for Shaco, going to be at 35, so should be above cutoff, but of course in Danger Zone will need to step up. Toji, 42 points, so also confirmed to advance, and will be in that middle table for the day.
Upset Max versus Dom. Last time we saw Dom barely win against Max. This time around though, Dom has upgraded the board a little bit. He won't have the Edge of Night on the Vex to bail him out again. But the front line looks a little bit better. We'll see, is anything going to fall? What front line will crack first? It looks like Max's might actually fall first, but it's so close. Everything explodes on the side of Dom, and Max is going to send Dom home in 4th place. We'll have to see. Dom is going to be very, very close to that cutoff. I'm not sure if a 4th is quite going to be enough to get him over. But as we can turn our attention now to the 3 players remaining, 3 players who were not running away with the tournament, right? Upset Max, Ego, and CMB, all sitting in what I imagine is that upper half, but none of them in that top 2, top 3 position like we saw from VCLF and Toddy.
Yeah, getting points to be a little more comfortable. Remember, today every 2 games we have 4 eliminated and 4 advancing directly to week 2. 2 players here, Cool Guy and Phoenix, getting 34 points means that the threshold will be maybe a little higher than usual. We'll have to check the rest of the lobby for what happens here.
I see a dragon. CMB has found himself the Elder Dragon, and a Sona 2, and a Blitzcrank 2. So that's quite a spike.
I saw someone put also the modifier of Sona there on the dragon. There's some shenanigans that you can do. Yeah, you can do so. It's not good, but you can do it. You can try.
So then the question is, I wonder if you put a modifier on, does it also make it eligible for cybernetic uplink to get additional value on the dragon? Questions that will certainly not be answered in this game, but things to think about.
Okay, good damage there. Good, fully damaged there on the Bard. Bard going a little on the front. This is important because the Vex will now have access to hit the Bard. Bard low right now and gets hit fully here. CMB in a difficult position. And he knows it. Gets eliminated here on 3rd place.
Man, Max's board between the Sona and the static shiv from the Vex, there's just so much backline access. I feel like we actually saw a repeat episode when we watched him fight CMB and Cool Guy Dom. He won the same exact way, whittling the board down until only the backline and a single frontline unit remained, and then using those ults to, those two units to just snipe the backliner before it can do enough.
Yeah, for Ego now, position will be important. He needs to be on the opposite side of Vex, trying to get more sniper value, and he decides to split. So we have Nat on the right, Jin on the left, so splitting damage just to make sure that he thinks he can win just on draw power here, Gangi.
Huge Blitzcrank ult. He's going to be punching that Rammus straight in the face. Now the rest of the front line will be moving into the back line of Ego. The Gnar is down. The Bard is down. Ego is down. Upset Max with the fast 9 taking the game. Well played.
Yeah, excellent way for Upset Max to look at the game and trying to go for that fast 9 AP. And the printing Gnar that we haven't seen it outperforming everyone. Ego finds the early Gnar, pushes the tempo of the lobby, and then finding the late Jin 2-star as secondary carry, just ensure a top 2. He's well positioned now in points and getting a little breather Gangly to step it up in this elimination stage.
Two players with very interesting stories, right? Upset Max is someone that we have seen narrowly miss the big stage, right? But has been near the spotlight, but not under it, but is aligned with a lot of these players that we all know to be incredible players. Broseph, Upset Max, Dayhua, 3 players even have their own coaching platform for TFT. And we talked a little bit about Ego before, right? A guy who is kind of on a comeback story that nobody saw coming. Everybody thought that this was the mainstay, the player from Brazil that was going to elevate them and make them, the force to be had in the Americas. And truthfully, he's had a couple rough sets. Going through tier 2, struggling to even make it to the regional finals. We instead weren't able to really see Ego continue on that prominence he had early on, and now continuing a really strong run in the regional finals keeps his hopes alive. And it looks like Hoope, we got a bonus feature. We're gonna be hopping over to lobby number 2 to see how this one ends.
Yeah, we see a little of the players. Crazy Cat in a difficult spot and in the danger zone, 27. We've been talking about that 33, 34 point threshold. So he really needs to step up here, finds the Jin, finds the Saya. Doesn't have enough tank items, only 2. And you really need to hold the line for the Krakens and the Ginsu to step up.
The good news is that he's got upgrades, right? What he lacks in items, he will eventually get as time goes on. If he can make it to this carousel, this 5-3, 5-4 technically stage of getting the 3rd item that he can put on that new 2, that will do a lot. But the nice thing is that literally everything, he could not get any additional upgrades except for a Blitzcrank 2 on this level 8 board. So I don't know if there's much else he can do, but pray that he gets to the later part of stage 5 and gets another item on that new.
Oh, the big back Mixie here, looking to do good damage there for Black Sheep together with the Pike 3-star.
Yep. No
access to backline, and the Mixie's hitting now the Saya.
The
Saya
Pike
doesn't have range. Wow.
And the Gunblade was doing so much for the Zaya there, but unfortunately it's not enough. Crazy Cat is going to go out in 8th place, 28 points for the day is certainly not going to get him there. So an unfortunate ending to one of the most interesting characters in the TPC, if you ask me.
Yep.
He has been the story of Couch to Crown, a guy who didn't even realize he made it into the TPC when he did, right? We love talking about this guy, has played some really cool things in the circuit and has gotten a lot of recognition from the players who have been in the circuit for a long time. So unfortunately, this will be the end of the road for Crazy Cat's competitive journey in the TPC for this set. But you know what? That's the beauty of TFT. You can always come back next set and try again.
Yeah, makes total sense. And now we're seeing Pokemon. We have Huntress for the Stargazer, and he decides to play Lulu Stargazer without Lulu. So love to see it here for Pokemon being creative. For now, looks like it's just not enough Gangly. He tried to find whatever he can, but only 1 life away now.
Yeah, another Warpath game. And I don't know exactly how it played out, but judging how he's on a 6 loss streak and 2 HP, it looks like it might have been a very similar situation as Prestivin's story yesterday of narrowly missing the Warpath cash out into losing out. And so Pokigom taking a 7th place most likely here will be pretty tough, but he'll have a couple more games to get himself back in there.
Yeah. Yeah, above that 34 that we were talking about. Cotton also in safe pot with 36. We see him with a big Morgana 2-star, the flexible tank, the best tank probably. That's like an agreement that pro players have right now. Morgana, the best tank that we have right now in the game, very flexible in any board, gives you healing, gives you a massive also health and effective possibilities. And for Cotton, just trying to damage as much as possible with this flexible AP line.
Well, this is a pretty cool board from Jukyu, right? Playing around the Misfortune reroll, also has the Master Yi 2, a unit that has not been given that much respect throughout the weekend, but Jukyu finding a way to make it work right now.
Yeah, for Cotton here, the possibility for him to make the threshold, to make the chance and achieve something for TFT, a player that has helped the Latin American scene so much. He has trained and coached a lot of Tactician Crown participants from Latin America. So also giving him good energy and hope he keeps performing well. For GG9, the Meeple print, decent items here, full AP for him, and finds the Morgana to get additional frontline, and of course a Fiora 2-star. Why not?
This is I'm kind of surprised to see this board sitting as a 2-loss streak, and I don't know if that's maybe a frontline problem or what, but it looks very strong to me. Has the Fiora 2, like you said, has so much damage in the back line up against Millennium Fox, who's playing around an Ezreal Cho'Gath reroll. There's so much frontline there, and this Cho'Gath is just not dying. So I'm not sure. Looks like GG9 is going to take another loss here. That'll be the end of the road for him as Millennium Fox continues his run. Cottontail also in danger, but is going to win that round and stay alive. And now Shoma sitting at 29 points, similar to what we saw from Cool Guy Dom when we were watching the lobby before. Also at 29 points, we were saying really wants to find that top 4. And so if Shoma goes out in 5th here, is going to be... Oh, and actually, I think Dom might have been 28 points, but if Shoma does take a fifth here, is going to be in that 33-point threshold, so very close to elimination. Maybe not guaranteed, but it will no longer be up to you. It's kind of how the rest of the points of the day turn out.
Yeah, 100%. Coming in from Tactician Trials 1, they had an amazing performance, very close for the top 1 in that Trials, getting the 2nd place, going up against Millennium Fox with the creative here, Misfortune, good damage, the Ornn holding deep here, but the Master Yi now having access almost to the backline, but no. Holding out, secondary carry having an important spot here with the Ramus, even 1-star, looking good.
Yeah, that board from Jukyu is so cool. It's looking very strong. There was a moment there where it looked like the Misfortune was about to get targeted by the Samira, and then last second the Samira just went to a different frontliner instead of walking up into the back line. I'm sure Jukyu was very happy to see that. We are seeing Cottontail go out in 5th, so this is our top 4 guaranteed. Millennium Fox and Shoma both guaranteed 5 points here. And going to be going to 34. So again, these are players that are going to be near that cutoff, probably over it, but not guaranteed.
Okay, we see Timebreaker emblem and Super Ezreal. Always love to see Super Ezreal. A comp that normally doesn't perform. It's difficult to make it happen. He was broken on PvE when this set started. And then maybe with a chance of getting it, and it worked out. It's the dream of the scaling comp together with the Cho'Gath and Millennium Fox making it work here.
I love seeing the Timebreaker emblem on the Shen too, right? With the sniper emblem. This is one of the few times that we actually get to see Shen be the carry that he's supposed to be, right? He's listed as a fighter. We never really get to see Shen do much as a fighter, but when you throw a sniper emblem and Timebreaker to give him a ton of attack speed as well, he really gets to do something cool. Shoma on his last legs, though, up against Black Sheep with the Meepsy Big Bang board that we saw before. This time, it looks like the Pike is dead, the Meepsy is dead, and so Shoma will live on. Looks like no eliminations will actually happen this round then, as the parity between health gets even closer.
Yeah, we see Black Sheep laughing, having fun. He's playing Mipsy, that is not a premier comp, finds the spot to do it. Yesterday, he played the Victor reroll also with a second place. So I know he's good. Second in points when we started the day today organically. So having fun, looking for that niche angle that gives you results, gives you points. So great to see here for Black Sheep. He has been on Tactician Crown before, didn't have the best of representation, so lower in the standings, but a player that can for sure come back, and his dream is to at least get back to TPC.
Am I crazy? This is Invader Zed, right? Where's the Zed?
Is Invader Zed? No Zed. You are correct, my friend.
Right? He's playing Invader
Economy.
Zed with no Zed on board. I just saw the Zed in shop. I was like, wait a second, I didn't realize this guy was playing a Zed. There's no Zed on this board. This guy's a maniac. What's he doing? And it's working.
I don't have words for this. I don't have words for this. We will have to ask him. This is something we have to ask directly to the player. What was the game plan? Because it actually worked. Got a third place without one out items. I don't know what to say here.
But like, he's level 10. Like, surely you can find a spot for this Zed somewhere. I mean, yeah, I guess he just thinks it doesn't add anything to his board. You're right.
The thing of the Zed is that it needs specific items, right? You need the
That's true.
healing,
You're
you
right.
need the
You're
mana
right.
generation, but you already get the Shojin. So it's like you're halfway there. Maybe he said, okay, it doesn't make sense. I already have a great spot for something else. That's what's matter. But obviously very fun and very interesting to watch, getting a good third place with it.
No,
He
he's still
improved
alive.
the stats of the Aument, Gangly. That's what I have to say. He improved the stats
He might be
of the
winning the
Aument.
game without the Zed. This is his board. It's the Ezreal guy. That's where it doesn't make any sense. He's still alive. He might literally win the game with Invader Zed and no Zed on the board. Whatever, man. I mean, listen, if he makes it back to TPC and this is the way he does it, all respect to him, because this guy's making a statement. There's some style points. I wonder if the
100%.
idea was like, can we use Timebreaker and Sniper emblems on the Zed? And then he tried it and was like, oh, I can't do that. It's not very good. And then sold it. I don't know. Who's to say? This is going to be the last fight, though. Him against Jukyu.
Okay, let's see the Super Choga fully stacked, trying to hold deep. Set without Set here for Millennium Fox. Jinx 2-star accessing the backline. Full damage here, also ramping up for the Ezreal. Jukyu trying to hold up deep there with the Super Misfortune. And the front line just keep holding up. And yeah, Millennium Soft takes it away and wins the game with Set Hero Augment without a Set.
Unbelievable. I mean, really cool game from Millennium Fox there. I mean, I think it has to say something about his recognition of his board. Oftentimes, I think once we make a decision in TFT, we feel like we have to commit to it, right? Because it feels bad to make a bad decision. It feels worse to make a bad decision and then do it halfway. But that's some expert calculation. Again, like we're just guessing. I have no idea what actually happened here. But if the read was, hey, I'm going to take this augment, and the difference in board strength between actually playing Zed versus losing an entire gold augment is greater if I try to play the Zed, then I should just sack it and play the strongest board. And if that's what happened, I mean, good stuff, Millennium Fox. There's a reason that you made it to the regional finals, because I know for certain I would have just committed to playing the Zed. There's no way I'm clicking that and then selling the Zed off my board. There's 0% chance.
Yeah, we will leave that to the analyst decks. Maybe they have more information, or production can tell us how he got there. And so don't go away. Short break, and we will continue with this elimination stage for Week 1 Regional Finals America.
Taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag try to stomp the flame out. Oh, painful sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, oh, this is our century.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals for Space Gods. We are on the brink of our first round of eliminations for day 3, and so CLE Makes and myself are back to talk about the games that we just saw, mentally and emotionally prepare you for those, and then we're going to get ready to look at our next round. We got a chance to see kind of double action here as we followed 2 different games from this last lobby, but yeah, it was a fun one.
I mean, this was a strange one. I mean, we loaded in, we were a little lost because where did Zed go? I don't know. I mean, we clicked the augment and we still went first. So, I mean, we can't complain that much.
Yeah, so I actually did some researching, and we did get 5 gold and a Shojin, and that was enough to just do mental warfare on the rest of the competition in this lobby and just say, like, actually, we're just gonna take it all here. We don't need Zed. Maybe Zed was the friends we made along the way. I don't really know, but I really like this. I will, however, say I also like seeing that MF reroll come a little bit more into its place. That's something APAC showed on their very first day, and it slowly started to creep in across the regions.
I think that Zed was the best cheerleader. You didn't need anything else. You have to have those in your corner. But either way, an interesting game, a fun game, maybe a strange game. We also did have another lobby that we were following for the second game. And so I thought that one, if we want to remind ourselves. I need to remind myself.
It's been a little.
Let's look back at the highlights for this.
Big story was Upset Max, just really dominating that lobby with the Fast 9. Again, we saw one of the things that was most notable was 3 of our players taking augments that said, hey, you need to Fast 9. You need to get to these 5 costs, and that's really where your power will be.
And I was really surprised that on the contest between Upset Max and Cool Guy Dom, who were both kind of on that Vex line, albeit with like different versions of it, Cool Guy Dom, despite the early, the late game scaling, was on the losing end. So took a 4th place here, whereas Upset Max took that 1st place. I thought that was really, really crazy for that birthday reunion to be able to outpace the late game scaling, but in the end, that's exactly what happened and what we saw in this lobby here. And once again, only a single player is able to pick a different god here besides Yasuo, and that was CMB, who went with Echo in the end, whereas everybody else agreed, handshake business, we're taking Yasuo.
Those hexes, they mean some business, so especially when it comes to the combat power that they can give to your boards. So I understand why a lot of people end up picking those, but I think the Echo boon is a little more fun. So a huge respect there.
I mean, it does turn out to be really good, especially when you have some of these hyper carries, especially a Vex with an artifact on there. You know, for both of them, it turned out pretty well. Cool Guy Dom, though, I mean, we're going to look at the scoreboard here soon, but it is just what he needed. And so being able to get 4th place, maybe not where he expected to be, but where he needed to be at this moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes that's all you need.
I think a lot of players will look at those standings in just a minute and be like, huh, so this is what they look like.
Well, let's take a look now. Unfortunately for Bobster, Crazy Cat, Ching Shen Li, and Metzao, they are going to be eliminated from the tournament. It's really sad to see this happen. I think, especially when you're coming into today, I think the 8-8 is hard. It's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, you have little wiggle room, and so to be knocked out that quickly is definitely tough. There's no more chances to make it come back, but this page really starts some of these players that are still in the danger zone. You know, we saw on the last page that 33 was the cut right there with Spencer at the bottom, and all the way through this page we see 35 and 36 definitely still being in that danger zone, because after 2 games we lose 4 more.
That's right. Those players will need to find those high finishes, but it is very possible. So just keep cheering them on as we are moving towards the higher end of the standings. This is like the upper middle field. Everyone up to CMB is looking quite good right now to maybe make it into those final top 4. And then, of course, we do have 4 players who have been instantly promoted and 4 players who are in that direct chase. And it is going to come down to a tiebreaker between Upset Max and Tactic Torn, but BCLF, Black Sheep, Toddy, and Upset Max making it back into that TPC into week 2.
No surprise there that we end up seeing VCLF, Black Sheep, and Toddy get their promotions after such incredible games yesterday. They came in as the points leaders, and now they get to celebrate, sit back, watch the rest of the competition, and know that they are going to be in the pro circuit for the next set. It's so exciting for them, and once again, just an amazing achievement for Brazil and Latin America.
And none of these guys were in the TPC last set. All 4 of them are going to be brand new based on what we had in previous. I actually don't think it. I have to double check. I don't think any of these guys have ever been in the TPC for the Americas. So first time will be very, very exciting.
I mean, the TPC hasn't existed that long yet, right? So it was very hard to kind of make your way into it right at its inauguration. Not many people were able to. And so now players who have been here for quite some time have kind of put on another step and another step and another step to maybe make it in there. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing now. As you know, Brazil, Latin America, they're making their way back into it.
And we have 8 new spots because we've already seen a bunch of players from the previous TFT Pro Circuit get eliminated from the regional finals. They have been relegated. We have these new players that are going to be promoted in, and we have a lot more names that could join them as newcomers to the TFT Pro Circuit when you consider the 24 players that we have left. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen there. As a reminder to everybody, you want to be in that top 16. You want to avoid getting eliminated in the bottom, but it really is about accumulating enough points to get into those top 16 spots to join the competition next week and join the pro circuit. Some of the competitors that we're going to be looking at in this next lobby, I think Tactic Torn, of course, has got to be a little heartbroken after losing out on that tiebreaker, but Reddy has been fighting his way through the play-ins alongside Greya. They have had a very, very hard couple of days cut out for them over the last few games, and so hopefully this will be a great show. I'm gonna turn it over to you two to just get us into this one. So CLE and Makes, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're really excited to get this one starting. Of course, one of the lobbies was a little bit late during those first 2 games, so that reshuffling just took a second longer, but CLE, we are into game right here, right now, and it is going to be gold subscription.
And these games are very fun because it starts to shrink down the player pool a little bit. You get the stories and the impact of one another and the placements in the game. So they start to matter a lot more. So like, yeah, if Shoma goes first and Kazuo goes, it starts to move the standings around significantly more. So more and more variance. So for the players that were able to promote in that top 4, they now are able to relax and hang out, where these guys have to keep trying hard and really, really limit their ability to avoid 8th place.
That's right, and what better way to do it than with a good early start? So we're already seeing some of those pickups, some checks into the arbiters here from Shoma, thinking about whether or not he wants to actually consider this. Of course, that Stargazer should also be something players check and then figure out whether or not, if it's a mountain, we always see a couple more players beelining for that. Some of the others not as popular.
And Shoma's one of these players that has been kind of on the come up in the last few sets. He's someone that competed, back in set 9 for the first time, but since then has just slowly been making a rise. Was second at the Tacticians Trials 1, and it's been someone in the scene that people have started to enjoy their stream and really enjoy rooting for them. So I know he has plenty of people that are cheering for him to possibly get through, because he needs a few points here. Really needs to avoid that 8th place in order to move forward.
We are getting word on everything in this game, so it is once again going to be a thrash game for the gods as well as Ari, and Stargazer is the boar. First of our augments coming in will be gold, and I feel like, I don't know how you guys have been seeing this here on the Americas, but I feel like golds are almost the new prismatics with how transformative they are for many of these players. With the buffs to the hero augments we saw in the recent patch, I just feel like you see those gold augments, stuff like Too Tanky that we're seeing picked up by Reddy here on the side, or those hero augments really, really transformative in where players are going for their directions.
There's plenty of augments here that really give game plan. Right, so Reddy, obviously it's clear. We're playing Too Tanky. We want to play around Samira Oren, but also we saw in the last game the Fast 9 augments, the birthday reunion, the late game scaling, all of these ones that really say, hey, this is where we're going. And if you're Spencer, you have savings account, you really want to get as much gold as possible. And hey, we already have 3 Timebreaker online. This is very much a winning formula, and for the lowest point earner still alive in our tournament, this is the exact start you need.
It is. However, I'm always so scared. There's 2 different thought schools, I feel, almost, when it comes to being with your back against the wall. One thought school says, okay, you got to play for first or 8. That is your way out of this. You got to just flip the coin, hope you end up on that first place side of things. And the other side says, just play how you would play every single other game as well. Play your best, find a good out, and then with that, ideally, you do make that first, second, sometimes even that 3rd place that is needed, but you take out some of the risk. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to be approaching this. But as you said, I think it's certainly a good start. For now, we're also seeing the first couple of directions being shown up here by our players. Tactician here with that primordial start is probably going to consider just going into the reroll. We do have a BF sword, a tier, and a cloak already. All of these can be turned into pretty decent items.
And I think this is a line that we see with a lot of consistency. It's the composition across regions that has proven to be, hey, you need a top 4? Go ahead, re-roll this guy. You'll, at worst, probably get a 5th. And it's in Tactician's position where you're up 2 points on 6th place, right? Like, he's very much in the driver's seat. A 5th place and above, that'll put you right in a comfort zone to continue to move on.
I'd love to see that. Just checking across the boards to see where players are. We're going to be hopping over to Arctics, which is also a player I'm really, really curious to kind of see play through those games. Certainly very high rated coming into this tournament, even though the result sheet doesn't really show any of those big finishes yet. So maybe, Celia, sell viewers at home on why Arctics is as high rated as he is.
Well, there's 2 reasons why I'm personally a big fan of Arctics going to this tournament. One, he qualified via ladder, which is generally something that we've seen in the regional finals to be a good sign, because consistency is rewarded, and across the weekend where you're maybe playing 12 games, that, hey, throughout the set, you've been one of the best players while you're playing against the best on the top of the ladder. And so that's another positive. Secondly, we know that he was in the TPC in set 15. And so he's shown that he has tier 1 talent and now just needs to return there through the regional finals. And I think that this is going to be a game to really decide whether or not he's going to earn it.
I'm really looking forward to that. I'm also checking in with our players as they're currently on that god selection. If I saw correctly, Greya is the only one to pick up Ahri. And of course, with Ahri like Soraka, you are really more enticed to pick up those gods if you know other players are also going there, but really makes that decisive decision to say, yeah, actually, I would really like that extra gold. And we're going to be seeing them also pick up some of those components right now as we're coming back, and we're going to hop on board.
Ooh.
Cottontail, yeah.
Oh man, random boon from Thresh just upgraded his units. His 1 and 2 cost units just got upgraded to the next tier, and so his board got pretty completely reset. Thankfully, it doesn't look that bad. So we're chilling, but not what he's hoping for.
Good news is that didn't happen for Greya, so Greya, knowing that that could have been an outcome, like I said, went with Ahri and is also on that Primordian chase right now. We did see another player in Tactic Torn also being on that, so that is something players will need to be aware of. Not necessarily a comp you want to contest on. For those kind of late level 9 Piva boards, it is possible for several players to pick up similar of those units. But for those rerolls, even if it's just a 1-2 cost rerolls, it is very, very hard to maneuver, and Greya is going to be taking a loss here as players are building out those win and loss streaks.
Ready and Shoma, both of our 2 players that are competing for the loss. We do know that Shoma did end up getting Anima in, which is absolutely a winning recipe in the current meta. It is something that we've seen. If you can get to 400 cash out, it is quite likely that you're gonna win the game. And so definitely where he's aiming at 35 points, a first place would be a huge relief.
Well, Reddy wants to stop that, so we have been seeing Reddy just full sail board. I think he found one Ornn by now that he's currently championing on his board, and he is very willing to kind of mess with that game plan and say, actually, I would not like this Anima player to run away with this lobby. Does not run into him here, however, so both of those players are going to be able to continue their loss streak, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to meet, but it is going to be a good amount of money for now. We're also getting some extra upgrades or updates from our observer. Thank you very much for that, as we're getting word from all of the different Thresh pickups that our players had from that first god selection. We of course saw the major one, the Recombobulator, but we're also seeing a really interesting one for Ardix, gain a random 1-star 4-cost champion, but also lost a little bit of health for that. Just checking in what that could be. I think
Cottontail was our player that got their board recombobulated, and it turned out to be a good thing for them. They were able to string 2 wins together and stay as healthy as possible through the rest of the stage. And obviously that gives you a little bit more gold too because of the upgrades that came through. Cottontail's one of the most interesting players in this competition for me. He's kind of a bit of an OG in the space, but also has claims to both LATAM and NA.
Yeah.
We see him representing NA in the bottom right, but I think it's really fun that he has the opportunity to have some connections to both sides.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, he has done a lot of coaching for the LATAM players, even the ones that went all the way to Tactician's Crown. And so it's a very, very cool thing to kind of connect those regions here. And now he's on the chase for his own high finish, but of course needs to make it through week 1 for now. Checking back in with Greya, game plan still stands on that Primordian. We have a little bit awkward items with that Morello's, so that will need to be moved eventually, but for now it's going to help our Jinx do something, spread a little bit of that burn onto the rest of the board, and will help him out on getting that strength as we do enter our second set of augments. Let's see what our players are going to be able to get here from that set.
More silver augments to come through. Nothing crazy. Twin Guardians has been a favorite of many throughout this tournament just because of the amount of combat power it can give to your, mega tanks. It being a common thing that you build in these reroll compositions. So that will be the choice for Greya. On the right side of our screen, we can see the rest of the choices come through here. And Spencer took Dumbify. So that one's fascinating. We have a giant dummy in the front line, and as you would say in stream chat, dummy bottom right, and also a good amount of things on your board right now to try and stabilize us because we, another player, Tactician, also selling his whole board and also getting a 2-star Zoe, the same thing that Spencer was able to get here too.
Yep, both of those players are going to have that dumbify. They're looking at each other like, you too. But that's exactly what's happening. I, however, am staring at the bottom two players, Reddy and Shoma. Are they finally meeting up? And the answer is yes. So Reddy has been aggressively only playing an Ornn 2 for the entirety of Stage 2 and up until here in Stage 3 just to really mess with Shoma, and it finally happens.
I mean, game saved for the rest of the lobby. It does open the door for Reddy to have a bigger win share, a bigger chance to win this lobby. But I mean, for Shoma, that really stinks. That's real bad. We'll probably even. I mean, at this point, like, what do? Do you try to reestablish the loss streak and get to 300 possibly? Or are we going to try to start winning now and just win our way to 200? None of those plans will probably win you the game now, but now we need to scrap for every point we can.
I mean, hindsight 2020 says you should have just been really aware of this being a possibility and Reddy doing this for as long as he had, and you should have really sold your board there, but that didn't happen, so now Shoma has a puzzle that he needs to solve. I don't think, based on his board, he has the chance to win streak here. There's a lot of decently strong boards in the lobby with those dumbifies, with those upgrades, with the Thresh Boon kind of messing everything up for a good bit. So we'll have to see how that one works out for him here. We're going to be checking back in with Shaco, a player who we haven't talked too much about just yet. Is also a player that hails from Brazil and did really well in the KO Coliseum finals, right? Got that second place there and is chasing that result ever since.
Yeah, one of the players that coming into the TPC had high expectations, wasn't quite able to live up to them with just a bunch of middling placements, nothing too crazy to write home about. And now trying to fight back his way back through into the TPC again. Our next God choice will come through. It will be Thresh once again. Random boons. Are we going to get more of these? Are observers going to have to do incredible amounts of work this game? It seems like it.
Oh yeah, it's going back once again for all of our players. Shaco deciding that Ari is going to be the choice here, and our observers will be back onto it. We'll of course inform you as soon as all of those boons do come in for our players. I mean, gotta roll the bones. It's just fun. I'm very much with these players on the result of the God selection here. And you can see some of them taking a little bit longer to make that last choice here on the item unit combination. But let's see what we're actually going to be getting for Tactician. It looks like the answer is going to be that 4-cost ASOL coming onto the board. Now, you do have a Deathblade. That's usually not the best ASOL item, to put it mildly, but we do have a good amount of components left over on the left-hand side here to build around that ASOL. And it is a strong unit, so I wouldn't be too mad about this option.
All right, I'm going to keep giving you guys updates as we get them from this random boon because they really do shape the way that things work. And so far, we know that 2 of our players got trait quest, and one of those is Tactician. And that means as soon as you field 6 non-unique traits, you get an emblem, which we know to be very powerful. Now, we just have to get there. It's kind of hard to activate sometimes.
It absolutely is, especially if your board is still kind of mangled from the previous Thresh Boon. We are getting more updates though, because Shoma has a nice and easy one. He's just going to be getting some Scuttle Crab loot from that next PvE round. And then Spencer is also on the trait quest here. We'll need to get the 6 non-unique traits. Everyone's really scrambling for these. Arctic's gonna take it a little bit easier here. Just gonna get a lesser champion duplicator and call it a day.
And it looks like he already used it, right? Like we now have this 3-star Leona on board. This is a player that's probably going to be playing for some sort of fast 9 with the items that we do have and the setup. This Leona just being a solid anchor to really stabilize us in this, and has 7 wins in a row. So it's looking great for Artix, and he's going to have another win here versus Spencer and this board. So really excited to see where Artix ends up. He's someone that is right in the middle of the table, so a good result could possibly propel him up to, in the next game, put himself in position to promote already.
All right, I feel like our players need to call someone. They've been really unlucky with those boons. We have 4 players on that trade quest, and Spencer, Tactic Ready, and Greya that will all be looking to find that additional emblem.
Wait.
I feel like for Greya, this is the worst one because he's so locked into Primordials already, and while you can get 4 to 5 trades quite easily, that last one, that 6th one, is going to be very hard to fit in just because you're level locked, and that makes it kind of difficult.
The cheat code in that composition is definitely Gwen, because you put in Rogue, you put in Space Groove, now all of a sudden you got +2, and we're going to get our emblem as quick as possible, but you do need all of those activated and some levels to go with it. Ready, who was the player that griefed on, I believe that was 3-2, stabilized on 3-5, was able to get 2 wins and keep himself above a few lives. And man, if you're ready, you're excited that you griefed Shoma, you're excited that you have 2 tanky, and now you have these duplicators and great items. I mean, this is looking good.
Yeah, you got a lot of money. Now all you need is good rolls to also make that come together. We have seen players kind of default into the Samira Orin comp without 2 tanky as well, but the 2 tanky really puts it on another level and makes it really strong. So I'm very excited for Ready to have such a straightforward option, but we are checking in with Shoma, who was on Anima, no longer is, and is looking to maybe build something here.
Okay, we got fairly good upgrades here. Obviously, we're not playing around the mech right now, but this Morgana 2 is an excellent frontliner. Probably the best singular unit in the game that doesn't take up 2 slots like the Mighty Mech as far as tank goes. And I don't think that we're too unhappy with this cash out. We're looking for a tank item, and that's exactly what we got here. And now we got great items for this Aurelian Soul. So yes, win share significantly lower, but will be not a terrible spot to be in. But if you're Spencer on the other side, you already have Vex on level 8. We're definitely happy about that.
We are. That is a good unit to have. It's not Vex 2, of course, just yet, but it's only 4-1, so we still have some extra time to get it here, as our last augment's going to be coming in, and those will be golden as well. Last choices being made.
Oh. Reinforcement really could help stabilize this board around specifically Mighty Mech 2, even though we do have one on board.
We'll be
Maybe. Wait, hold on.
Wait, hold on.
We get Morgana? Oh, he didn't even take it.
Yeah.
He would have been 1 off Morgana 3 if he would have taken reinforcement. I saw the line. I saw it. I was ready for it.
I would have really liked it, but at the same time, Morgana is not that popular. And I feel like in this lobby, we're seeing a lot of angling for those late game boards. So having as many Morganas as we have already, there's a good chance we get it anyway. And of course, we're still playing for those high caps. I don't hate the argument. I hate it a little bit more now that Tactic Torn picked up a single Morgana. But
Yeah,
I agree with you. There was a chance.
The flex nature of Morgana right now, it means that the 3-starring it, finding that last copy is going to be really hard. So I get it, but it's not as fun.
That's true, but it might be good, which is even better than fun, at least if you're a player in the regional finals here. I know. Who did they change to make me say that? But we are going to be moving through those fights right now, and we need to kind of check in with some of our players that have been on the bottom here. So Tactic Torn is one of them, was able to win 2 of those rounds, finds himself in 7th place overall right now, whereas Ready has been very unstable on the back of not getting those upgrades onto the Ornn, onto the Samira. A lot of players holding some of those units, so we're seeing an Ornn 2 on Shaco's board, we're seeing an Ornn 1 on the board of Spencer, Samira 1 on the board of Spencer. That's a lot of units that you're missing right now, and I would love to say here we go, but still need a couple more of those copies. It's 4-3 already.
We do have 2 duplicators. That is definitely positive. But the thing that is really inspiring to me is 2 Blitzcranks. Our level 8 is going to be pretty easy if you can just put in another Blitzcrank, get 2 tanky on that guy, and use that to really stabilize you. But we do need those 3-star upgrades. That is where the power of this board really is. That's when you can start to win the game and really consistently win rounds, because right now that's the big problem, is if we keep bleeding, we're not going to be able to have the time to greed and find the units we're looking for. So this Nami looks to clean up this board and hand him another loss.
Yeah, Ornn 2 with 3 items is really good. Ornn 2 with 3 items and 2 tanky is even better. But I feel like we're too late in that lobby spike already to make that kind of happen.
More random boons. Let's go.
Of course. That's how that works. We're going to be seeing what players go for on those last couple of lines. Shaco says, actually, Observer, I got you. You don't need to check me. I'm gonna be taking some nice and easy gold. And if you're looking on the right-hand side, I feel like a lot of the players in our lobby really are hoping for some extra influx of resources here. Tactic Torn, Ready, Greya, all pretty poor right now.
Okay. We do have this almost. We're missing 1 copy of either of them to finish our board. We will make the Ornn here to stabilize, and we'll just need to get 1 more of these Samiras in order to make the second 3-star, but Ready should be in a significantly more solid position. We also have anti-heal on board now on our Blitzcrank.
Yep, that is really good. That's going to be helping a ton, and a big factor of this comp is just getting the Ornn to buy your Samira as much time as possible, so long as the positioning is good and you do not get any backline access onto your Samira. It could definitely work out in his favor here, but he's on his last life. 13 HP in stage 4 is not a whole lot to work with, so that is something he needs to consider and needs to be very aware of. Always needs to be scouting, check every single board to really make sure that that positioning does not come back to bite him. For this round, it's certainly good enough, but we're going to be checking everyone else's boon. I feel like Cotton got a really good one, was already doing quite well at the top of the lobby here, was playing around this Vex earlier on, but found himself now in a more traditional combination here, playing around those Brawler Meeple combination from what it looks like. And we're going to be checking in with Tactic Torn.
Yeah, I mean, he got a really good random boon. His was the Blood Pact, which means you get 13 gold, and for each other player that picks this, you lose 1 health. Well, when it's random, no one else is choosing this thing. So you get to get the gold for the not having the downside, and that is a fantastic situation. But what's not fantastic is 22 HP. We are at 2 lives. We're facing Shoma on the other side, who is definitely one of the strongest in the lobby. Shoma has won 4 rounds in a row and is not hoping to end that here. The good news is we have this giant dummy in the front line. Tactic Torn Zaya will continue to ramp up, but as long as this Starship is still cruising around, the damage will be coming through.
That's right, and it is once again very hard to target it, but it becomes much easier once your front line crumbles, and that will be a win for Tactic Torn here. Ruddy also seems to be able to hang in there despite being off of that Samira still. Is now on 2 wins, and next in line would be Greya. We were talking about Greya and the fact that his route to unlocking that final emblem was a little bit scuffed as he was really playing around those primordials. But he has found himself a new composition playing around those brawlers.
Yeah, this is kind of the cap of this board, right? We have Fiora too, which we did take Gilded Steel, and I wonder if it actually dropped us 2 of those, because finding this Fiora 2 on level 8 is quite difficult, and it will be quite stable with Twin Guardian solidifying our front line, and also all these good damage items alongside that. We got to figure out where to put our anti-heal and our shred, because you kind of want both of those on Kindred, because it does spread pretty well, but it is now a little bit awkward. Shaco playing Birthday Reunion has now hit level 9, has gotten some of these upgrades, has triple Val Nunu, so it's looking quite good for Shaco.
I think Greya got those Fioras most likely from the random boon, as he got 2 random 1-star 4-cost champions for the small cost of a singular HP. So that might have been a really lucky roll there for him. But I agree. I like this Shaco board as well. However, the wins are kind of not really showing up in its favor here. Let's see how it pairs up against Ardic's board, who has also found that Vex 2, of course. We were talking about it earlier on. Kind of a measuring of strength on different versions of this. It does have the Dark Stars in play.
Yeah, I think this is an
Looks like-
item diff here. This is
Yeah,
going to be
Shaco will be on top
a
of this.
much better itemized Vex. The TGs on a lot of these priority units that have now been upgraded will be more of a winning recipe. Reddy did hit his board. He has the 3-star smears. We see them both doing a headstand on their, what is it, a sword? I don't know. It shoots
think
things
so.
too, so I don't know. Anyway, pretty cool
Fancy
move.
sword. Better sword. Improved sword. We'll take it. We'll take it. As he has found that upgrade, like you mentioned, very important, very big. But even with the upgrades, this board doesn't insta get a first place. And there's a lot of strong boards in this lobby. I don't think Reddy is fully out of the woods just yet, but he should be able to stabilize for sure, as players are. Now moving through a lot of those final upgrades, we're just going to take stock. Rhea, very rich in comparison to the rest of the lobby. And we are most likely, Sealy, going to be seeing an elimination here between those two players.
Yeah, unless it's one unit, I don't think that either of these guys will survive. This is a very strong board on each side. Tactician has put together, this Zaya board that shows a little bit of flexibility, that can really reach a higher cap in these late game rounds, especially if you can get to Gen 2, but it is only Gen 1, so the splash damage is not as significant. It is the 3 stars versus the world for Reddy, and it's standing quite strong right now. The Zaya has not yet taken down. The knockup will come through. Can the Ornn do enough damage? Not enough, but Reddy stays alive. Tactician stays alive, and Shoma also still stays alive. We have so many of our players at 1 life.
I mean, that's a perfect loss right there. You didn't really lose anything here on the paper, and you got a free promotion into the next matchup of this lobby. Is that going to be good enough, though? Has to be the question. Players are doing their last couple of rolls. Only person in this lobby that still has some amount of money is Spencer. Everyone else has spent everything, and they're just fighting for any placement here. Keep in mind, for some of those players, this could bring them much closer to that instant promotion. Looking at Tactician, who is already sitting on those 44 points. For some of those players, it could bring them much closer to elimination. There's one more game after this to change their fate, but if they set themselves up in a good way, it would be very beneficial right now. Greya, Reddy going up against each other. That front line is holding very, very long on both of the sides, but it is going to be Greya's board who will be crumbling in front of her eyes, and that will be the first knockout. Minus HP will come into factor here, and Tactician, who was that points leader, actually takes a 7th place.
I mean, 7th for Tactician, getting every placement to possibly still keep him in contention for that top spot will be something that he could celebrate. But for Greya, that is definitely feels bad. Playing the uncontested line and really just meeting your match against an unkillable Ornn on the side of Reddy. So it was great positioning from him. There was no wrap potential, and that's exactly what you need when you're playing that Marauder board. Shoma, though, still hanging on. Will be able to put together a very, very solid board towards the end of the game here, but without the extreme value of this Anima cash out, can it be enough to win the lobby?
That's a really good question. There's a lot of hefty boards in here, and some of them are enabled by, of course, additional boons, augments, and so on. So let's see if this Acel can actually get the damage into the backline to actually matter here. Vex still casting. The front line holds, but not for much longer, as Shoma is going to be bonked on the head. Real good. That'll be elimination for this game as well. And Reddy also takes a loss. So those are your 4 remaining players in this game. Cottontail, Shaco, Ardix, and Spencer are going to be getting into the plus points here.
Until putting together a meeple board specifically anchored around this Vigar, printing it, making it 3-star, and using that to streak throughout the game. But we see 4 losses in a row. This guy had used his streak, pushed it as far as possible, and now throwing together some losses in a row. He was able to get it, actually, our observers are saying, from the booster pack, which is fantastic, right? That's exactly what you're hoping for.
Awesome.
And then you don't have to put in the 7 meeple in order to do that. Maybe is what saved him and got him to top 4 in this game.
Where's my luck when I open booster packs like that? That's crazy. You're already on his meeple comp, just gets it handed like that. Let's see if this Veigar is strong enough to actually do something here, but his front line ratted him out, and he is actually going to be taking a big loss here. Top 4,
Yep.
Still pretty good. I think you're still going to be decently happy with this, as we do see Shaco and Spencer still fighting it out, but it looks like Spencer will be the one that takes the loss here. It moves the last 3 a little bit closer together.
Well, I think the main story right now is Spencer. He is the player that needs this the most. 33 points is the lowest in the current tournament. He is behind and needs to make up ground, and a top 3 will start to do that. You know, he's hoping for more than that. He wants top 2, he wants top 1, but a 3rd, we can work with that.
And I mean, he knows this, right? Spencer is one of the players that have really been around for a very long time, has been to the Tactician's crown as well, so knows how this game works, knows how competitions feel when pressure is high, and seems to be able to perform to that. So let's see if he can get even higher placements here. A 3rd is great, but a top 2 or even a top 1 would be better. Goes to level 10 here. At least in terms of leveling, he will put on some pressure onto the rest of the players. Full space.
Spencer, yeah, put together a pretty good looking board here. Was able to tempo it all the way to level 10. Was not quite able to find the 5 cost upgrades that he's looking for. That's still a Blitz 1. We know it's a very contested unit. You see it on Arctic's board also. Man, this is going to be very, very tough to beat with all of the upgrades that Arctic's has found. But Spencer trapping his Riven, it's not attacking, it's just standing there. The front line has blocked the Riven from doing any damage so far in this fight.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Of course, that means she will come in and then hopefully not be targeted straight away, as that Riven does not have an Edge of Night. But I feel like you lost so much damage here that really wasn't in your favor. Spencer does get one more try to get it right, to maybe find a win against one of the other 2 players, but he is with the back against the wall for now. And as we were mentioning that Blitzcrank, I think he's on every board. So every one of our top 3 players has at least one Blitzcrank. And of course, we do have the Blitzcrank 2 on Arctic's board. That unit is going to be very hard to find.
Look at the matchups here. We see Shaco will be facing Arctics, and Spencer just faced Arctics, so he's really hoping that we don't get the ghost of Arctics here, but instead can face Shaco's board. But it will be a hard battle nonetheless. The real Arctics versus Shaco. If Shaco takes a bad loss, he could fall out here in 3rd, but I mean, it looks like it should be a pretty close matchup looking at the itemization.
And of course, that depends on whether or not Spencer is able to beat that ghost board. We have seen players get eliminated by ghost boards, not entirely infrequently, so it is possible. But it looks like this one should be going into the favor of Arctic. Shaco will get an actually pretty big bonk. Not good enough to knock him out, though. Spencer seems to... Hold on. Is Spencer hanging there?
Looks like it. Oh, just kidding.
Oh.
We got
We
baited.
got baited. There we
He's
go.
dead.
Spencer taking 3rd place. Still, you're going to be happy about that, right? That 3rd place saved you from so much for now. If you get another top 4 placement, you're still in the run. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a few points to make up, and that will start to catch up the ground. You know, like that's 1.5 points. I think he needed 3. So if he does another 3rd place, that should put him right on the bubble. And that's the kind of math that he's doing also. So he knows what he needs to play for, and will continue to do so in the next game. But Arctix is looking to propel himself way up the standings. He was currently in the bot 4 of our tournament, but now will be moving up with this result. He's got so many of these 5 cost upgrades. The Vex ramps up. The Bard steals units, level 10, not much you could do against a board this strong, and it looks like it's a little bit of a mirror matchup, right? Vex versus Vex, and Vex comes out on top.
True, but one of the Vexes was not the Vex that you have at home. This one was certainly buffed a little bit more. We had a Sona 2 in place. You mentioned the Bar 2. So much CC to really mess with this board. So a well-deserved win by Arctics there. Shaco just shortly behind him. I thought it was a really nice little round. Like I said, gold augments always make for really, really good build-ups. But I believe our analyst desk is ready to tell you a little bit more about how this game went down. So here in Necra, Gangly, and Groepeson.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're back. We're going to be chatting a little bit more about the game. I have moved positions. I am in the middle now. This is weird. This is weird. Hoope Gangly, what did you think of that game?
I mean, a tough game for some. Grea trying to find a spot there with Master G. So he played Fiora with Kindred. We see him on the bottom without Master G carry. So he need to like step it up and it didn't work out for him. And I mean, some difficulties. Too tanky for Ready not working out here. Gangly, something that is supposed to be strong, but couldn't find the threshold of doing the 3-star as soon as possible.
Yeah, one of the boards that I found super interesting was Spencer playing into the savings account into Dumbify. This is a very, greedy econ way to approach the game where he's basically banking on the interest that he's making by not having a board to allow him to spike really hard. And we saw it come to fruition. Being able to make it to level 10, playing the Space Groove emblem on the ribbon, kind of a traditional bread and butter composition that we've seen across the set, but certainly not one that we see cap as high as it did. It got to a point where it was actually kind of threatening some of these Fast 9 boards, even as they got to their own cap. So really cool game played from Spencer.
Yeah, I was a little surprised though, because I feel like Too Tanky, Samira, and Ornn has been a pretty high performing 3-cost composition. And even though we actually saw the reroll get online, Ready was only able to take away a 6th place with it. So I guess just all the power level from these Fast 9 boards give it a really hard time.
Yeah, the tempo from Spencer also caught on getting the bad guy early with the augment. So everyone was so strong. And the Fast 9 got a chance to get there. So if you're not tempoing, if you're not stabilizing your units with the Samira and the earning tempo, you just don't get there. And then we saw Arctics and Shaco just being so strong. Together with the most Exodia possibilities, Arctics knew that he got it on this one. And it was a tense. We see the tension there, the stress a little on RTX, and then the sigh of relief, knowing that he got a good placement here and now has more chances to advance to week 2.
Well, that final 1v1 I found very interesting because traditionally I think of these Fast 9 boards as the 80 Graves one as one that's a little bit more expensive, but when you get there, it tends to cap a little bit higher, especially with all the upgrades. And on the other side, we saw from Arctics playing more around the Vanguard variation. This is a board that kind of naturally flows into itself from the beginning of the game. The trade-off being that on average, the cap is a little bit lower, but Arctics was able to get over the hump. On the other side, we saw Shaco not even have enough money to quite get the ballistics from the Graves, so narrowly missing the cap that really would have gotten him over the hump.
But it is Arctics taking that first place, and so let's take a look at the standings to see where that's actually going to put him, because we do have another game ahead of us before we make another round of sandwich cuts. We're going to be focusing in on the bottom first, and so in the danger zone right now is Phoenix, Grea, Millennium Fox, and Shoma. They're going to have just a couple of points to make up here. It's not a huge gap yet, but for Phoenix, this is going to require probably a first place in order to actually escape that elimination zone.
Yeah, first place to have a chance. As you mentioned, Necra, we see Shoma there with 39, also in a difficult spot. And remember, they need to win now. They need to keep winning because there's 2 more games and 8 other players that will be eliminated. Next slide, we see Spencer, Degree, and Cool Guy, everyone with 39. So that will probably be the cutoff. 39 plus 4, 43, 44. And some of the players there backing down here, Gangly. GG9 and Deepay taking an 8th, and now on a lower standing and in danger zone to be eliminated.
Yeah, like you're calling out there, the difference there, 39 points to 42, extends all the way up to 15th place. So yes, maybe these players sitting at 42 points aren't immediately afraid of just losing in the next round by having a bad placement, but they're certainly not out of the woods yet. We're going to be having these cuts all day long, and these standings are extremely tight. That is the nature of cutting from both the top and the bottom. So even the race at the top, Necra, for getting the next auto qualification slots are going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Texas catapulted himself up to the top right now with 49 points. First places, back-to-back games here for games 8 and 9. And CMB is just kind of on a roll. What is going on right now? The Brazilian Storm is taking over. 2 players already advanced from those last games, VCLF and Toddy, but Tex and CMB are right behind them.
And Tactic turn, the deep run, being there one spot away, a good placement here, second place, third place, that he can ensure also to advance to week 2. And of course, the TPC on the line. Everyone wants to get to week 2. Everyone wants to get signed or promoted, if you will. And I saw Black Sheep, the tweet, he was so happy, everything in caps, that normally you say, okay, I'm sorry, caps. No, everything in caps, so happy for him to be already on TPC and now dreaming about Tactician crown.
I love seeing all these old heads kind of come out of the woodwork to make the deep runs. We've talked a lot about VCLF. Hoope, you and I talked a little bit about Tex earlier. Juke, as we saw just a couple of games ago, Set 8 North American Regionals champion, who's been relatively quiet since then. These are all the players that are on the precipice or already there at the TPC. So, you know, as an old head myself, I'm happy to see that we can keep up with the youngins.
You have aged yourself with that statement.
My hairline has aged for me. I don't have to do with my statements.
Look,
I saw a haircut that you did in content, Gangly, that I love. You did like a little here in the face. I thought I was going to see it today. You give me a cap, so my heart got broken. I'm just throwing that in there.
I think that's what a third kid does to you, actually.
It's true.
All right, well, we've got a couple new kids on the block here that will be taking over our fourth game of the day. We're really keeping our eyes right now on the people in the middle of the pack. Can Ego, Deepay, Ripple Overdrive, can they actually try to get a lead, get their feet back firmly into the competition? And can Phoenix make the run back? It's going to require a first place. Very, very exciting for the action. We send it back over to our casters, CLE and Makes.
Thank you so much, Necra and Def. Excited to break this one down with you guys, because this is going to be a nail biter. Cool Guy Dom and Phoenix, really the two guys that have to have the good placements in this game to make it forward. So we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on them.
I know Cool Guy Dom is a player you were really excited about. I was also really excited about him, albeit for not very good reasons, because I saw the player list and I was like, Cool Guy Dom, somebody that names themselves that just has to be based. And I'm glad you're also a fan. Tell me a little bit more about that player.
I mean, he's just kind of the pinnacle of Couch to Crown. He's the guy that has been not competing very long, but all of a sudden you get into trials, you are able to pop off in a tournament and actually have a really good run here in regional finals so far. He had a great set, winning Tacticians Trials 1, and actually had a good time at the Paris Open in the previous set as well, being in the top 100 and making a pretty deep run. Also, just a good guy. I've enjoyed my conversations with him, so it's easy to root for good guys.
That's true. I'm very much guilty of that. If somebody's very nice and answers all of my questions I have about meta, I'm like, yeah, I like that person. I hope they win.
Yep.
It's very easy to win a caster's heart. I'm just saying.
Just answer the DM when we ask you questions, right? That's it's pretty simple.
Yep, very true. And answer with more than a single word, that is. But we're going to be getting Prismatic Prelude here, so that means we're going to be starting off with Prismatic Augments to make things interesting. And here they are straight away. Level up, always something players do consider. Of course, it's one of those tried and true augments, but we're already seeing some interesting ones being picked up on the right-hand side. That trade tree come in by Cool Guy Dom.
Phoenix has to play for nearly exactly first. And so this augment choice will inform that a lot. Comeback story, obviously being one. If you can get Anima online, we'll do that. But also level up, getting you to level 9, level 10 can be a recipe for that as well. Cool Guy Dom having really good emblems here. Voyager's one that's a little bit awkward to fit into Space Groove. But once you have Space Groove and Vanguard, and you have an Ornn, I mean, we're chilling.
We are indeed very much chilling. Maybe the puzzle is not as simple for some of our other players. We do see expected unexpectedness being picked up by Juku, so that means we'll need to kind of keep an eye on that as we are moving through rounds. Other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward. We have Deadlier Blades being picked up by 2 players as well as Deadlier Caps, so straight up just signaling, I'm gonna go 80, I'm gonna go AP. We've seen both of those lines do well just in general, so I'm not too worried about those.
The thing I am worried about is the 2 players playing Deadliest Blades. I do think that it is very possible for them to be contesting each other. Jinx and the Primordian reroll is the line that you usually play with that, or maybe even Gnar if you're able to get that on board. Cool Guy now has Ornn too, by the way. That'll be a great thing to solidify his streak throughout the rest of the stage. But Pocky, is playing around the Primordians as well, so maybe we are going to contest each other on this line. That'd be awkward.
That would be awkward. I'm also a little bit worried for the Fortune Strength players, DP and Tech both on it. That usually is an augment that you really want to be very, stable with, and then eventually as you drop later have room for those artifacts. I'm always worried when people play Fortune Strength from a lost streak angle, so let's see how that is going to work out for both of them.
Ego, one of the players that's played in through play-ins, had a really rough showing in the TPC this set and has really kind of popped off so far in the regional finals. Actually played Deadliest Caps in the play-ins, playing Vygar reroll specifically, and piloted it to a first place. And so this is absolutely his comfort zone. I watched him, I took it straight to ladder, I played Deadliest Caps Vygar, and I definitely went 7th. So I'm not maybe the believer that he is, but I do think he knows how to pilot it.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that'll sound rude. I mean it with love, though. I think it's skill diff CLE. I'm sorry to tell you.
What? What?
I know. It's crazy how we are not the same as these pro players, but we are going to be going into one more PvP before we meet our gods. I can tell you though, it's Ari and Eve, and then that is always something I'm very interested in. Who's going to be tempted by Evelynn as players are moving through those stages? Some of them I think should just be happy with some gold inflection, but of course, if you pay the price, the outcomes can be quite good on Eve.
And I think Evelynn is actually a very game-warping god to experience, because if you get something like Steamroll offered and you are one of these players that has a big strength, especially early on in the game, if you're Cool Guy Dom who has an Ornn too, and you can start printing units and really snowball that lead, you can really get out of control very quickly. Not seeing it this time around, but maybe on stage 3 we'll get the 3-cost one, which it really is disgusting if you're able to have a composition that's strong during that time.
Our players just voluntarily lost 5 HP, at least 5 of them, as they picked up the Blood Pact on the right-hand side there now. Usually 5 HP is not what costs you a win, but think of all of those times you hung in there by 2 HP, 1 HP, even 3, 4 HP. That is what these players no longer have, but of course instead they got a little bit of extra gold. So that is the payoff that they currently picked up there. And we're going to be seeing. Yeah.
Is playing around Fortune Strength. Once you get below 30 HP, you get 4 artifacts, or 3 artifacts. And it's very, very strong. You can win the game from that position. But oftentimes, there's different strategies at how you want to do it. Do you want to speed run, see what your artifacts are, and figure it out while you still have a little bit of time and the stage damage isn't as high? Or are we just going to try to play strongest board, and when it happens, it happens?
So which team are you in? Because I'm very pro one of them, but I want to ask you first.
Oh, I'm kind of a madman. There's a reason I'm not playing this. I just love the full open, so it's it's a problem.
So I think Tex and DP are agreeing with you, which I think speaks to you. I personally hate seeing it though. It makes me so
Yeah.
nervous. I've seen it go bad so many times. It's such a risky play. And looking at their point totals, I mean, we were talking about Tex, who's so close to that cutoff. All he needs is like a stable top 4 to really lock that in. But in 8th place could cost him so much here. So I'm feeling like, please let me be wrong, just so these players can have success with that tactic 2 fortune strength.
It's really funny to see Jukyu here on a 4 streak at 94 HP because of the Evelyn God being the choice for him. And level 6 already, having these 4 costs from expected unexpectedness, really giving him that early game strength that we're seeing on display now. He will continue his streak, but oh no, look at the bottom of the scoreboard. Tex and Deepe 0 streak because they both full opened.
Well, I told you this would happen. Both of them were doing it. Both of them were holding a singular unit saying, me fortune strength open for it. At some point, one of them should have reacted. Nobody did. They played a game of chicken and now they both lost, which is not ideal. You lost out on that extra money. Of course, it still brings you closer to that 30 HP cutoff where you're going to be getting those 3 extra artifacts, but that's not really how you would want to be going there.
I mean, it is really unfortunate for both of them. That takes their win percentage down very significantly, but especially if you're Deepe, like this is the play that you needed to win. Tex is in the driver's seat. He's very much ahead in points, and so if he does take a bad placement, he still has a good chance to make it out in the next cut. But for Deepe, it's now or never. We really want to put ourselves in the position to make it out of this game or set ourselves up for the next one. And being on a 0 streak now, losing that gold for neutral round, it's really bad.
It is. There's no other way to phrase this, but we are going to be seeing how these players continue to approach this game. We, of course, have a second set of augments, which we don't know what that's going to be. Quick update on our Deadlier Blades player. Both of them currently still itemizing Jinx. Both of them currently still playing around Primordial. We might need to see if anyone else there is willing to maybe chicken out of this game of chicken. I would not like to see another double loss.
Are we actually going to play Diana reroll? No, I'm getting baited, but that'd be super fun. I do know that that artifact, specifically the Seeker's Arm Guard, is good on Diana reroll, but that composition is just not that good unless you can get to something crazy.
Yeah. So, fun fact, that was the very first game of the set I ever played, Diana reroll.
Okay.
And it was super fun because it was really good back then on PvE. But it does not reflect the current state of life as much. I have to agree with you there. And we are going to be getting golden augments to set us up for 3-2 here. Let's see what our players are going to be picking up. Slamming by Cool Guy Dom at the top there was already doing well. I think you're going to be happy with that one.
Wait a second. If you're Ego here, you're playing around Deadliest Caps, you're going to click Construct Champion, and you want that 3-star Cho'Gath for the front line to anchor and really help your composition be super strong throughout the game. We're going to keep rolling here to see if we can find it. It's being a little unfortunate. Oh, we're going to go Vigar instead and use that. He's running it back from the plans.
Yeah, because you were talking about this Vagar Deadlier Cap, so I was like, maybe it's Cho'Gath, maybe it's Vagar, but it ends up being just that. I agree. I think Cho'Gath would be a very good tank, but you know what? Our Vagar is going to put in work now.
I like it. I like it. Maybe it's a more uncontested line, right? It's something that no one is really stuck in a claim in Meeple, where it could be possible for that Dark Star to be a little bit more contested in those units. Across the lobby, though, we're seeing our augments still on the right side. Phoenix took Cosmic Restart with Level Up. Very curious what he was able to get from his emblems.
Yeah, I would also like to know that one, so we'll have to see what exactly is going to be happening. But for now, we're checking in with
Threshes.
Overdrive.
Thresh's Lantern has been a very popular choice for many of our players, being able to get that extra unit on the field as well as the tank stats that come with it. He also has that 6 Jinx, which he rolled pretty heavily. He's at 30 gold. He didn't hit any other huge upgrades, but he did hit this Master Yi to give him his psionic item and also complete his trait web a little bit more.
So we did a little bit of sneaking, as I did want to see what Phoenix's answer was to that cosmic restart, and I believe it's Challenger and Stargazer emblem. Now, we do have the Huntress this round, which is not necessarily one of those Stargazers people really chase into Stargazer for. I've seen people kind of play around the Jack Zero augments on it, but it's not necessarily where you would pick up that traditional Zaya. So that's going to be a puzzle that needs a little bit of solving.
Our next god choice, 12 gold and stopping you from buying champions. If you are a little bit poor, this really helps you regain your econ. But looking across the lobby, we don't see that money is a big problem for many of our players. But if you're not going for more of a level up strategy, XP versus 12 gold, I mean, that's pretty easy math.
Yep, that is math, definitely. Some of our players taking their time, though, as they think about what this math could mean for their continued journey in this game.
I think Phoenix just got a very important now Aurelian Soul pair from that pickup. Oh, just kidding. We decided to go with the Victor instead, which will fill out his trait web quite well. Alongside that, with Conduit and now Psionic, able to figure out where we're going from here. These are... I don't know. Psionic and Stargazer as our emblems are very awkward unless we're going to try and play around for Psionic later on with Sona. But that's kind of a cook.
It is a little bit of a cook. We do have an update on Tex, who is playing around this Fortune Strength. He got 4 tiers from the dice that he had for his augment. And I believe both Ripple and Pocky are in direct chase for these upgrades on the Primordians. This is not a line that you would like to play in contest. For some reason, they haven't been punished for it just yet. They're currently 1st and 3rd, which is better than you would think looking at this contest. But once one of them is able to complete that 3-star Jinx or that 3-star Rek'Sai Bel'Veth, that could be a big matchmaker.
Okay, yeah, we are going to full reforge those right now, and we didn't get much better if we're not going to play AP. Dawncore and Lichbane, that is a good combo if we're able to get something like that online for Tex. But right now, it is very awkward. We got only damage artifacts, which generally are kind of preferred for many of our players to have the damage variations. And we already do have 2 tank items, so not the worst thing in the world. But we're going to have to figure out where our shape will be, because DPay and Tex, after they both full open on each other, have still not won a round. And so they both would have been on these incredible loss streaks if anyone had been able to continue it.
That is crazy. Americas, what's going on? What's all this contesting for, CLE? I'm shocked by this game a little bit. First on that Fortune Strength, now on that Primordial Clump. We're going to have some tears by the end of this.
Primordian is definitely one of those compositions where you can kind of contest each other because, you know, it rolls around 2 costs, not 3 costs. Obviously, it makes it very difficult, but it is proving to be quite awkward for both of them, although it is not as awkward as where DPay and Tex are. Tex being our point leader currently in the standings, now down at 17 HP and has to figure it out ASAP.
That's exactly right. Cash out just came in from that Fortune Strength. We're going to be seeing what else he gets from the items, and then if there's any reforging he wants to do. We saw the reforge on Tex already, but both of them have a couple of puzzles that they're currently looking to solve. For Tex, it is going to be Huntress that comes into play on the Stargazer, as we're, I believe, selecting to play around Zaya.
And we're really not hitting very many important upgrades here. We don't even have a pair of Zaya. We don't have a pair of Nunu. This is looking very, very dire here. We didn't get another Reforger, and so we don't have another solution for the situation with our items, but instead triple artifact on the Samira 2 to try and give it that as much power as a secondary carry as possible. Our Zaya items do look good, though, and our Nunu items look good. So that is a positive in this composition, and it looks like we will win this round unless Vygar does something crazy. And so staying alive for now, but now DPay is the one that is in the danger zone.
That's right. Let's see if this last augment might be the answer to the questions that are being posed, and it will be prismatic.
Gamble.
Can be life-saving. This is Tex. He has 17 HP. He doesn't need to necessarily flip coins, but it.
I mean,
will
why
be-
not?
Well,
Oh,
see, this is
man.
why. He says, nah. Money Monsoon it is. I love the coinage.
Well, I love the
Some
coin
players
just making
are
it
flipping,
survive.
though.
Yeah, ooh, Blitzcrank 2 on 8 for Deepay. While playing Space Groove, that is a high roll and a half, and he's got fantastic artifacts for it. Now, you don't want to put double Zanyas. Actually, I don't know what that's going to do if you if you do that, so I'm actually curious now. We don't need to test that. But the Zanyas plus Archangel, or Seeger's Arm Guard, will be amazing for the survivability and the damage on this now 2-star 5 cost on level 8.
So I love this, right? I'm all for this front line. Blitzcrank 2 also, like you mentioned, does some pretty good damage, but Nami is in the back line. She's looking a little bit fraudulent right here. She's a 1-star Nami. She's trying to help out the rest of the team, but she is not going to be putting a lot of work in. However, it looks like Blitzcrank has this one covered and will be clutching it out as Deepay hangs in there. That is certainly a good win, an important win, but we do need that Nami to
9K for this Blitzcrank. This Nami, this is the secondary carry. This Blitzcrank will be the main star of this composition throughout the rest of the game, and I do believe he is very stable on that. Tex did take another loss, so he's down at 7 HP, both of them in the danger zone. We did take Money Monsoon to try and get us out of the hole we're in. We do have a 2-star frontliner now in this Morgana, but we still don't have an upgraded damage dealer in the backline. Lichbane Maokai is not it.
Yeah, I mean, not an ideal Stargazer. No Zaya to weird artifacts to solve this one. Maokai just kind of standing in for something greater. Maybe the idea of something greater for now. But maybe it's good enough against Pocky. Pocky has been contesting with Ripple. Ripple was able to get that Jinx 3 online. So somehow, by basically a magic thread, Tex is able to hang in there, make his way to the treasure. Oh, actually, we're not at the treasure round yet. To the gods.
Okay, shared wealth, a common choice here for many other players, and that will be what we see immediately. Almost everybody on that left side, no one taking Evelyn yet. And so all these players gonna be able to get a lot of gold, except for Ripple. Ripple has chosen Evelyn. Yeah, we will be over on that direction. Bottom of the screen, we're gonna see we have the option to get the Zaya from our god choice. Will we take what Pengu gave us, a way out for our damage dealer? But we do lose a gold, so you know it's a hard choice.
That's right. We do see those last couple of upgrades coming in here for Tex. It will be that Zaya 2, so important, so relevant here. Still a little bit worried about that front line, but at least we're looking like we can maybe win a fight. The rest of the lobby is getting upgrades too, though. So, mentioned it already, Ripple has found a lot of those 3 stars, just got that Belbeth in place as well there. So, this primordial comp is now basically fully online, is going to be working nicely here. And then on the side of Pocky, we're also finding those upgrades, but he did bleed a little bit more in order to make them come online.
Just both hit. Like that's the solution here when you're contesting each other. You both just hit them. Obviously, it took a lot more gold for each of our players to be able to do so, but this is a big matchup. Deepay versus Ripple probably will end Ripple's streak here on the Jinx reroll. We're seeing all the Zanyas come through, but if this Jinx can absolutely charge up here, I don't even think the Blitzcrank is reset though. And so Deepay is just sitting very, very comfortably where Ego is free falling through the lobby. 5 losses in a row. Now he's down at 17 HP.
Deepay really blessed. He's chilling with this Blitzcrank. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Tex able to hang in there as well, though, got another win off of this. And the person that's kind of being caught by our bottom players accelerating is Ego. So Ego found this Veigar so early on, and we were talking about the fact, do you want that Shoga? Do you want that Veigar? The one thing he's missing is frontline. We're on a Ramos 1, and some extra, you know, scavengers in that front line, but nothing really of substance. So that is very, very hard. But now we are getting the matchup between the 2 Fortune Strength players, Tex versus Deepay, and I don't think there's anything that's taking down this Blitzcrank. I think Tex, thank you for playing on this particular round, but this is not looking to be in his favor. Frontline gone, backline gone, and with that, this round also gone for Tex.
One of our players was forged in strength. The other player was also forged in strength, but just not the same strength as Deepe. That Blitzcrank 2 being the absolute pinnacle of this composition. And we will get final item choices for many of our players here. Another frontline item for Pocky to finish out that frontline. And the good thing of this composition is this is kind of just where you need to be. This level 6 is kind of where everything comes online. He did lose the previous round, but we know that he will be stable enough to try and scam a few more fights depending on its positioning.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see if he gets the positioning right in this next matchup as well. In the meantime, just a quick mention, we haven't talked about Jukyu and Cool Guy Dom as much. Cool Guy Dom, as you can clearly tell by our overlay, is of course still chasing for that Ornn and Samira reroll, not too far off now. And then Jukyu is just playing around the Meeples, is just playing around Darkstar for now, a little bit of a combination of both. Has the Karma in place as carry in the backline. We'll see if that is going to continue to be good enough as matchups now roll in. Ego on 17 HP, Deepe on 9. Next in line, Pocky on 22. Can Ego beat Cool Guy Dom?
I love like the micro optimizations that come through from these excellent players. We saw him hold his tank items on bench to see which one he wanted on his main tank. Was it the Bramble or was it the Declaw? And obviously it's Bramble versus a composition that carries a Samira. But as the front line falls down, the Vigar able to clean up the rest of the board. The Samira not able to quite do enough, and Dom takes a big loss here. Where is Deepe? Did Deepe lose? No, it's Pocky. Ooh, dropping down. I was like, there's no way, right?
Yeah, I would want a replay of that fight if he actually loses, but that was basically the best time to ever hit Cool Guy Dom. One copy off of that Ornn, one copy off of that Samira, right before the power spike. That was your shot to take down that board, and Echo said, yes, thank you, I will gladly take this one.
8 out of 9 Samiras for Cool Guy Dom, so close to getting that final upgrade on the board. I believe we did hit the 3-star Ornn. Alongside that, Jukyu, though, with this Shepherd AP flex at this level 9. This is something we've seen win so many games. If you're not playing Vex, you're playing this legendary flex, and that will be where we ended up. We'll be able to take down Pocky and his deadliest blades as it stacks up throughout the game, giving so much more AD. But at this point, can we take out the front line? It does fall down here. The calling out onto the back line, able to take down one more unit. If the Jinx and Cats one more time, does not get it done.
For a second, I thought Pocky already left his chair, but he was just leaned to the side there, watching the fight. Very unfortunate. Also unfortunate for Ego, who got eliminated on that 6th place here as well. Deepe, really the victor to come out of this bottom brawl on our leaderboard. And Cool Guy Dom now feeling the pressure. Like you mentioned, that Ornn was found. Now the Samira is online as well. Is it good enough against a board like Deepe's, against a board like Jukyu's that really have reached peak?
I like the last minute swap here to try and get away from those units so the Bard doesn't get onto the backline, and the splash damage from Sona doesn't get there either. The Shen trying to do as much to debuff the enemies in this front line that is very solid for Jukyu outside of not having that upgrade on the Nunu, but the CC coming through will be so incredibly strong, and the Ornn falls down, and Dom, able to get that last minute knockup. Teemo versus the world, not enough, and it will drop him out in what I assume to be 5th place.
Waiting for the final matchup between Ripple and Deepe, but how could it be really any different? Deepe wins that one and makes his way towards the top 4. And he is, of course, with his comp looking for a top 1. I'm not really sure if there's anything in the game that's naturally achievable that would contest with this Blitzcrank, unless we're, of course, talking like a 3-star 5 cost.
I think Jukyu is able to get something to be as powerful as this board. Yeah, I think we're stuck on level 8 here. He just doesn't have the ability to cap much higher than this, and if we can get good positioning, if we can really get this Nunu too, I do think that Jukyu's board has a chance to stand up to it.
All right, for now it's going to be Ripple on the other side. He was really, really healthy early on, so able to buy just a lot of AD, a lot of HP. And Preserve was the name of the game for Ripple here. So he, even if he takes that loss, shouldn't be all too down just yet, but hold on. Maybe he's actually able to take down Jukyu's board despite all the legendaries, despite all those upgrades. Can Jinx clutch this? Oh, she can't. For a second, I was a believer.
Wait, Deepay lost. Deepay is down. The Blitzcrank did lose. I believe it was to Phoenix on the other side. Phoenix's board playing around that Fast 9 as well with the level up and Cosmic Restart was able to take him down. He's level 10, and that was what is able to take down Deepay. And this is exactly what Phoenix needs. 36 points. He's made it to level 10. Look at all of these upgrades. He's absolutely crushing it this game. I don't know if I've ever seen 5 Conduit in a game of TFT this set, and he is absolutely piling it to mastery.
That is really, really cool. Doesn't even have this Conduit augment that we sometimes see players pick up when they play around like a Zoe, Mordekaiser, the Leona board. So instead, just really going into full legendary flex. Goes up against Ripple now, but there is a little bit of a kerfuffle in the backline. So our Asol is under attack. Our front line has crumbled, and I'm a little sad we didn't get to see the Deepay elimination, because I really would have liked to see how this board was able to take him down.
Man, Jukyu taking a loss as well. So Ripple now showing that he might be able to be the person to win this lobby from this reroll spot, the contested reroll spot that we talked so much about throughout this game. Man, stacking augments really do change the way you play this game. We talked about how this prismatic start will alter the whole direction on this game, and we saw Phoenix. He said, hey, I want to go levels. We saw Ripple, hey, I want to kill units and I'm going to build AD. And for Jukyu, we printed a dragon.
Yep. I mean, we were talking about this in the green room game 1. If you can print a dragon, you do print the dragon, and that dragon does get to play. There's no question about it. Such a good unit, so strong, giant meat shield, and will help you a lot. Everybody else in this lobby seeing this will be like, huh, so you got a dragon, huh? And Jukyu says, yeah, I did. I'm gonna go level 10 just to fit him in on top of my units as well. There was a little bit of a weird change on Morgana and everything else, but we have her back in play, and we're going to be seeing the power of 2 dragons, actually. Phoenix got one as well.
Oh, Dragon v Dragon here on our fights. Level 10 versus level 10, the pinnacle of TFT in the current set. The Nunu did not get that cast off very importantly, so was not able to knock up the backline. The Bard cast will come through and will go onto the backline to do as much damage as possible, but it looks like the laser from Asol will be enough. Phoenix and Jukyu taking a loss, and Ripple and Jukyu taking a loss. So it will be, there's so many different fights here. It's like A beats C, but B beats A. It's a crazy matchup happening.
It is. I love the double dragon. It brings me great joy that is possible, and that we got a dragon versus dragon matchup, but that is not enough for Phoenix. He says, okay, I win. I'm going to win even harder. I get that Sona 2 in place. She's going to be helping me a ton. It's a massive upgrade for the board, and everybody else is just pretty broke, to be very honest with you. So we're going to be watching Ripple versus Jukyu. That means Phoenix has the Ghost Ward. Let's see who gets eliminated here.
Keep an eye on the Bard and see where this UFO goes. We did pull in that Blitzcrank to try and knock up the tank in the front line, but we got to keep in mind there is a dragon on that left side of the screen, which is incredibly strong. Belvethno is wrapping and is stuck on this dragon. Now can the Jinx cast take down the backline? It cannot. Ripple Overdrive is now falling down and out of our game. It will be the Fast 10 players that are able to get the top 2 spots.
Listen, we came into today and we were talking about the fact that NA plays a lot of Fast 9. I didn't know you guys play a lot of Fast 10. What is happening here? There are just dragons everywhere. There's level 10s in every single game we go into. You guys really like to press that level key, huh?
We sure do, and especially when it's Ari Encounter, which gives you AP and AD based on your levels. And so that God choice will be a huge impact on this game, and we'll try to see what the positioning battle is here.
Absolutely. This could be elimination station for Jukyu. or maybe Phoenix gets knocked down just a peg. We're seeing once more a battle of those dragons on the right-hand side. That front line is still standing, but there's already so much CC on the side of Jukyu, just absolutely getting tousled and topped around. Not good enough, though, as Jukyu is able to take down Phoenix just a little bit. We're gonna go into another boon, another help out to maybe even the playing field.
I mean, we take a deep breath here. We have another fight to go. Blitzcrank 2 for Jukyu. We will be upgrading it. We do have that other Laoian shop to give us the exact amount of gold that we need. We have another TG to work with if we want to. We're not going to have enough gold to check it on bench, so instead we're going to be going full crit on our Bard and moving the item over to the Karma to make this do even more damage.
Honestly, that's the one thing I kind of mourn about Dragon, is that you cannot put something like a TG on it. It would be so crazy. But we are going to be going up one more time. Phoenix versus Jukyu. Stage 6-5 is where this game has taken us, and only one player will remain the victor. For Phoenix, already so big to be in those top two here. For Jukyu, just another extra round here to show off what he can do. Backline has been reached, but that Blitzcrank is a menace. And Jukyu taken down in second place. Phoenix takes this one.
That UFO went straight to the back line for the side of Phoenix, and that's exactly what he needed there. 36 points, now adding 8 to that puts him right in the middle of the conversation to continue to move forward. That is what he needed, and he absolutely pulled it off there.
That was crazy. That was such a good game. I'm really, really excited to hear more about this. Before we go to our analyst desk, we're going to go to a teeny tiny break. So make sure you get some snacks and some hydration. You'll be right back with us. You're watching the Americas Regional Finals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals. I'm here with Hupe-san and Gangly to break down the action of that final game and then to show you the standings. Gentlemen, we've got sandwich cuts coming in. Top 4 will be promoted into the TFT Pro Circuit and the bottom 4 getting eliminated. Before that, let's go through some of the highlights from this last game.
Double
First thing that
prismatic,
stands out
so
to me, yeah, go for it. You got it, Hupe.
yeah, double prismatic that made a possibility of 2 strategies here on Phoenixia and Yukyu going to level 10, Gangly. Something that normally doesn't happen. For sure in EMEA, never happens. But we are in America, Fast 9 and Fast 10 is the name of the game.
The thing that stood out to me, especially about Phoenix's game, was that he knew the assignment, right? 36 points going into this game, 2 points below the next lowest person in the standings. He had one option. It's win the game or pray you don't lose on tiebreakers. And he said, I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm just going to go first. So Phoenix playing level up off his first augment into the cosmic restart and saying, if I want to guarantee a win for myself, I need to make it to level 9, need to make it to level 10, play around the legendary board. And I think sometimes, you got to flip the coin, but it turned out in his favor. So heads up play from Phoenix. He played to his out and it worked.
It was so interesting to see how many of our competitors also ended up choosing augments that would scale over time. While Phoenix did take that level up, so you are knowing that is going to be something where you're going to see a fast on composition. We saw Deadlier Caps come out from Ego, Deadlier Blades come out from Ripple Overdrive and Pokygom, and that also unfortunately led to some contests happening where Pokygom was on the losing end of that one versus Ripple Overdrive with the same augment.
Yeah, for Phoenix, 5 conduit, a lot of mana regen. Normally we don't see that. It's like 9 mana per second, and everyone was just popping off full AoE damage. And AP Fast 9 or Fast 10 Flex has been the name of the game, at least on stats, is the best comp so far.
Circle back to what you were saying before, Necro, about the two players contesting each other. It's such a bad beat if you are the player on the losing end of that, because sometimes you just take the augment and you scout around and no one else has it, and then 5 seconds later you realize that you're contested. There's a world where maybe Pocky, feels like I have the ability to pivot into something like Samira or to Corki, but ultimately, given the spot that he had, he decided, I think my best bet is to just try and hit Jinx before Ripple does. And unfortunately for him, Ripple hit first. Ripple rolled really deep on 3-2, found 6 Jinxes. And from there, it just felt like Pocky wasn't in control of the game anymore, unfortunately, going out in a 7th place finish. And with him being toward the bottom end of the standings, that 7th place finish might actually be the difference maker between him having another game in the tournament.
And it's just not going to cut it. Unfortunately for Pokygom, Degree, Shoma, and Millennium Fox, these are going to be our next 4 players eliminated from the Americas Regional Finals. It's very heartbreaking to see this happen. It's going to be a tough day, already sending 4 additional players home, and we still have 8 more to cut, Hoope.
Yeah, 8 more, and this is the danger zone right now. So after the next 2 games, 8 players will also be eliminated, and we see Cool Guy there holding strong. And the points here, Nick, are very close. We see 43 against 46, so only 3 points. And normally the spreads can get a little bigger, so every point counts from now on.
And I love that Dom's scoreline is 4-5-5-4. It's just him sprinting. Like, you can kind of visualize it as the break point of elimination is nearing. He's just barely hobbling in front of it and dodging every single form of elimination. So Cool Guy Dom does stay alive. And here we'll see as we move forward, Tex in 9th place means that he is missing the auto qualification into TPC because of that 8th place finish. After going 1-1 the 2 games before that, this small slip up here is going to be the difference between him being able to end the day and celebrate his now playing in the TPC, or him having to continue on for the day.
Well, who's going to celebrate their time in the TPC? We've got Jukyu, JRC, Dank Memes, and Shaco that have earned their tickets either for the first time or back. I think this is exciting in particular for Dank Memes. This was a player we were highlighting at the beginning of our day in the play-ins. We're like, this is like the best guy to not be in the pro circuit yet, but he has finally earned his ticket there.
Yeah, for Yukyu also, the first time coming into TPC, and it's great. We already are assembling the Avengers from America that will go into TPC, that will go into regional finals week 2 next week, and of course have a chance to represent us in Tactician Crown. For now, a full pedigree of players, and we still have 8 left that will advance to next week.
And this is where things start to change a little bit, right? We got 2 games left, but we still have 8 players left to qualify or promote into TPC. And we're going to start having our sandwich cuts every game now, right? It's going to be 1 game and then cut, 1 game, then our final cut. So from here on out, every single point matters. You cannot leave anything on the table.
It's tough. There's just no room for error anymore. 1 game sample size is going to be the make or break, whether or not you get to play that final game or you're going home empty-handed. And I think it's got to be really hard, especially when you look at Tech's Tactic Torn. They have been at that threshold to advance for 4 games in a row now, and missing out on those 2 cuts has got to feel hard. But this is where you've got to show your strength in your gut and in your character. Can you withstand the pressure of this 1 game sample size and realize that dream? It's right in front of you.
Yeah, we talk about hot streak, but there's also the cold streak, and these players are already on top. If you get an 8th, historically, normally your average placement drop down. Kangli has done some quantifications there, but it happens because you go 8th, and then you have a lot of times and you get called. So you really need to keep focus, keep watching games, keep looking at stat or looking at your replay. So for Tex and all those players that are in the cutoff, Necra, it could be a bumper. They need to close it out now. They don't want to go to another game, and they want the qualification as soon as possible.
I will never forget about Stellar Minhe's performance in the regional finals just a few sets ago, where he narrowly missed qualifying into the TPC on every single elimination checkpoint off of tiebreakers, and then made it to the final game of the day and did not make it into the TPC. I think the way you're putting it is perfect, Hoope. We have your hot streaks, you have your cold streaks too. Sometimes the small amount of mental damage that comes with missing out on tiebreaker or going 8th when the only thing you had to avoid is going 8th is the difference maker between you being able to accomplish it on the day or you falling short. I would love to see someone like Tex shake off that 8th place finish, but it's not always that easy to do.
I mean, like, that's the thing. Sometimes you just tell you, don't go 8th, don't go 8th, don't go 8th. And then all of a sudden you're like missing the plot. You've lost it at that point, and it's really just about playing a good game of TFT and trying to silence all of the negative thoughts in your brain. For this next game, 4 players will move forward, 4 eliminated. Tactic Torn has been on the edge, that precipice, for several games in a row. So can he finally close it out here? Cottontail right behind him is going to be another player to watch for that promotion. But on the flip side of things, Conda and Reddy, they want to maintain their spot in the TFT Pro Circuit, and they've both been fighting since the play-ins. So can they get it done? For the action, I'm going to send it back over to you two, Hoope, Son, and Gangly, and CLE tagging you in to take this one home.
Thank you, Necra. Excited to be back for these final 2 games because this is, this is the pinnacle of TFT right now. 1 game cut, 1 game and cut. Everything comes down to this moment.
It's a good lobby that we're being brought to. Handful of stories of various ranges, right? You have the veterans, players like Spencer and Greya that I remember watching back in sets 4 and 5. Cottontail actually in that same grouping as well. And then some new blood, Reddy, who really broke out into the scene last set, Tactic Torn, who really, I had never heard of him before a couple weeks ago, right? Before he made his way through Tactician Trials number 2, and Silencer in that same category as well. I feel like we have a great distribution of stories across everyone in this lobby.
Yeah, 100%. And the days has been tough for some of the players. Greya coming in from planes, also having the possibility of getting strong enough. And everyone wants the spot. The pressure is high. And now is when you want cold mind. You don't want to, the emotions shouldn't be a factor right now. You need to be clean. You need to play exactly what the game gives you. Recognize your spot. Play your TFT game. And of course, pray that the gods of TFT, of their space gods of TFT, are in your favor.
We've had the opportunity to interview a lot of these players and really get to know them. And one of the things that's fairly consistent around tournament winners and those that find success throughout these tournaments is, hey, what's the difference? And oftentimes it's, hey, I played like myself and I got the opportunity and I took it. And so for these players, these next 2 games, they know their position, right? You see Reddy is 6 points behind Tactic Torn, who's at the top of the table. Now, we don't need to make up all those points, but we do know that he is at least 2 points behind the current cut and has that to make up in these current games. So if he's able to go into a top 2, that should propel him to what he needs. And if it's the opportunity, if he can play the way he needs to play, both Conda and Reddy and Greya and Spencer are all chasing that here in this game.
That's kind of the beautiful thing of the cut structure here is, yeah, Reddy doesn't have to make up 6 points, but also you can make up 6 points. You go first and the other player goes 8th, and all of a sudden you're slingshotting yourself ahead of them.
Yeah, 50, 54, maybe we can think about as the possible cutoff to ensure you get there. But of course, a lot of people in 50 could make it even more challenging if they get good spots. Greya, a little cold here. We see him with the rope, trying to have a possibility, and we have confirmation. The encounter is Prismatic Prelude. So we will start with at Prismatic, and everyone needs to hit. Some people say that Silver can be more variance, but I think Prismatic, if you don't hit, if you're not comfortable with whatever you get, you could be doomed from the start.
I think it's just more gameplay defining, right? There's a little bit more variance in like, hey, what can you roll? What works best in your spot for Silver? But Prismatic is saying, this is how I'm going to play this game. And especially when your counter is Thresh and Soraka specifically enabling players to play from behind in HP really, really well, really opens up the door for maybe these high risk, high reward augments that you can get here as Prismatic's on 2-1.
Also want to call out the Stargazer for this map is going to be the Altar, which does open up a handful of our more standard Stargazer lines. Things like TF are now back on the table. Things like Xayah are going to be available. And so all of a sudden, a handful of these, I guess, more default lines that you don't always get to play for are now something that players could angle towards even from 2-1.
Yeah. Also, we have Thresh as one of the space gods, and we know what that means. That means economy early. We are in the Americas, so we will probably see a few players going for that fast 9 angle. We have known that AP fast 9 is the best come to top 1, at least in the tournament so far. Upward probability, a possibility here for Silencer to try to go for that angle. No, go for the kitchen. Ooh, snipe.
Comeback story was one that I was keeping my eye on because, you know, obviously that was Soraka, makes a lot of sense. Reddy taking Trait Tree, Greya taking Expected Unexpectedness for Reddy here. These are a little bit awkward. Anima obviously is great if you're playing around that, but we don't even have that online right now. Darkstar is one that we've seen be a lot of flex, but Arbiter makes that a little awkward as well. So nothing
Reddy has
really crazy standing out.
Yeah, Reddy had 2 anima, so with the emblem, he should be able to get the 3 in.
Okay. There's a world where he can play some sort of anima into Darkstar. It does. Darkstar does have a pretty reasonable cap. Doesn't cap quite as high as other things, but the emblem can get you there. Maybe you do have an anima cash out that will, you know, give you a little something. I think the problem is that he has a Jinx 2. I don't think you really want to be playing for a loss streak with anima when you're sitting on a Jinx 2 on your board.
When you expect the unexpected, you are not expecting a Tamkens, but it's huge. You get the economy from the early start. This is something that normally is very hard to happen. And great spot here for Greya. It's an injection of gold from now until the end of the game.
Conda taking Flexible gives a lot of these emblems as well. We saw Reddy being the other person that elected to go with the emblems, and then Silencer with the Sniper start. Going to be pretty awkward. There's no spot that I'm looking at that has an incredible spot, right? There's no one that is really inspiring me very much. I do believe that Reddy did use a Reforger on his emblem, so love to see where he did end up after that.
Ready now, we see
Rogue,
him on place.
Psionic, and Challenger. Oh, wait, that's pretty good. Wait, that's very good. It all of a sudden opens
with
up
the Jinx too?
Gordian Jinx line, which I guess, it's already kind of opened up by the fact that you have a Jinx too. I mean, yeah, great job, Reddy. Way to go, man. You found some good stuff.
Try number 2.
Yeah.
Looking good, going full tempo. And now with the possibility of pressuring the lobby as much as possible, trying to go for the full win streak and be the one that is pressuring, being the one that is hurting the rest of the lobby and punishing whoever has a plan to go fast 9.
Artix, the player that is playing a little bit open-handed. I imagine we might even end up in some Samira reroll, which we've seen to be popular with Prismatic Ticket. If you can hit, it's great. Or maybe if you played around some Lulu and see if that can pay off for us this game. Cottontail is taking the page out of Ego's book, playing around this early Vigar with Deadliest Caps, trying to stack as much AP as possible and win the game that way.
I love seeing Artix fall back to his roots. When we first saw him come onto the scene, he was known as being the open forwarder, right? As part of the Boom Kitchen, where they'd optimized this sell everything and figure it out later, fast 9 sort of style. And this is it. The pressure's on, and Artix finds himself in a position once again to try and get some points to make into the TPC through open fort. Just poetic.
For Silencer, we have the Arbiter, so it's Leona print. But he has the attack 3 times, so he doesn't have a win so far, so he will just have to get the Leona maybe a slower, but for sure he should get it soon on 3-star. Going for that Vanguard AP flex, if you.
Did Reddy take the belt? Oh, and Greya also took the belt. I kind of just assumed everyone was taking Thresh here. Pretty interesting.
Taking it easy on our observers. You know, they're doing some hard work for us, trying to get all of the information as these random moves come through. It was kind of painful. The previous, I think it was 2 games ago, when it was 3 of them in a row, and they were just scouting around, sending all these screenshots about what was happening. So for many of our players picking up what we got, Silencer now gets that Tactician's cape online. He also has 6 Leonas already, so you know he is printing some, and it will continue to throughout this matchup. But I'm very curious where we will end up with Sniper, because I do think we get guaranteed Jhin later on, and we can play around that.
I feel like it's a pray for a reforger angle. I don't even know if we want this. I guess if we do land on Jhin, there's a world where you do flex your fast 9 board to just include Jhin. You know, back in the day when the first set started, there were a lot of fast 9 Jhin boards. It's largely fallen out of favor with what we've seen lately, but when I see the Leona print, generally speaking, I'm expecting to see some sort of fast 9 out of this.
Yeah, that should be the angle. Going for that Jhin, but yeah, you need to get there, right? You need to go with the Samira, you need to go with Saya, get value, flex a little the front line. Normally Bastion is a little more comfortable in that spot. Meanwhile, we see Tactician already with a LeBlanc, has already the Tam Kench, so popping off a little into the game. So far, only Ready with the possibility of maintaining win streak and keep the pressure in the lobby.
Artix is the one that's really going to go for that lost streak. We saw him having almost nothing on his board throughout much of this stage, and so I can't imagine that Silencer with all those upgrades is going to really sell anything to try and contest that, but would be happy if he was able to get the extra gold. Reddy's board is quite strong. We don't have 3 Primordian online quite yet. We do have the option to as soon as we want to, but the streak is significantly more important. This will be a very, very difficult fight. Reddy will be facing Cottontail on the other side.
Yeah, Cotton's still with the Vanguard 1, so it's not strong at all. And this is good news for Reddy here, Gangly. Just taking the win, taking the 5 streak, and try to ensure he can tempo even stage 3 with this placement that he has with the spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is the spot you want to be in when you're playing 2-cost reroll. There are a lot of people that love to just open 4 into 2 costs because you do spike on stage 3. But if you can use the gold that you're getting from 5 streaking into 3-2 anyway, and have all of the health that lets you bleed a little bit more on stage 4 more safely, I mean, there's nothing better you could ask for. Reddy's in a really, really promising position right now.
Arctic's able to confirm the 5 loss. Silencer did snap that streak, so not ideal, but we're at 8 of these Leonas. We see 2 more on bench and 6 of them on the field, and so very shortly we'll be very strong anyways. So might as well try and get a win streak going and see how long we can keep that for. Actually, wait a second. Are we gonna try to play some Sniper Diana? That sounds really. Wait, no, it doesn't give extra range now, does it?
No, I don't think it does.
Wait, no, this does.
Wait.
Sniper Focus doesn't. Yeah.
The Sniper
this
emblem. Wait.
Yeah.
One of them does. I don't know which one it is, actually. I trust you.
I'm pretty sure Sniper Emblem does. Sniper's Focus does not anymore.
I want to highlight here for Silencer that the boom from Thresh gave him the Cosmic Hex, and he has a Leona already being printed. This would be Exodia frontline for Silencer, for him to be able to play around Vanguard and then try to look for the flex snipers. Great spot. We know we don't like sniper normally, but in his spot, he can make it happen.
Items are a little awkward. Okay, is able to end up making 3 items on the Leona, though. Thing is, we have so much frontline, but we are lacking from Silencer is damage. So I think normally you would have loved to be able to try and find some way to get a little bit more damage on this Zoe. But for now, this Leona, which will soon be a Leona 3, will hold down the fort for stage 3, certainly. Not guaranteed a streak by any stretch, but we're not going to lose too much health this stage, I don't think.
Ready, continuing on his win streak, and Arctic's doing the same the other direction. Very curious about our expected unexpectedness player and see what Greya did pick up from that next roll. Silver augments coming through will not be super impactful unless you get something like augmented power that can give you the prismatic later or restart mission, but I think Konda's spot was too good for that option. Instead, we'll just be getting a hug.
Yeah, has the Nova, has the Winsos for Kindred, so committing to the Master G line. Here for Konda, good line, is already strong, and we know Kindred is buff. If you manage to get to the Fiora, it could be even a top 1, top 2 if no one goes to the fast 9 or gets there immediately. So for him, tempo and trying to stabilize deeply on 4-2.
He could even forego the Yi variation altogether and just try to play around the Kindred with the +1. You put on something like the Belveth or the Fiora, like you're talking about, playing around the Morgana frontline. It's really risen in popularity over the last week or so. So it wouldn't surprise me to see him opt for a line like that as well, especially considering how poorly Master Yi has done all weekend long.
Arctic's in a very good spot, though. It makes not very much sense to see that you take, hey, I want more rerolls for my second augment choice. The thing is, these stack on each other,
They
right?
scale,
Every time
yeah.
you get that reroll, they have the chance to proc another one with Prismatic Ticket. And so once Arctics can get to level 7 and start rolling, watch out, because I think things are about to become golden.
Yeah, that's the face of a man with a plan, going for that deep roll down soon into the game. See a little the rest of the augments, nothing flashy popping off. And for Arctics, yeah, wait and try to make sure he gets the next. Okay, Tactician has the Mordekaiser, finds an early Nunu that helps him put the Vanguard frontline on place as soon as possible, but lacking damage here, so he really needs to pressure a little from now on. Lacking a significant damage resource here.
I mean, we're super tanky, though, so we've got that going for us, and we can see if we can scale and do enough from these Vanguards that even as damage do us throughout the fight. We do see on this other side, it is Deadliest Caps still on a Vygar 1. So not being able to kill too many units and has lost a few rounds as well. Kind of mixed streak, and we know we want to kill units. That's how we stack this thing up.
This is such a brutal spot to be in with Cottontail. Normally, I imagine you're taking this because he already has the Vhagar, maybe even has the Vhagar pair. But being trapped in Vhagar jail here, you just know, like, you're sitting at 80 HP and there's a world where you have Vhagar 2 and you're 95 HP right now, right? And you have so many more stacks on this cap. But regardless, the Vhagar 1 is doing enough for him to get a couple more wins here. I think he just would really love to see that upgraded sometime soon.
Yeah, Tactician decides not to slam items because he only has the rage beta possibility. He needs really the Winsos as soon as possible.
Everyone just snapped picked this mystery loot, by the way. It was so fast. Everybody on that left side with Thresh.
This was the shield for Soraka, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was so fast. I couldn't see it.
I know. I am assuming with how fast it was that it was the shield. I think it's gotten a little bit of love over the last few patches or so.
Yeah,
but still,
it was buffed. We see someone, like 2 players getting it in the past few days. But yeah, for sure, it doesn't compete with Super Trash Loot Boss. Everyone going for that.
Oh man, still no damage item though for Tactic Torn. Man, it is gonna be hard to kill units, but Arctix is level 7. He is rolling right now. We're seeing a few upgrades come through. Gonna be looking for those 3 costs specifically. Auron 2, now another copy on bench as well. Wanted Samira 2 really to start our streak here. Looks like we'll be able to find that. And he also got this training dummy from the random Thresh.
Okay, it's not nothing. Certainly something. Are able to get 5 Space Groove online with the Ornn having 2 items on it, which means it's going to get a 3rd one at the start of combat. So we're going to have a lot of scaling. You know, we've seen a lot of the 2 tanky boards be in this position, and all of a sudden they are so stable for so long, going even into stage 4. This is a variation that's being played without it, and so we're not going to be expecting the same level of stability, but for now, Samira 2 is going to be enough. You can see the head shake from Spencer knows he was just 1 cast away from that Samira dying and him finding the fight win, but for now, Ardix will find a stabilization point.
Yeah, so important, right? When you're playing 3-cost reroll, you want to roll a 3-5, try not to break your full economy and get your 3-cost 2-star. This is exactly what he needed. Items are there, makes sense. And for him, it's now just popping off and ensure his economy doesn't break and try to be as close as possible to a 3-star.
Oh, we're still rolling here.
Yeah, what
Kind
he's
of
looking for. It's weird, yeah.
Tanking our econ a little bit. I mean, it's okay. We're still at 20, so we'll get back to above 30 here soon. But we're not too close to each of these. We're still a few off the Ornn and a few off the Samira. So a little confused on why we straight up sent it there, but we should be able to
I think he was looking for the
streak.
wave. I think there was like a minor wave, and he was like, okay, maybe there's a wave here, and he was like, okay,
Right.
but no, new set, no wave now.
Wave theory. We haven't heard that.
patched that.
It's, yeah. Regardless, though, you know, he is able to get a couple of upgrades, finds the Gwen 2, gets another Samira. And one thing about Space Groove is that it does scale with how many Space Grooves and their star level, I believe. So being able to just put another Samira 1 on the board does make your Space Groove itself stronger. So even just having the units, even if they are just the little guys, it does a lot. You need that Ornn to live as long as possible. So you can tell even him choosing to not put the Fiora in order to have like a Samira 1 is him saying that my entire fight will reside on whether or not the Ornn will live.
Well, we did find Jhin, and that is a
Pretty
big
good.
upgrade for that board on level 7 here. So, I mean, we won't be complaining about that for sure. On this stage, we did see Konda grabbing a 5-win streak for themselves, as well as Tactic Torn. We saw with the lack of damage being able to string together 5 losses there. So, more gold in their pockets, but this stage 4 is going to define where this game ends up. We don't have many players that are really searching for that fast 9, but we do know another emblem and another dice roll is coming in this stage.
Reddy also did get the he did get the
G2.
lesser champion duplicator from the Thresh loot, right? So he is in a spot right now where he can feel free to roll a little bit more aggressively, because once he kind of gets a couple of the pieces, the rest will kind of all fall into place. Also, this is a Yi too. I didn't even realize that.
Level 6, free rolls as you mentioned, and just a G2 for fun. He didn't even blink. Normally he's laughing, but he's so confident right now. He's okay, I deserve the G2. I'm fine.
I earned this.
I love tuning into this guy's stream, and on the bottom corner of his stream it just says me when I lock TF in. It's just him sitting in the corner, and this guy is very much locked in right now, trying to see if he can string together a few games to get him back into tier 1 for the next set.
Yeah, he had a pretty rough TPC regular season, but thus far in the tournament has looked quite good. Sitting at 44 points right now, puts him in a reasonable position. You know, he still has a chance to make it out on this game, and right now a lot of the pieces are there. I do like that he's opting to play a little bit slower. I think there are some people that might have felt pressured to just send it, and in fact that's what I was kind of saying he should do before, but instead opting to try and play for his highest cap, knowing his position in the tournament. Gold augments coming up.
Okay, we see important ones come through. Charge transfer in the top right, we see for Spencer, who's playing around that Vigar with the Radiant item, so that will be mad damage coming through. He is level 8, so I imagine we might... I don't think we're going to print. I think we're going to be playing around to some more of these 5 costs, maybe a 4 cost AP carry. Reddy, though, did get another another spatula alongside Silencer, who we haven't seen too much since he got that sniper emblem where he did end up. But it looks like we're keeping the sniper emblem and trying to figure out the rest of it.
Does...
Darkstar emblem, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like we're trying to just move into Darkstar in general here, right? We have the ability to make Darkstar emblem. We've got a bunch of them on the board. Sniper +1 fits obviously very well for Jhin. Okay. I mean, the pieces are there. He does need upgrades. That is the one thing he's very, very much lacking.
Early bar is so important here. Doesn't find the Aurelion Sword, but the bar is better. Maybe he finds the Azul too, he will make the switch. For now, as you mentioned, the components are there, but not the upgrades.
I also think Artix has... He's either 8 out of 9 Samiras or has
8 out of
Samira
9.
3 on bench.
Looks like 8 out of 9 because I see.
Oh, because he's got
there
2
and then a
Samira 2s
Shen.
on the field. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, this
Artix.
spot for Silencer is tough though, especially if we can't find Jhin. This board starts to lose its cap because we have Sniper Emblem and no Sniper.
He finds an Aurelion Soul Tube. I don't know if that's quite gonna get him there.
Dude.
Can use the emblem.
And this guy hit Blitzcrank. And
he had
Shen
enough
and
gold.
Jhin. What is this on 7?
What 1% chance? He hit 2 1% chances. How many times did he roll? What are the odds that he rolled 200 times on 7? Probably unlikely, but we can dream.
Goodness gracious.
Great CC coming up here. Conda, a little in trouble. Finds an early Vex. Finds also the Kindred there. Still 1 cost. So again, Conda also doesn't have the upgrades. Just trying to find path, and he's in true 0 right now. So difficult spot here for Conda, and he should start bleeding right now.
Board is strong though.
Holding up.
Having the Vex with
holding.
so much attack speed from the Time Breakers, and then obviously the Tom Kench 2 will give you a lot of time. Yeah, the splash damage there is enough to kill the Samira, and Artix is going to take a hit that puts him down to 26 HP.
More random boons being the choice here.
5 gold.
Curious
5
how many
gold's a lot.
players it is, and many of our players, except for a few of them on the right side, looks like Artix and Greya did not decide to go for the randomness here, but instead choose Soraka. And maybe it's because they really want to get the Soraka blessing in the later game to get them that extra scaling as they have low HP.
Makes sense. Also, they already have a great tank for Artix, this Ornn, so he can get, there it is, bigger, stronger. And for Greya, he already has a Morgana too. So maybe some decision there to improve, but for sure, the blessing also a consideration.
And, I mean, Silencer is finding some pieces here. 5 Darkstar though. Nope, 6
Okay.
online now. Okay, is able to actually get 6. So, I mean, we've got some stuff. I'm not quite sold on him being out of the woods, but we do have a very strong board, that's certain.
So this
Yeah, I
board
like
last
this.
time surprised us a little bit. That Tom Kench was really tanky with that Bastion emblem online. And we're seeing the same thing here, but we have a lot more damage on this board. A lot of ways to shred through this with the Bard focusing down alongside the Aurelion Soul. That will be the case. Leona standing strong, now onto the back line for the Aurelion Soul, taking it down there. Conda now having to figure out where the cap will come from, especially if we can't hit our 2 stars.
Yeah, very tough for him. Cotton, on the other hand, he used so much time to find the Veigar and decides just to directly go somewhere else here, Gangly. Has the Bard, has something else, trying to roll, but it didn't come. This game was not the game for Cotton. This is a player that is in that cutoff. He's the one with the biggest point right now with 50, and this is exactly what we're talking about, the cooldown. Bad game for Cotton. The game didn't accompany him. He had a plan but couldn't execute, and now he will have to reset for the next game.
Yeah, like you're saying, going from at 50 points means he was the tiebreak, right? He was one of the 3 players that bubbled out on that 50-point tiebreaker to make it directly into TPC. And man, the feeling of going from the tiebreaker to suddenly having a tough game where it feels like you might even just go 8th. You would really hate to see it. But up against Artix right now, he actually is able to break through the front line even with just the Bard 1.
Uh-oh.
Samira's still alive though.
Oh,
the
Blitzcrank.
knockup is enough. Blitzcrank holding it down. Cottontail gets to live to see another day.
I'm telling you, this Blitzcrank unit is OP. This thing just clutches up fights from some of the most absurd positions. Oh man, but this spot for Cottontail, it is very interesting. Oh, we got a full JG.
We just got JG
Yeah.
and Void Staff, and we didn't have Shred, right? That's a pretty nasty, dragon. Thank you, sir.
Beautiful here for Cotton.
Oh.
And of course, that Rabadons that he had because of the early death scaff is already more than a Radiant. So the value is there. He just needs to find the Bar 2-star. and he should be able to come out for him very low in HP, so in total danger zone.
We did talk about the fact that both Silencer and Ready took Earth. One thing we didn't acknowledge that on top of them getting the spatula, they also get the additional attack speed and the mana generation on anyone holding a spatula, right? And so Ready especially is going to be getting so much value off of that because he's going off of the trait tree, right? So now you have additional attack speed on your Master Yi, on your Jinx, and on your Briar there.
He's kind of cooking. He's kind of cooking with what his board ended up with. For Psionic and like the complete trait tree with that. Konda on the other side, still no Kindred 2 with that being our main carry alongside this Vex. That has a lot of attack speed. And as long as our front line can stand up, both of these guys will scale infinitely into this fight. Cottontail trying to take units down one by one, but the single target damage is taking a long time to get through these frontline tanks. The Blitzcrank trying its best. Cottontail does not drop out of the game and will still have another opportunity at 1 HP.
Yeah, the position for Cotton was good. He was on the right side, but the damage is just not enough. Vex, on the other hand, scaling, getting good tempo into the game. And now for Silencer, trying to get a little stronger, trying to find the Karma. That is a significant secondary carry with the buff she received in this patch. For Silencer, once again, also needs to go for the weak side, trying to ensure that the scaling of the Aurelion Sol, how do you call it when he eliminates someone low in health?
Like the
execution. Yeah, he needs to go on the weak side always, and then try to ramp out the rest of the board for the others.
Up against Cottontail, so two players that are at death's door fighting against each other to keep their position in the tournament in a reasonable spot. Silencer is starting to do a lot of damage at the front line, but it's just the Leona standing now, and that's going to fall to Cottontail's board, but there we go. The Aurelion Sol still has enough to get through the rest of the back line. Cottontail will go 8th after just losing on tiebreaker to make it to TPC. This is not what you want to see from Cotton.
And now we're seeing Tactician following a very similar trajectory. 50 points, losing tiebreaker once again. Now dropping down to the bottom of the tables, but this board is looking quite strong, right? We're able to have LeBlanc 2 with really good scaling, and it's very solid front line with the boxing lessons and the glass cannon. So the setup is good. Just I'm not sure who we're losing to, but we've lost 4 times in a row, so we got to figure it out now.
Yeah, normally a board that you already want to be on level 9 on 5-3, finds the Zona, maybe put yourself a little. You will maintain, obviously, the LeBlanc until you find a Vex 2, but he should be able to at least give a fight here against Silencer, who has the big Darkstar Aesol.
See, I mean, that Leona on the left-hand side is being targeted by the Aurelion Sol. Question is, how many casts can that sustain? No, it's actually going to fall now, but the other Leona will fall too. Front line has crumbled for Silencer. Backline's on the back line. It's a close fight, but Silencer barely beats Tacticorn, who's going to get eliminated. Both 50-point players going out in 7th and 8th.
The LeBlanc decided not to target the Aesol there, and that was the difference, right? The Aesol was able to cast off and get onto the main damage dealer for Tacticorn, and that took him down. Correa now able to find another good item here with the Morgana in the front line. He's one of our 2 players that did go with the Soraka as the god choice, and so being at 3 HP means he's getting nearly max value from this here, and seeing if he can turn that into a top 4.
Min-maxing for sure that god, and now Morgana will be the main tank here. Has the 5 Shepherds, so getting additional value there with the binging. Let's see if it's enough.
Like the optimization there to move the Adaptive Helm onto your Sona, so you now have 2 3-item carries in the back line.
Can Silencer do it again? Having this Darkstar board and take down another one of his opponents to move himself up the leaderboard and claim the points for his own.
That front line is dead.
From the 5 Shepherd does come through, so AP is scaling. The Leona will fall down here with this LeBlanc cast, but it will be the same fate. The Aurelion Sol taking out the LeBlanc and the competition. Silencer continuing this miracle run from play-ins all the way through.
For Grea, 45 plus 3, that's 48. So danger zone there for Grea. Remember, after this game, 4 players will advance to week 2 and 4 players will be eliminated. For Cotton and Tactician, one additional chance in next game. For the other, the risk of elimination. And maybe for Artix, that's 48. If he managed to get a first, a second place, that could mean that he ensures the placement for next week.
Silencer did find that Karma 2 is the last upgrade that we were looking for, and the Jhin obviously online as well means we have so much damage in the back line here. On the other side, Spencer's board playing the Space Groove. The Radiant Jeweled Gauntlet does have so much damage, and the front line is very powerful. Morgana 2, Nunu 2 can withstand so much more damage than a lot of the other boards we've seen. It seems like it's going to work.
Whoa.
Silencer goes out in a bot 4 here. Reddy's going to take a hit. Nowhere near elimination, though, so we do have our top 4 decided.
But look at the players that were able to pull it off on this one.
Yep.
Konda, Reddy, and Spencer. 44, 44, and 45 points. All of them at the bottom of the table right now. Now they're pushing themselves up, and this is turning out to be a very interesting cut to see who will make it to our very final lobby. They're all giving themselves an excellent shot to make it through to the TPC and then have a shot at the Tactician's crown.
And Konda played
What is
the
this
Konda
little
you were
legend?
highlighting. The what, sorry?
What is this little legend? I don't know if I've ever seen this guy.
Yeah, I've never seen it either.
It's beautiful. It's cute. I don't know if it's beautiful, but it's cute for sure.
That is a Vex 2 being spawned from the sky for Konda. He's got to be happy about that. Was it Oracle, maybe? It could have been the Tom Kench. Unless, can the Thresh Blessing spawn 5 costs? I don't think so, right? Maybe it can, who knows. Thresh does as he pleases. But Konda, going from a spot that we were all a little bit concerned about him just not having enough damage to really get there, has really turned the game around. Now seems to be leading the pack. We get to see another look at Reddy's board, who has a lot of threats. There's so much damage. The question is, can the front line hold up against so many of the damage sources on the other side of the board? It does seem like it's crumbling, but the back line hasn't died yet. Wow. It did. Okay. No, the back line is dead. And Artix's board is looking pretty nasty too. I think it's kind of a bummer if you are ready and you have this incredible early game that does end up actually just bleeding into a fourth. I think you would actually be a little bit bummed about that.
Spencer here looking strong. Also with 45 points, so looking for the first place to actually have a chance to advance directly. As we mentioned, everyone's the points you were mentioning this, Eli, are very tight. So maybe one of these players that wasn't favored with a first place could pop off and get into the threshold directly.
What a cool board Spencer's built. This is AP Flex at its finest here in this set. Really, really playing around this Nami, but not in the Space Group variant, but just flexing around all these traits together. We're ready on the other side is showing us how to use these emblems effectively, and we'll see which one can come out on top. The splash damage, though, from this Nami is so incredibly strong. Holy moly, this board from Spencer is so strong.
The Radiant Jewel Gauntlet plus charge transfer just makes sure that none of that damage is wasted, and there is a lot of it coming through from Spencer's board. On the other side, we do see Artix taking a hit there, and that's going to send him out as well. And that is a third place finish, so at 48 points going into that game, there's a world where a third place is enough for Artix to lock his spot into TPC, especially considering Tacticorn and Cottontail at 50 points went 7th and 8th.
Yeah, opening the spot, Tactic and Cotton for sure won't have a chance, and now Konda, together with Spencer, both of them could have a chance to get into 52 range and get the possibility of advancing directly. For now, Konda the favorite with the Nova line together with the Vex, and of course Spencer with full burst damage with this Radiant Jewel Gauntlet from the Nami.
Konda was the player going into this game with the lowest points on the table. If he goes first in this lobby, he could get out and into the TPC with just this one first place because of how it has stacked up. But will Spencer and his AoE splash damage with the charge transfer be able to do enough? The one more Morgana cast does come through, so the tankiness will be there. The last Nami does cast as well, but it's not enough. Konda and this Nova board able to pull it out and maybe push it all the way from the bottom to the top to move on to the TPC.
I love that we got to see I love that we got to see the flip-flopping there, right? With the players at 50, they went bot 2. The players at 44, 45 going top 2. It just messes with the standings so much. It's going to be beautiful to see it all play out.
And the pressure, right? Using whatever the game gives you, you cannot decide. Is this a meta of TFT that you have to play your game? Cotton tried to play the Veigar, tried to pivot out of it. The game didn't help. And that's exactly what you need. You see the face of Cotton. He knew that he was doomed in the end. He will have revenge, one more chance for him. But very important, soon we will see the actual placement. Who are the fours that advance and which four we lose now, Jack?
I mean, I'm just excited to see. So I'm not going to keep yapping. We're going to toss to the desk, and they're going to break down this scoreboard for us ASAP.
We're gonna yap for just a little bit though while we wait for that scoreboard to be completely finalized. But Makes, you and I were just having a great time watching these competitors put together those boards, especially with the trait tree, all those emblems coming through there for Ready, made for such a nice looking board.
It was. I feel like that's the name of the game. You're already putting it in there. Emblems galore, basically, on every other board. We saw additional influx of emblems, and I feel like that's really representative of the patch that we're currently in, where you try to find a niche that you can go into, you pick up those emblems, and you just floor it from there, find your direction, and that is everything you want. And for some of those players, it worked out really nicely. I do want to do an honorable mention for Cottontail at the very bottom there. We loaded into the game, we saw that there are caps, we saw the Veigar being picked up, and I was like, okay, game plan, check. I got what we're doing. And then it felt like he got a little bit scared, confused, wasn't really happy with the copies that he was getting, and tried to find an out into this bard. And it just was too little too late, bled out entirely. And that's so sad because he had such a good setup initially, but it just didn't come together.
That was really hard to watch, but I think Cottontail in particular was looking at the rest of the lobby tempo and going, oh, a lot of people are angling towards 9. They want to try to make sure that they're getting all these legendary units. So maybe little Veigar not able to actually keep up with the Jins that we saw or the Dark Star boards coming together in general. So I think a great recognition. Unfortunately, just couldn't pull it all together. But as we get a chance to walk through some of the rest of this game, I'm kind of excited to see what happened from that spot. We did see other rerolls though, right?
We did. So Ready picking up those primordials. However, this is the second time in a row, and I just need to call this out as I see it. Listen, this Ready guy, he's not playing normally. What is happening there? We're on 4-1. Suddenly there's a Master Yi 2 on his board. Just boom, delivered. In a prior game, it was a Sona 2 that just came into fruition all of a sudden. Like, I feel like there's something that's a little bit suspicious with how he's just hitting every unit that he needs, and more in the end was enough for that 4th place. And then, of course, another reroll like you're mentioning here, Ardix on the tried, true, and tested Ornn and Samira.
Yeah, the Samira did start to look really good, but I was giggling because I do feel like Ready was the chosen one, you know? He did get that button pushed for him to get that Master Yi so early. But I mean, of course, like Samira, those 3-cost rerolls, those are kind of the champion costs we've been looking at to see if they can keep up with some more of these AP lines, Fast 9 boards. At least they have a little bit more power behind them, but I'm excited, Makes. I'm excited and also a little nervous to see the standings because they are ready. So let's take a look at who is going to be eliminated here. And this is brutal. There was a tiebreaker between Ready and Ego. So Ego, Deepe, Greya, and Cool Guy Dom are out.
That is a rough tiebreaker, especially for some of those big names, right? Like Ego, like DP, like Greya. I know CLE and me, we're both very sad to see Cool Guy Dom getting a cut off here as well, but so close to making it in. And the players that have made it in are on this side here. So Ripple Overdrive, CMB, Ardix, and GG9 are going to be the players that get promoted, and we get to have one last game with our top 8 players that fight for those last 4 spots.
I thought maybe with the first place there, Konda might have cemented himself within that promotion portion of this group, but it's just 1 point shy from being able to do that, but at least gives himself this final game to see if he can join the rest of the ranks of our competitors that have already qualified for the TFT Pro Circuit. Because there's only 4 spots left, and I feel like this is where it does get kind of hard. Tactic torn again, just like missing out on this cut. I really hope this is going to be a Stellar Minhee story rather than a rewrite, because I've been rooting for him, you know, as one of our underdogs, I think, from this tournament.
I mean, good news for you and everybody else that's still rooting for a player that's still playing. Our remaining 8 are incredibly close together. So 52 to 49 points. That is a 4-point differential between those players. That is so close. It could be anybody's game in this last round. So really, pressure's on, heat is on. I hope they're ready.
So too, we're just making sure that the players have all said that they're ready to go before we launch this game, and then we'll hand it back over to our casters. But I think it's going to be a huge photo finish. Of course, as you said, the points being so close, but I also feel like every single one of these competitors knows what's at stake. Either they are trying to make it back into the TFT Pro Circuit, or they've been watching from the sidelines and really hoping that they get to knock on that door to join the house party. And so I'm really curious to see how it's going to go. Ready, of course, one of those competitors winning the tiebreaker there to play this final game, has been playing since the play-ins. Like, this TFT Pro Circuit did not go very well for him for this set. That's why he found himself playing from the very first day of competition, but like did get this final chance, whether it was the handpicked emblems or the early pike or whatever you want to call it. Ready has found the ways to put himself into this position where he gets this final chance.
Yeah, I don't think very many players would have piloted that trait tree the same way that he did, but I think it worked out beautifully in the end. And of course, you would have really liked a top 2 finish, maybe a 3rd place, but a top 4 was good enough to get him where he is now. So all is going to depend on this last game, and if he gets a good finish here, it's very well possible. Of course, there are 4 players that are sitting on those 52 points, so the highest points in this group. They can't all go first, but they can get good placements here and shut out some of the players that are currently sitting towards the bottom end, depending on how it all goes. Now, I don't know how you guys in the Americas do this, but I like to ask for crazy stuff before that very last game.
Okay.
You know, like triple prismatics. For the sake of our observer, I will not ask for Thresh, else I would have done that. I'll be gracious.
No more
I'll not
Thresh.
ask for Thresh. He has to input all of those individual boons. It's a lot of work for that guy. Shout out to him. But I would like a little bit of chaos, a little bit of commotion, you know, some cooking. We've been seeing an Ezreal reroll if the conditions were met, or even that Twisted Fate. I feel like I really need to see some extra cooking this round.
For our competitors, I think they might be rooting against you for that, Makes. I don't think
for
they
sure.
want to see the
100%.
variance. But as a viewer, I'm
yes.
totally with you. I feel like the one encounter we're going to try to avoid here is going to be the triple emblem encounter. I would rather see our players opt into it themselves with something like the trade tree versus having to just take the emblems that they're given and run with it. But Makes, I'm excited to watch this game with you from the sidelines. We're going to be throwing it back over to our casters, CLE, Hupe-san, and Gangly, to bring us through the final game of the day. Let's go.
Thank you, Desk, for breaking that one down. It all comes down to this for these players. We see them on camera here, a little bit nervous, trying to figure out what they need to do to get through. It is a nail biter.
That's right, and the points are extremely tight. Like you're saying, it's a nail biter for a reason. 49 points at the very bottom there for Ready, all the way up to 52 points for 4 different players. Means that really, your tournament life comes down to a single game. Can you find a top 4? Or if you're ready, most likely can you find a top 3, maybe even better, depending on how the rest of the points shape up. And so, yes, you've played a lot of games to get to this point, but it has all come to a head. And this is the make or break game of your season.
There's tension, but there's also laughter there. We see Cotton, Phoenix, Ready. They're laughing. They know it's one game. They know they have to keep their cool. They have already prepared. They know the lines. They know what they want the games to give in. They have a plan. Ready has been a master of Fast 9. Previous set, he didn't play it. He tried to avoid it now with the confidence of playing against the best and being greedy, looking for that angle. Cotton, on the other hand, never made it to that crown, trying to find that DPC angle. And we'll start out here with Ready, and we have a Meeple to start.
Saw Ari and Evelyn here to start us, so no Thresh. Our observers will get a break. but we do have that 2-cost start here with the Meepsy, being able to start off with some of these units. One thing to call out when we look on the right side, probably the most influential one for direction in this game will be that Belveth, Spencer, and Cottontail, both picking them up.
Also, opportunities for things like Tex or Tacticorn, who both have the time breakers with Emilio and the Pantheon, respectively. So, handful of different lines that can be opened by your 2-cost. I think if you're someone like Silencer getting the Gragas, you're not particularly thrilled with it, but you know, it is what it is. Maybe you get some sort of brawler opener, but in general, not the most influential galaxy that we could have landed on.
And if we set the stage into steps, this first step, the beginning of the game, is actually the most important for them. They want to have a spot. The early game is what will define the game plan for most of these players. Check Arbiter, trying to find the Primordial early, trying to find a spot. We see their Tactic Crown already finding Emilio to have possibilities of Timebreaker too. 3 players with possibilities of going Primordial, and this is so important for them. Find the spot, find the game plan, and try to execute from now on.
Okay, I remember hearing you on the broadcast talk about how you don't believe in playing for a 5th. You either play for a 6th or you have a good game. And for all of the players today, they can't just play for a 6th, right? Everyone needs to have a good game, and like you're saying, 2-1 is where you really set it up. Ooh,
well,
no scout open.
You want to lock it in at 2-1, but we got a way to do it here on Reddy's board. If we want to go no scout, no pivot, will be a different selection here. Lots of good melee options. Looking at the right side of our screen, though, we're going to see some interesting stuff come through. Conda taking the warpath that we've seen be maybe
does he have a
downside. He does. He does have a Meepsy. Is it Big Bang time?
Your items are actually pretty good. You have half an Edge of Night. You have half a Jeweled Gauntlet. This could be a big bang to try and get yourself back into TPC. I can see it.
Made a top 3 today, yeah, with the big Mixie, the Big Bang.
No, okay. Instead, frontline.
Oh, we're still place them E. Okay. Good direction, though, for many of our players. The right side of the screen does tell us a huge story. Tex is going to be losing. He's got calculated loss. Conda is going to be winning. He took Warpath, and this is a very similar story to what we've seen pretty consistently so far this tournament, is that cashing this thing out might be really hard. And especially when it comes down to the wired, we need to make sure we do the math correctly to make it happen so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, he starts with the voice stuff, so... Yeah, he knows directly. He goes... when they've seen it work in 4v4, I've seen it work a few times, Warpath, when your own teammates are helping you, but for now, on week 1 of the America, it hasn't happened. It's possible. President was so close on that 4-1 game yesterday, and now with a chance here for Conda to go more deep into the Darkstar line. Darkstar Flex looks good here.
I mean, 2 upgrades is great, right? Regardless of just having board strength, we can figure out exactly what it looks like later, but any upgrade will help us be able to beat these boards. Reddy, though, has a fantastic start for this Brawler emblem. Trying to see if he's going to go for the wins or the losses, but we are a little bit contested, where Cottontail does have this reroll augment in the treasure hunt, and also 2 jinxes on bench.
Yep.
The Cottontail
this is exactly what you want to see. If you're Cottontail here, yeah.
It does mean that he's not in a position like Reddy, where he's at 49 and needs to make up a handful of points. He is in the position where a top 4 will get him in, right? He's 1 point below the threshold right now, so almost every time a 4th place will at least give you a tiebreaker.
And these spots, it makes sense. You have an open sword, you have the Even Shroud, you have the Primordial Opener. As you mentioned, Jack, 2 Jinx already prepared to go in and start to prep the Challenger line. It's perfect. So Cotton now only needs to execute. The plan is already there. So he needs to hit. He needs to hit in the exact interval. He needs to prepare for the roll down, and having the treasure hunt is perfect because he will not miss. He knows he's going to roll for additional bounty here. So Cotton, I think he's at least, I don't want to say safe. I don't know. I don't want to jinx any of these guys, but I like his spot.
And I think if you look at the stats for this tournament, you'll see the story of this composition specifically being very safe for a top 4, top 3 even for this composition is what we need at 51 points. The thing I want to keep my eye on in this lobby is about the battle between the underdogs, the inexperienced, and those who are veterans in the scene. We have Tactician and Silencer and even Reddy, who are newer to this scene and trying to make their name on these stages against some of these more legendary characters that have made the Tactician's crown before. I think of Conda, I think of Tex, who've played so long in the Brazilian scene and are really trying to fight to maintain and get back to that level of relevance in the TPC.
God selection coming through. It is Ari and Evelyn. Finalist Gambit being offered here. So anyone who did feel like they have some sort of angle to play for a top 1, top 2, no, okay. Everybody instead is just going to be taking the Ari. Get a little bit of resources right now while you can. There's no need when the scores are this tight to ever put yourself in a position where you need to go first.
Conda, the only one looking for the win streak. Cotton in a great spot here. Doing Econ with the Primordial with the option to play Jinx. And we should see a little of the rest of the lobby. We already know Cotton has priority and has an angle to maintain at least this plan. We love to see here Spencer, for example. Also with the Primordial, has also items to go Jinx, and this is terrible. You don't want to be contested on Jinx. So even though Cotton plays is stronger, maybe Spencer feels this is the only option he was. Probably he would be the one to pivot.
Yeah,
It is
I'm
the
not so
Serpent
sure.
for a Stargazer, and so that will be a great option for many of these players that are kind of contesting each other right now. We have Reddy, Cottontail, Spencer all having these Primordial units on board. It is good for Econ, right? You're printing a unit every round, and so that's probably what a lot of these players are thinking, but we do need those outs.
Well, with saving his account on the side of Spencer, he has one of the necessary requirements to be able to make a strong pivot, which is if you're going to pivot, you need to have gold, right? It's way harder to pivot when you're poor compared to when you have money. So I would expect Spencer to play stage 2 and 3 very slowly and kind of see how the rest of the lobby shapes up. And I think by the middle of stage 3, he'll have a very clear picture of what's taken, what's not, and what lane he can very comfortably play into.
Yeah, for Silencer, every store is important. Trying to find the NAR, he already has the pair. If we already know, if you find the NAR 2-star, you're set up, you already have a plan, and you can already commit. Tech, the one with Anima, has also economy augment, so he will go all in here with the possibility of going first. Tech has 52 points. He's not in the worst spot right now. He's actually in the top, but he wants to ensure he has his placement set up.
I actually really like the speedy double kill choice from him, being something that's able to help him cap out in the late game, especially when 2 people die. He's able to get 40 gold in the pocket, and so we'll be keeping an eye on him making it there because that is the most important part. Tactic Torn going to be taking a loss here, maintaining a 3-loss streak at the end of the stage. Wakanda will get the win streak and the amount of gold that comes with it. Tex, we expected him to keep the loss streak and will do so at the bottom of the table at 71 HP now.
Step 1 has been completed for Conda, right? Streak all of stage 2, get as many kills as possible, and get your warpath as high as you can. But unfortunately, that tends to be the easy part of this augment. And what we have seen happen time and time again is that towards the end of stage 3, if you cannot cash and win on 4-1, it's very possible that you never win a fight again. So as we go into stage 3, what I'd like to see out of Conda is for him to be able to, one, of course, get the win streak going into stage 3, but also set up his board in a way that he can still spike on 4-1 and guarantee a fight win there as well.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy because normally the threshold on 4-1 is difficult. Normally you're going for a comeback because you want to win, and then you don't have the economy to actually balance 4-1. That's the difficult part about Warpath. But it's exactly as you're saying, Gangly. You need to find a board that even on 4-1, where people haven't rolled, you still win and manage to make it. Silencer finds the NAR 2 and now in a great spot to start increasing the win streak now on 3.
I mean, this is
a
the
nasty
spot of all
spot.
time. This looks fantastic. He's really close to getting that 7 meeple already. If we can get that on level 7 and start printing super early, I mean, that's the recipe right there to possibly even push us into a win and most definitely a top 3 position. So he's happy about this. He's one of our players coming into this event that was on the watch as like the biggest underdog. He is a historically GM player. He has not played in very many tournaments. He only has 4 on record, and 2 of them are from this set. But 9th and 21st in both of the Tacticians trials means he's battle tested this set. He knows how to perform in tournament and is showing up in the regional finals and hoping to make a run into the TPC.
It's easy to overlook the players who have one strong tournament run and that's it. But when you have someone like Silencer coming in with the qualifier point slot, means that he showed himself over multiple events this set. And even though he's an underdog, he can't be overwritten.
For Silencer, difficult option here. He can go for tempo with the Band of Thieves, rolling for days for that 4-2 that we know will be a deep one. Yeah, he decides to go for the roll down. And ensuring that he doesn't miss on 4-2. He needs to hit an additional Nar to be able to print him. He wants to go for the Ramus. He wants to find the Corki. He wants to be stable on 4-2. He already has the enough components for stage 3. He's thinking about the future, and I like it.
Oh, it looks like Reddy ended up taking restart mission and just pressing the abort button. Say, let's rewind and try this one more time. It worked last game when he reforged all his emblems. This time, it looks like he's found himself in a similarly successful spot. Orin 2, MF 2, Jinx 2. You've got frontline, you've got backline, you've got damage, and the emblem that you can stick on this Orin, giving him a ton of health with Radiant Warmogs to boot.
The only other player to keep our eye on majorly, it will be Phoenix. He got boxing lessons alongside his birthday reunion. So he's playing Fast 9, and we know playing around that Shepherd and getting all of those units in the front line is quite easy. And the tankiness to come with it will be quite scary, especially if he can stay this healthy.
Yeah, for Phoenix here, just trying to hold up right now. Not the best spot. And for now, very okay in HP, trying to play the flex AP angle, has the Vanguard also on the front. No Vanguard, sorry, Space Groove. So this seems like a Nami holding the Darkstar, obviously trying to play any AP flex on level 8.
Spencer, we call it out as having the savings account. I'm forgetting the name. Savings account into the tower there as well. We actually saw him playing savings account into Dumbify earlier, so it looks like he's got something going on with the savings account into training dummy combo all day long. Playing it nice and slow, right? He has the ability to see what everyone else is doing, has the Deathblade and the Kraken Slam, so obviously playing it into some sort of AD level 8 board, it looks like.
And I'm curious to see if he will end up in Xayah. We've seen that be maybe less played than we would have expected coming into this weekend. Interesting choice here from many of our players. We'll see if anyone goes for the risk. Kondo being the only one so far. Looks like it might pay off for him.
Kondo's like, thanks everyone for the +2.
Yeah, you want to be the first one. It's like you're the first one, so.
Now Reddy's here.
Oh, there's 2. Okay.
2 gold for, what is it, -3 HP now?
I think I read 2.
Something like that.
2.
Yeah, I think it's 2. Could be worse.
Okay, for Tactic Turn here, being so close, maybe the roll down angle here to try to find the Cho'Gath and the Lysandra and step up a little more. Cottontail also very close to the Jinx that is so important in the comp to try to maintain the tempo from now on. There's the Lysandra 3 for Tactic Turn.
Really important to upgrade there. We have missed connections on 3-2 to really help us get close. We're far away from this Cho'Gath. Man, this is a little bit of a risky strategy for Tactic Torn, but the items look amazing here for him.
Yeah, generally it's as much as the Double Nashor's JG is, quote unquote BIS, it's generally very hard to actually get there. But Tactician found himself in a position where he can make the very strong item combination on Lysandra and fighting Lysandra generally on cadence. Cottontail, though, has been rolling very deep to find Jinx. You can see sitting right now at 7 Jinxes on his bench. Ooh, Lysandra 3 just barely able to snipe it out. And it's not a great feeling if you're Cotton. When you're playing these 2-cost rerolls, you really want to streak as much as you can through stage 3, especially when you've invested as much in your board as he did. So, not an ideal spot. You're going to lose a bit of gold, especially going into stage 4 from not being able to streak, but certainly not the end of the world.
Tactic Torn was actually able to pilot this composition to a top 2 yesterday. It was a very impressive game where he was able to take down some of the strongest players in the lobby playing this. So he's got the experience needed to be able to pilot this well. And so I'm curious to see if he will end up in the position that he's looking for.
300 for Tech, so very close to the 400 angle. He has 23 HP. I think it's not enough for him, but there could be a chance for him to get there. 300 should be enough. No, sorry, 400 is where he wants to get for sure. And now he looks nervous. It's like very close, but he needs to at least kill some units to be close to it, and maybe not get on the threshold where you only find maybe 300.
Oh no!
Oh no! That is
89.
brutal if you're Tex. I mean, just a couple more kills makes this so much easier. Either way, I mean, you're in a position now where you have to win, right? You have to win to 400, which the nice thing is he has all the calculated loss rolls. So he should be able to make a reasonable board. It's just that now you have no more room for error.
He will be able to roll down here soon. He has a good start. He's already at this amount of gold, which is great as well. Rolling down will start here, so he'll be able to stabilize right now. But he has to keep Anima in. That's the awkward part on this board. We do find the Blitzcrank already, which is fantastic, and a few of the upgrades needed.
Too.
We also, yeah, and we might play that over the Blitzcrank instead.
Looking good. Normally, the comp that we've seen playing so far with Anima has been mech, but finding the Nunu, finding these additional upgrades, you take what you get.
And lots of swords coming through. Probably not exactly what you want to see. Fiora could be something.
Yep. It's a stronger
Really
Anima unit regardless. Yep.
Yep.
There's the mech.
Okay, he's able to fit 4 Vanguard on the board and get the back line with an upgraded Aurelian Soul. We got 3 items on here. What component are we looking for? The swords are really hard to kill apart from Giant Slayer, but you kind of need your bow for Void Staff.
I think we might just play around Fiora, or maybe just make some QSS just for some attack speed and get rid of some of the CC. Looks like we're just gonna count on a win right now. Phoenix on the other side is looking to go 9 and still is chilling, so he knows that he's got this round win, and this will be huge for him. Now he's able to get the cash out and see what this brings him in order to decide where these items end up. 401, nailed it.
Calculated.
Beautiful.
That was an ideal. That you could not have picked a better matchup for Tex there, right? Phoenix being one of the few players he could probably beat very easily.
Ooh,
he needs components. Grab bag,
Yep, fixes the items too.
Tentacle.
Yeah, he also gives you the Reforgers if you want to do away with the Uwu Blaster, and also the front line too.
Ooh,
gets the guy
2 backline ones.
Yep. Annihilator also lets you. He can just raw reforge an entire Bloodthirster and a sword. That's what it's looking right.
Wait,
what just happened?
Oh, he made a mistake.
I think he.
Oh no, he dropped it. I think he used the remover instead of the reforger. And he gets anti-heal.
Okay.
Oh, we're deep abyss.
That is true. We are very close to deep abyss. But you know what? We'll take it. You get some attack speed. Lets you cast. You now have items for all of your backline. The spot is looking really good now.
Yeah, looks beautiful. Looks beautiful. The only downside, we are only 13 HP, but he should be able to win stage 4 and start ramping up from now on.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu 2, Karma 2, Aurelian Soul 2. I don't know how many boards on stage 4 are ever beating us.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that didn't even need to play like this. It's probably the most shocking part to me. He's at 52 points. You need I need to go probably 5th, and I'm good to go. Nah, let's roll it. Let's see what we can do. Calculated loss into this close of a game, getting the perfect cash out, and now proving that he deserves that spot in the TPC if he's able to pull it off. But again, there are some strong players in this lobby, specifically the re-rollers, who are going to start hitting here soon. Some of these players going 9, and if he's able to take a loss or maybe 2, it could be lights out pretty quickly.
I also want to highlight Konda very quickly, who did just win his last round, putting him at 74 out of 80 for his Warpath. But I remember another player who was sitting at 74 out of 80 just yesterday. It was Prestivan, who ended up not winning a single round after that. So Konda on the verge of being able to cash out the Warpath and put himself in a very good position for top 4, but it could just as easily turn sour.
Tactician, on the other hand, 4 Brawler, 4 Darkstar. Looking strong with the Lysandra, but it's just not enough. This is the danger about this. Going up against Tex, that is huge, but of course, Tactician is dependent on an emblem. This is a comp that is strong on stage 3, beginning on stage 4, but if you don't have an emblem, it's very difficult to get the 6 Darkstar. So Tactician in a difficult spot to ramp back from this.
Ooh, 5 cost or some gold for players. We'll see how many players pick left, because I think that is probably the safer option for many of our players, but that is not the choice. We see so many of these more prismatic looking orbs being chosen, so we'll not get the extra gold from Ari, but instead going for Evelynn, and I'm curious to see how many people chose Evelynn as their god this game, because that makes things much crazier.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Konda did lose his last round. Oh! Well, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good 5 cost.
Blitzcrank and Vex. I mean, kind of good.
Yeah, not bad at all. A lot of upgrades actually coming through. The Jin 2 and Mordekaiser 2. Actually, Mordekaiser's not going to make his way onto this board, it looks like. So, the Lowy 2, though, getting some upgrades to the front line. I think once we get a Morgana 2, we're going to be feeling much better about this board, though. But for now, this is certainly going to do.
Yeah, there's damage. So important, as you mentioned, trying to find the Morgana. Normally the Nunu should be the one in the board, but he doesn't have space. And now the 5 Shepherd doing a toll here on the lobby. Spencer with the Saya and the Jin 1-star. This Jin 2-star from Phoenix may be a toll here for Spencer. Win for Phoenix, and Spencer in a difficult spot because there are a lot less Jins now to grabs. And he's
Konda won
on level 8.
Konda won his fight. That's going to be the Warcast cash.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, not great cash out, but was a lot of gold and some items here.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is good because it lets us potentially upgrade the things that we actually needed to get these items onto, but if we can't actually find the upgrades and we only have 8 seconds, I don't know how much these 2 items are really doing. Brilliant Soul 2 is going to be huge, of course. We do take out our Bard. We'll be able to get an item onto the Karma, looks like, as well. But overall, this actually doesn't feel like we upgraded the board all that much.
Yeah, he wants to go 9 now. He has the pair of Bard. He knows the level 9 is the moment. And he has HP. He should be able, if not win rounds, to be very close and not lose HP. He goes to the level 9, finds Sona, finds Bard, do the full pivot into Vanguard AP Fast 9 Flex. And he should be good to go. Items also combining are accompanying him good.
Wow.
The last cast with Thunder comes through. Does not quite kill it. Oh, there it does.
Oh, the execute. Wow. Well, like Hoope is saying, though, the nice thing about Konda's spot, maybe he didn't get the immediate board power from the cash out, but he kind of got the room to grow. Now that he has the ASOL on the board, everything you just said is true, Hoope. That being able to go level 9, being able to get upgrades there, do give him now a lane to potentially find a top 1 out of it. But for right now, he's probably going to be losing a handful of fights until he can get to that point.
Ready with the Graves. Fiora 2 finds the Vex, looking for that line. 0 gold here, low in gold, not 0, but very low in gold here. Has the pair of Graves, has the pair of Tamkench and Vex, and he really needs the upgrade right now.
He's played this composition 5 times throughout the competition so far and has won 2 times playing this in top forward nearly every time, all but 1. Right. And so he is now in the comfort position for him. Took a few losses there on stage 4, dropped down to 2 lives, but with a couple upgrades now already, this is looking not too bad.
One thing I love to see is making sure that he's getting as much collective power from his items as possible, right? Items do scale multiplicatively with one another, so rather than putting the red buff and Rage Blade on the Vex and the Death Blade and IE on the Fiora, he's instead saying, hey, let me put as many items on as many units as I can to ensure that I get 3 items on my legendary units. And so those types of decisions oftentimes can be the difference maker between living long enough to get the items on the ideal carry versus dying a little bit too early. And so he's going to find another win there up against Spencer, who will take a big hit and fall down to 3 HP.
Yeah, Spencer 50 gold and doesn't have enough to go level 9 and roll. He's doing it anyway. 20 gold to roll. He needs to find a Jin here, but so difficult. Not enough gold, just putting an additional unit here.
Oh,
that's one.
Oh, you have 1 on board. Now we're just
tricked me. You tricked me.
Hey, but this Mordekaiser is huge. This Mordekaiser is great. Darkstar is going to be a big buff to this board.
True. Lots of synergies coming online with just the Mordekaiser. Against Tacticorn, who does have the Cho 3 and the Lysandra 3. This is the part of the game where sometimes one cost reroll does start to fall off, as a lot more damage starts to come through from the 4 cost boards. Really a question of how long the front line of the Tom Kench and the Maokai will survive. The damage will be there from the Xayah, but you need to make sure nothing gets sniped from Lysandra.
Tanks are down.
Yeah, here we go. That's a fight win
One
for
off.
Spencer. Tacticorn goes down to elimination HP.
So
Ready
does
as well.
Ready. I believe he probably paid the tax in this game, facing off against our Anima cash out player. It is very, very strong. We see 7 wins in a row. Vex 2 in shop means that we can move items around. We do have enough removers to make this happen, and they are great items if we put them where they go.
So nice here for Ready. This is the player with the lowest points, so he needs a top 1 or top 2 to be able to advance. Great spot playing the Fast 9 that we mentioned is the new playtest composition for him, doing great throughout the weekend. And now going up against Tactician on the other side, both of them in an elimination possibility.
Looks
Looking at the
really bad
right-hand
for
side.
Tactician, because facing off against the Anima cash out, the Annihilator comes through, and that will annihilate Tactician from the tournament. Ready also losing to Phoenix, both falling down here in 7th and 8th place.
Ready already sitting at 49 points. You know that is going to be the end of his run. 6th place
And
will
Spencer.
not get him there. Spencer also falling in 8th. It opens up the
Yeah,
door.
Spencer
Someone like Phoenix was sitting at the bottom, 50 points there, and now sitting alongside everybody else. So 4th or 5th is probably not going to be enough for Phoenix. He's going to be aiming for a top 3 here to try and get his spot into the TPC.
Yeah, the 3 players already eliminated defeated are out. So yeah, is there one more spot to be elimination? You need to avoid that. And as you mentioned, Gangly, the one with the lowest point is Phoenix, and the rest is almost safe. But of course, everyone wants to avoid the 5th place.
On the other side, we're seeing Cottontail's Primordian reroll board. He's going for that top 4, and his HP is 1 in a good spot for it. Hopefully he's able to get a couple round wins, but I don't think the Anima board is what he is going to get the win against. Tex is looking to be like the absolute final boss of this lobby. Silencer trying to get this top 4 and won't quite get it done. It's going to put him on some rough tiebreakers.
Oof. Yeah, and at this point in time, 51 points, going 5th. The only world, I think, would be if Phoenix goes out in 4th, right? That's the only way he can actually tiebreak with another player for the top 4. So all eyes will be on whether or not Phoenix is going to be able to secure this top 3, or if he will put himself in a tiebreak position.
Yeah, we should stay on Phoenix. Exactly as you said, that's a threshold. 3rd place or better for him to ensure his placement on next week's Jack and be able to enter the TPC.
Honda will have to face off against the cash out on the left side. So we have an idea of how that one will go, but Phoenix really trying to get through this Primordian reroll with Jinx board will be quite safe. The LeBlanc is on the far side, won't be able to get over there very quickly. The Belveth is ramping up and now getting onto that back line. Phoenix will be taking a big loss, but Conda as well, and out. Phoenix gets that top 3 he's looking for.
That's it. Yeah, Phoenix is going to put himself at 56 points there and should be able to dodge the tiebreaker entirely with Silencer. And so this is a huge fight where even though Phoenix had lost that fight, that loss from Conda should lock Phoenix in to the TPC next set.
Yeah, we see now the joy. Everyone was tense. Now Tej is laughing. Everyone knows they're in there. So all the players that are still here have been confirmed to advance to TPC, have been confirmed to have a chance next week to play and be representative for the American Tactician crown.
And Tex, what a game, right? The statement being, I will play on the razor's edge in this set and play as risky as possible to get my spot. And that's exactly what happened, paying off 10 wins in a row. And I don't think that is going to end here in this game. Cottontail, Tex, Phoenix, and Conda, some of these veterans that we said coming to this game have been proven to be competitors that can compete at these top level, but just maybe it's been a while since they've been here, and all 4 of them making it to the TPC is fantastic to see.
I love it. It's kind of like the silent veteran, right? They are all the veterans in their own right, but they've never really been given the attention as some of the other veterans that they've competed alongside for so long. So at this point, you could see, yeah, I might go out in 3rd, but it's a victory lap because they've all accomplished their goal. They made it into TPC. They made it to Weekend 2. They'll continue to have a chance to make it to the Tactician's crown this set. And I love, Hoope, that Tex was not only able to play on a razor's edge like Jack is saying, but he did it after going 8th in the last 2 games, bouncing back after narrowly missing the tiebreaker by bubbling out, going 8th, and then says, you know what? I'm just gonna play the way I always do, back up against the wall, no fear, plays the risky game, and it works out in his favor.
For Cotton, on the other hand, play the immediate tempo play the Jinx, play the reroll, the most played reroll throughout America and EMEA, and now the chance for them to outperform the rest on next week. TPC confirmed for Tex, Cottontail, Phoenix, and Conda.
In the long-term situation, this is, yes, TPC is fantastic. All these players want to be in there, but for these top 4, the only one that has made a Tactician's crown is Conda, and now they get to go to next week and have the opportunity to make it all the way to the world stage.
With Reddy and Spencer both being eliminated here, another thing that stands out to me is how many TPC players that entered week 1 were eliminated. We had so few players from this current set's TPC re-qualify actually after getting relegated to week 1. We had 4 players actually qualify into TPC that were in the TPC already, which means next set we will have so many new faces that have earned their spot to be there. I love it, and I love that idea of being able to set a goal in your mind, chasing after it, and actually accomplishing it within a single set. It's something so unique to TFT, and it's what makes this game so beautiful.
Yeah, it's the chance to be in the competitive level, and it's the chance for you to go full-time TFT at least for a while. Everyone in TPC, most of them are taking TFT as a whole and dedicating full-time. Wei Shan did it a few sets ago and now recognized as one of the best in the world. And that's the possibility. Normally, you want to dedicate more time to TFT. Maybe you cannot because of economical or financial issues. And now is your time. You really want to get there. So, I mean, my happiness to all these players and good energy, and hope their dreams come true and make TFT a more part of their life.
I love this day of TFT. So many dreams coming true. It is fantastic. And I'm so excited for Analyst Desk to be able to break it down and have an interview here shortly. So Necra makes, take it away.
Thank you so much. I love this day as well. It's full of emotion, no matter how you slice it. Makes that final game, though, it really did come down to just, can you get the top 4 in the lobby? And if you do that, you're on to the pro circuit.
Yeah, it's crazy how this one shook out. We were saying how close this lobby was going into the game. But even in that last game, there was some really, really interesting stuff. And I think, of course, the biggest shout out has to go to Tex, cutting us as close as he did, playing around just this calculated loss. And then having that Iowa cash out be so close to 400, but not having the HP to tank yet another loss says, okay, I actually need to make something happen here. I'm going to roll down. I'm going to build a board to cash out on that win. Does get the cash out, does get a great reforge where many players I think would have kept the tentacle for frontline. Instead says, nah, I'll take anything. I'll take those reforgers. Maybe a little moment of dizziness where he decided, oh wait, I actually want to keep that BF sword. I'm not going to reforge that one. But it all worked out in the end in a very, very beautiful way, and just goes to show that even if you're in a tough situation, you need to be open to flexible situations. That's exactly what he did.
So many eliminations coming through, though. You could see the disappointment there for Reddy and Tactic Torn, just being a couple placements away from being able to make it either into the TFT Pro Circuit for the first time or back there. And after such a long fought battle for both of them as well over this weekend, it was so hard to watch everybody go out with every stage. But you know, we have to have winners, and we also have to have players promoting into the pro circuit. So it was always going to be a hard day.
That's just how the cookie crumbles, you know? I'm always of the opinion, you know, I wish everybody could make it, but that's not the reality of how competitive play works, unfortunately. So there have to be some winners and some losers.
Let's take a look at the standings for our final time so we can celebrate those players that are going to be making it into the pro circuit. We'll start with who we lost along the way, though. And so as you can see with this 32nd place, this is how many players we actually started with for our third day of competition this week. And we've lost a lot of pretty big names here.
Absolutely, right? I think similar story as in EMEA. Lots of big names started in the play-ins already, and it's just going to continue through this eliminations. Players like Ego, players like Pocky, like Degree, not being able to make it in there. Certainly a big shock to many, but then on the other side of the coin, we're getting a lot of players making it in that are a really pleasant surprise. And I'm so excited to see what these players are going to be able to do in their TPC. And of course, what these players are going to be able to do in next week's regional week 2.
A lot of Brazil. We've got a lot of Brazilian players that are going to be reprising roles in the TFT Pro Circuit or joining us for the first time. And I think everybody is super excited about these top 3. VCLF, Black Sheep, Toddy. They've just been watching from the sidelines after all of their hard work from yesterday paid off to pave the way for them to have this big point lead over the competition. And they kept that up. I think it was also just really exciting throughout the day to watch some of the big comebacks that we saw. Upset Max going first in order to also promote early, and then we saw there as well second from Jukyu in order to secure his spot into the pro circuit. So there are definitely a lot of highs today too.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you. It's great to see Brazil, but also LATAM just show up as big as they have been, and I'm really excited to see what these players are going to be able to do on a pan-regional as well as international level.
But let's take a look at the full slate of our Pro Circuit players, shall we? This is going to show you everyone competing for their region for the next set. And while we are seeing only the first week of competition here, so that's where you're going to see the names in 17th, 32nd place actually earn their spots into the TFT Pro Circuit, makes next weekend, we get a chance to see those competitors joined by the best of the TFT Pro Circuits for their region from this last set.
It's such a treat to see some of those names just across the board from APAC, from Americas, from EMEA, of course, CN still to be determined, but there is such a level of skill and play and expertise in these names that honestly, TFT enjoyers are eating good.
Are there any players in particular from EMEA that you're really excited made it through the cut?
I mean, very, right? Looking at Dasik, who has fought his way all the way from the play-ins, and I would be amiss not to mention Zaza, right there in 30th place. This guy came in from the wait list for the play-in. So Allegri unable to play. Zaza jumps in as first player from the wait list, says, okay, I'm just gonna try my luck, even tweets out saying, hey, I really hope the Valorant games help me prepare for this. And then just cruises through with an average of a second place. I was watching the end of his stream at the end of EMEA regionals, and he was just saying like, it's so crazy that like next week I'm gonna have a shot at going to Tactician's crown as like the waitlist warrior is what he's been dubbed. So it's a great story.
That was super fun to watch because I feel like there are some of those players that like they really do think that their set is over, being 30 or I guess 41st on the outside looking in, and then all of a sudden, wait, I have this final chance. They take that inch and they turn it into a mile. And so I love to see that for Sasa. I also love to just see the accumulation of all these players for APAC. I'm missing some names though on that graphic. I know Clement, one of our other friends over in the APAC region, actually puts together that spreadsheet of like, can't believe we're missing out on people like Summertimer. Like that's
yes.
A name that you would have expected to see as a part of the pro circuit, but it will be missing for this season.
Yeah, same as double, right? Anyone who has won a Tactician's Crown before, you kind of expect to show up in those standings, and especially players with enough pedigree to have been to multiple of those Tactician's Crown. I think another huge one is Volta, who has been to so many Tactician's Crowns before. It's super interesting to see how it all shakes out, and I also feel like, you know, this set, I think after set 16, which was so loved by so many, has shook up many players, and it comes down to a lot of these are the players that just have good fundamentals. These are the players that just know TFT to its core, that have somehow prevailed through the set and come out on top. And I feel like that's a lot of what we're getting, which is why a lot of those old names are making a comeback.
Yeah, I think too there must be something to be said about the fact that it's a hard circuit with way less room for error than what it looks like, since yeah, you get the 3 TFT Pro Circuit Cups, but there's also so many different things that can happen with any single game of TFT. It's hard to look at this snapshot of just 12 games and try to, you know, assess a specific player's worth or value. Like, it's just hard. But I love that we get a chance to see some of these players in the next set. And of course, we still have our tier 2 ecosystem for some of these players to try to earn their way back into the pro circuit. But next weekend is absolutely going to be a banger.
It is. So somebody in chat was asking, can you explain like I'm 5 when the next time these players are going to be playing each other? Yes, we can. So next weekend, Friday to Sunday, competition is going to continue. Regional finals week 2 are going to be happening across the board, across the continent and the globe, really. So you can continue to see them right then and there for sure as more and more competition comes our way. And of course, next week after that, Tactician Crown awaits.
And that's where we get to see the clash of these titans on the global stage. I love these set championships because we do get to determine who is the best of space gods, or as we just saw from our last set, who is the best player in lore and legends, and can they actually try to get the back-to-back? I know for the Americas, we're very excited to see players like Dish Soap, players like Wajan Iverson actually take to the competition next weekend, because they have multiple Tacticians Crown appearances. Dish Soap has multiple Tacticians Crowns, so can he make it back after breaking that streak of appearances from last set?
Yeah, I'm super excited for that as well. Looking forward to some of our returns, and of course to EMEA just smurfing through it. We're gonna now that I've got all the information from the Americas, you know, we're just gonna win. Sorry,
Infiltrator
you guys.
makes spy checking for the EMEA
I
players.
successfully did my espionage.
Well, you know what you need to take back to EMEA? It's the Fast 9 strategy. They've got to learn this one, or they've got to get familiar with it, because it's been working out for us since, you know, we got the Tacticians Crowns to prove it.
Yeah, I know CLE said that. I'm sure we'll work on that, you know, as a region. I feel like if we really come together, EMEA is such a big region, we should be able to come up with one Tactician's Crown. I feel like that's the least we can do. So maybe this set is finally the time where we're going to be able to put that together. I'm a believer, you know, I always have to.
You gotta try. You gotta keep trying. I'm rooting for you because, you know what, we gotta spread the love a little bit, but I'm also rooting for the Americas because, hey, we have the current crown. We may as well try to keep the crown. But one of the competitors that we are hoping will be able to find his way there, but is at the very least in the TFT Pro Circuit. We've got Phoenix on the line with us for an interview. And Phoenix, I just want to say congratulations on making it to the Pro Circuit. How are you feeling now that you've realized that dream?
Thank you. I'm feeling great. I mean, it's a roller coaster of emotions today because I didn't start off. I was in a good spot before day 2, and then I started off with 8th, 8th, 7th, and I just thought it was over. So being able to pull through in that 16th slot is just mind-blowing right now.
So maybe something we can all learn from you then. How did you do it? What was the secret? What was the way you shook off those really bad placements and locked back in? Because evidently you did.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the turning point after the first, because after the 8th, 8th, 7th, I actually needed basically like a first for a second, I think, to even just make it to the next cutoff. But after being able to go first, and I mean, you play differently when you know you need to go first. So I kind of just tried to. I did that. Yeah, basically, I took level up in a gold opener, and I went fast level 10 to win the game. And then after that, it's just like, oh, I can win the game. Nothing's wrong with my like RNG or anything. So I just locking in after the first and just getting 2 solid thirds is how my mindset was during the day.
I mean, it's been so much fun to watch all of you play the game, because I think, especially when we're kind of, Mix and I are talking about like the playstyle differences between EMEA and Americas, it really is about the Fast 9, and those boards are just so fun to watch come together. Was that a strategy that you expected you would need to be able to play and show up with this weekend? So what did your prep look like, and how was your meta read on target or off for the event?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting to have the Fast 9. I think the strongest augment in the game right now is Birthday Reunion, and that one's just like the epitome of trying to Fast 9. So I was expecting it in that sense, but meta read wise, like I came in just thinking like my prep was just, I was playing solo queue, and it just felt like every comp was kind of play. I say every comp, I just mean like every 4-cost comp seemed playable. And then there's like 1-cost reroll, which is Lysandra Cho'Gath mainly, and then Jinx reroll, the 2-cost, and then Samir Ornn, which is the 3-cost. And that was just like, I'm either just going to play a 4-cost, one of those rerolls, or have a good enough spot to Fast 9 was how I came in to the tournament thinking I was going to play.
I mean, you got Birthday Reunion in that last game, which definitely secured you to go all the way to TPC and week 2. I do want to ask about something, though, because you've been playing TFT for quite a long time, right? Like, you've been here for most of the history that TFT has written. Are you excited that it's coming back to Vegas at the end of the year? You did really well in the Vegas Open. Last time it was there, you got, I believe, a 23rd place. Are you excited to see it come home, so to say?
Yeah, I think I'm super excited for Vegas. That event was like, I mean, it was the first LAN, so I think it was like more impactful for other people. But I still remember the Yone versus Caitlyn game.
Yes,
at
Kevin
Vegas.
Parker.
It's just like lives in my brain, and it was so hyped to watch live. So yes, I'm very excited for Vegas. I have been playing for a long time TFT. Yeah, I've been playing since set like 3, so I've been here a long time. So, and I still haven't made it to Worlds, so I'm hoping to. It feels really nice to have another shot to go to Worlds.
You've gotten really close before, though. Like, you've been a day away from having a chance to play that final lobby in the regional finals. Do you feel more prepared to approach next weekend? Do you think maybe there's anything you can take away from your experiences this weekend that might help give you a leg up?
Yeah, I think playing, as long as you actually make it through, playing in the weekend before can serve as like a buff in sort of sense, especially for me. I feel like I ramp up my gameplay as long as I can keep making it through. So yes, I think playing in this week 1 will be a benefit to me, and like I'll probably be better on the second weekend. It also helps that this is the EWC set. I made it to EWC with my team, and I feel like I grind a lot for 4v4 as well, which helps me on like meta reads usually for the set.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Absolutely.
It would be, right? We do have one more question. And listen, I don't usually work on the Americas broadcast, so I might just get baited right now. But we do have a question in our green room from none other than CLE. And I saw a comment in Twitch chat earlier of similar spirit. And the question is, please ask him what happened to the garage gaming.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'm still in a garage.
What?
Are you
I'm known as
actually?
the garage guy for a reason. I still stream in a garage, but it's basically, the story is when I went to Macau for the LAN event, my dad has like a similar setup like near me, so he's always listening to me and asking or like answering chat on like, oh, are you streaming in a garage? and it's just repeated questions from chat. And so when I went to Macau, he didn't even say anything. He just started putting up bookshelves behind me and a wall kind of like to my right.
That is very
and
sweet.
that has the TFT posters. This is all just a facade. Like, I am still in the garage, but it makes it look like I'm not. But
I love
in a
that.
couple months, I will be moving out. So the garage era might end in a couple months.
Oh
but yeah.
no, you'll have to find a new garage. We're so used to it now.
No, I think the meta now is that you have to make a room in your new place look like a garage so that you will still look like a facade of garage gaming.
I'll definitely look into it. That sounds super fun.
Well, Phoenix, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. We are really looking forward to see what happens next weekend. But before we let you go and just like relax after such a stressful day, are there any final shout outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I shouted out on the Frodan broadcast, but I'll just do it again. I'd like to thank the study group that I prepare with. It's just it's Soju, Spencer, Greya, Prestevant, Kyun, Dish Soap. I feel like I might be forgetting one, and I'm so sorry if I do, but there's quite a few players in there. But usually we're just sitting there playing TFT together and just asking questions, answering each other's questions. So they helped me a lot on the prep. And then I'd like to thank my family as well, my brother for getting me into games. He's always super supportive, and then my parents especially, because they're really supportive of my career, and I appreciate that so much.
Especially your dad, who changed your backdrop just
Yeah,
to look better.
For sure.
So funny. Well, Phoenix, thanks again. Congratulations on making it to the pro circuit, and best of luck next weekend.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
We love supportive esports parents.
That is so sweet. The fact that he did it without telling him, I think,
I
is the
know.
best part of the story. It's like, oh, he's in
It's a
Macau.
surprise.
I'm gonna make it look different from a garage so people stop asking. And then now we still ask, I'm sorry, to Phoenix's dad.
It's so funny. I think that ended up being a better answer to that question than I could have imagined. But it's been a phenomenal day of competition, a phenomenal weekend. Makes it was such a pleasure having you here to shed some insight, not just on the EMEA broadcast,
Thank you
but
for
of course
having me.
lending your voice to us as well. And I just want to say a huge thank you to you, the other casters, and of course our players. It ended up being a very intense day of competition, but we always appreciate everyone putting their all out there on the convergence for us. But that's gonna do it. That's it. That's week 1 done and dusted. We now get to look forward to week 2, which is where we turn our attention to the 32 players that we will be seeing next set 18 in the TFT Pro Circuit, and see if they can forge the rest of their history for this chapter at the Tactician's Crown and crown themselves the best of this set of Space Gods. It's gonna be a great weekend.
It will be. Honestly, it was such a treat to be here and take notes from you guys, is what I'm supposed to say. As I go back to EMEA with all of my spy notes and see what, our region is maybe capable of against y'all. We need to take one of those crowns from you eventually. It has to happen. I'm sorry.
Maybe this is the set, but only one way to find out, and that's to keep watching. So make sure that you tune in next weekend to cheer on your favorites that you'll be seeing all of next set, and of course, maybe even at the Tactician's Crown. We'll see you on Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific, and we will also have the rest of the weekends for EMEA and APAC, so make sure you finish out the regional finals with those broadcasts as well. But that's going to be it from us. So we'll see you next week for the conclusion of each regional finals and then the Tactician's Crown. See you then.